in quotes, debate show for flat Earth versus globe Earth, and boy was it a hoot. Fun times, fun times. He doesn't. I don't think he does it anymore at all. I saw some guy blow up recently. I think he's British, making kind of like Simon Dan, making flat Earth content, and he's getting like 100, 200, 300K views a video. He's going through all the same stuff that I guess Simon Dan's went through, or these other people that kind of got popular went through. The one he did recently was photographing the ISS. He played a clip with Jeranism, where Jeranism set up a camera setup to film this transit across the moon of the ISS, and he actually got results. He actually saw it. I think it was on a live stream, but he then wiped it off the channel. Do you know if Bob Nodell still has that big show? Like they had one of the bigger shows, as far as I know, or the biggest show. Does anybody know if he's still doing that?
Bob Nodell passed away.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. How long ago was that?
Month or two, maybe 2 months, maybe.
Really? Do we know the cause of death?
As far as I'd heard, there was something with his heart, like a enlarged heart, I think.
Yeah, man, sucks. I hate to hear that.
But I think there was going to be an additional autopsy, but I haven't heard what the result of that was.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're still doing Glowbusters. Yeah, they still do that.
go to Glowbusters. You know who
Yeah.
else? Jeranism or something?
Yeah, they have a panel. Witsit, Jaren, yeah, a couple guys that still are carrying on the show. Yeah.
Did they take guests on, Globe Earth guests?
Not usually. Glowbusters has taken calls at times in the past, but as far as I know, recently, maybe not so much. It's more of a panel show. But Jaren does a show that people can call in. I think it's called like Speaker's Corner. People can call in.
Yeah, I might have to call in, talk to old Jeranism.
So what are your thoughts, Gio, on the grid of drones?
Yeah, I've thought about a couple different drone setups. I was you may have to reiterate it because I was listening kind of in and out, but I was like running around the house, so maybe I didn't hear. I did hear parts of it, but I don't know if you wanted to summarize it so I can make sure I'm on the same page.
Yeah, well, just I think it'd be the more drones used, the more conclusive it would be. And drones are fairly easy to obtain. There's already a lot of people that's got drones, so any of them wouldn't even have to get another one, but have them all equipped with, say, with lasers, that you wouldn't get in trouble for, so that they could sense the laser from the other drones, or if there's another apparatus, right, to sense the other drones. I don't know how that, like the logistics of that is a little cloudy for me because I don't really know what kind of issues that you could run into or how easily that would be. But if they were all equipped with an altimeter, because the claim they make is that the water in the atmosphere curves around the Earth with the curvature of the sphericity of the Earth. And if that's the case, if what they're saying is true, then we can't have a grid of drones that are coplanar reading the same altitude. They would not be coplanar
Right.
over distances. Yeah, and the more drones you would use, the more conclusive it would be for sure. But
Yeah, finding a way to establish a horizontal plane with drones essentially above the surface.
yeah, above the refractive, of the water, above out of the realms of which I mean, refraction's not even an argument for them. They just use it. It's not even an argument because if you listen to them, well, I don't want to get into the refraction argument, but yeah, just a grid of drones. Just stick to the point. Just a grid of drones that are reading the same altitude, and then just verifying that they're coplanar.
Yeah, and using the altimeter to do that, like altimeters.
Yeah, you can program them. Like you could have different types of drones, but you can equip all of them with to be programmed to seek a certain altitude, set a wayland point. They can communicate with one another. There's a lot that we could do with drones now. And if what they're saying is true, if it were true, it could not be coplanar, reading the same altitude over vast distances.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because I've thought of like a system of using drones as like plumb lines. Basically you would have like a drone, and then whether you would hang a line from it or something, where you're creating a plumb, and then be able to measure the distance, either the distance between them, so to see if like plumb lines are diverging with drones at like higher altitudes, to be able to get that higher distance. I've thought about that, which is sort of similar to what you're saying in a way, because they won't be coplanar either, especially if you have 3 or more. So, but yeah, what you're saying with that is true. Yeah, it would have to be large enough though to be able to kind of create a plane that would be larger than the appreciable curvature, like a plane with the drones, a horizontal plane.
And
Then
I
making
thought,
like a grid of lasers, like how they have those laser levels that like shoot laser in 360 degree, like 360 degree laser.
yeah, that's what I was thinking about. One that would do that, like 360 degree on each of them. Idea. So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all good. You didn't. I don't think you interrupted, but yeah, that would be interesting to see if that could be done. It's kind of like what Daiso was saying earlier, making like a grid of lasers as well. Because if you had like, be tricky. Like, could you get a laser on a drone that could be leveled? That would be interesting to see if you could. But because if you had a bunch of drones at altitude with lasers on them like that at large enough distances, if they're all like an equal altitude above the ground and they're all shooting their lasers, you should be able to create like a grid, like a horizontal plane grid, that they would all be coplanar. And then if they're all of equal altitude, then the Earth is not curved.
You guys haven't seen like the drone shows and stuff? Like they've definitely got software to like allow large collaboration of drones to like level out from one another and spread out evenly. Like it's all totally doable.
I know, those are incredible, dude, what they can do with those. It's like drone shows. Absolutely amazing the way they can coordinate all that.
Yeah, it's like a symphony of a fleet, dude. Like it's pretty frightening. Like if you can imagine the possibilities of weaponizing those, and I mean, I don't know, bro. I think they got drones that are like a one shot, one kill type deal where it just like flies into its target and blows up. I saw something about that. But yeah, definitely creating that grid, that laser grid would It'd be a great idea.
I mean, I thought about it long, because I heard you talking about it once before, about a long pipe or tube or whatever, and shining a laser through that so that you're removing atmospheric conditions. I think it would, like that would work, but it would have, I think what it runs through, what you shine the laser through, you're an electrical guy, aren't you, Dyslow? So you would know, kind of effects could cause. So if you have one, it would have to be big enough, I think. My understanding of electricity and magnetism, you'd have, you'd have all kinds of, you'd have like charged particles inside of it, and maybe the tube itself would get charged. I don't know if that would cause any deviation of the laser, but if it was large enough just to, expand that out to where that effect would be produced, and have the laser in the center, then maybe perhaps that would be doable too. I think it would have to be far enough away from the edges of the pipe, so that there wasn't some sort of phenomena occurring there. I'm just trying to think of things that they will not be able to argue against. I mean,
Well,
there's
keeping it as simple as possible, is the best way to go about it, in my opinion. Like, you start getting over complex with a thing, and it's like you're opening up yourself to just all sorts of scrutiny.
yeah, the more variables and the more calculations that you have to make to account for different things, like you can just, for each one of those, just add another 5 years of debate. Is what I do in my head.
Right. And something as simple as a string line with tension on it, against the surface of water. I mean, I think things should definitely be like step one. And then maybe, like Geo said, taking that across a multitude of areas, and different bodies of water and different, types of water, would be another good idea. Definitely the Dead Sea.
Is Jainism on Discord?
I'm not sure, man.
Does anybody know if he has like a server or like have his contact information?
Witsit probably does for sure.
Oh yeah, okay. I think I've still got his contact.
What's the relevancy behind that?
Well, I was wanting to talk to him on his show.
Oh,
He does a call-in show. Just go to his channel, look at the schedule or whatever, and he's got a link or a number or whatever it is. And you can try to call him on there.
I'm looking at him.
People he gives people like 3 minutes or whatever. I don't believe he's on Discord. Is the answer to that now? I don't think he ever has been.
I'm looking on his YouTube channel. I don't really see anything that's indicative of what you're saying.
Okay, it's called Speakers Corner. He does them all the time.
Okay, let me look through here.
yeah. And just to let you know, truth prevails. Like, I'm definitely not a big electricalicity guy. I don't know.
You're pretty
I wish I
knowledgeable.
was.
I've listened to you. I've listened to you like make comments and clarify things, and you know quite a bit.
And electricalicity came from that Hatfield McCoy series. I don't know if anybody watched that. It's pretty funny.
Oh, I didn't even. I just now realized you were saying a different word. My brain just corrected it. So, but what was it you said?
Electricalicity.
electricalicity. That's funny. It's like Geo's grav fraction. Up with a few years ago. You guys were getting deep into it last night. I was so tired that there was no way that I could have joined the convo, but it was really, really, really hard for me to listen and not hop in. Listen to you guys get into it last night. Snacks, he gets in deep, deep into these thoughts about consciousness and creator and what really is and all that. Both of you do. It's a good convo last night. To fall asleep to.
We all talking about Jesus.
No, they're talking about the creator and consciousness and all of us and how it may actually work and how we all might be connected or how we are all connected, how that may, what it looks like. We know we're all connected in some sorts, but, well, I guess we don't know. We kind of know. Right? Like within ourselves, we know that we are.
Take some DMT or some mushrooms, and you can kind of see how we're all connected.
Well, I know we're all connected. But to say that we are, and it's a fact, like I wasn't wanting to open up a can of worms of debate, just trying to lay it to rest, I guess, before it became a debate.
Yeah, I was obsessed with that for quite a while. I was obsessed with psychedelics, meditation, trying to find that, we're all one meditation feeling. Had some pretty cool experiences. I don't know if I ever really got the overall theme of we're all connected. I did astral project one time, though. Flew around the room for a little bit, popped back in my body, woke back up. That's pretty cool.
See, I don't know that I've done that. Like I haven't accomplished that with intent. It's like I didn't lay there and intend and attempt to astral project and then be successful and accomplish it. But I have had many very, very lucid dreams about flying.
That's
And-
kind of the gateway.
Do what?
That's kind of the gateway to get there. That's how I got there, trying to lucid dream. And then one night, basically, instead of lucid dreaming, I astral projected.
Well, I know that what understanding they claim that they have over the brain and how it works is, I know that all of their claims aren't valid already, so I question, any other claims that they make, I can't verify. Because they claim that REM sleep, rapid eye movement, is when you dream and that you enter into rapid eye movement once every 90 minutes. Let me ask you this. How many of you have just laid down to shut your eyes, right, just to rest for a few minutes? And you're not laying down to go to sleep for the night. You're just laying down to rest your eyes for a few minutes. You doze off and you have a dream and you wake up and you've only been there for 20 minutes. So that claim just, out of the gate is not true. That's one of the techniques I use, like when my anxiety gets up extremely high. It's I don't know, and I don't buy this either, but doctors claim that my brain doesn't produce the chemical required to calm yourself down, but I disagree. I totally disagree. Vastly disagree. They just wanted me to be on medication for it, and I do so much better without it. I struggle. One of the things, like if I get like startled or something causes a lot of unexpected fear quickly, or if my anxiety gets up too high, like sometimes the only way is if I shut my eyes and doze off for a minute, and it's like my brain resets. When I wake up, I'm, from a little short power nap, I'm good. Sometimes it requires for me to do that. Most times I can cope and manage without that. But in doing so over the past, say, 20 years, there's many, many, many times within just 20 minutes I have fell asleep, dozed off, and dreamed.
And you said that fixes your stress?
It kind of, yeah, resets my anxiety levels.
That's interesting because usually anxiety will prevent you from going to sleep.
Unless it's severe enough, it will totally exhaust you of all of your energy. And at that point, it's very easy. It's very easy to just shut your eyes and take a power nap. Even if you just doze off for 5 to 10 minutes, that's enough.
Lord, I wish I was like that. I'm like, that sounds like that's wild. It's so much stress it exhausts you, and then you go to sleep. That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
One thing I could recommend is GABA. It's a supplement, a food based supplement that helps.
GABA, 5-HTP, and kava. I know all of the natural. Trust me, I know lemon balm,
Do you have any luck?
lemon oil. I think. Do what?
Do you have any luck with GABA?
I think for things like that to work, it has to be coupled with like it's all about. Okay, it has to be coupled with other things. That alone, it won't. And just like taking it when your anxiety's up, I don't think it will. If you take, like, for me, anyway, and in my experience, it's been more effective if I couple it with other things, with certain ways of thinking, certain exercises, breathing exercises, or whatever. Like, there's other things that I have to apply with it, and it has to be something that's consistent over a long period of time. Like, well, not a long period of time, but over a period of time. It has to be, GABA has to be part of, your daily consistent.
Have you tried L-theanine and L-tyrosine?
What is that? I don't even know what that is.
They're really good, like anti-stress supplements. L-tyrosine specifically, it really does. It works really good. My fiance is was kind of like anti supplements. I talked her into taking this one day, and she started taking it quite a bit because a lot of supplements are really mild, but L-tyrosine it just kind of calms your mind, and it really is a really effective supplement. At least it was for me. Cheap too.
How do you spell it?
It's just phonetical. L hyphen Ty Osine.
Ulosine or Rosine?
I think it's
Tyro-
I think it's
Tyrosine.
Okay, I've heard it. Like, now that I'm typing it in, I recall seeing it.
I'll post it in chat real quick.
Yeah, I was just looking for foods that have it in it. Probably already got tons of it in my diet because I already consume sesame and seeds, sesame seeds, cheese. I just not big on the soybean, but meat, poultry, fish, nuts. That's my entire diet, pretty much, minus the fruits that I eat.
I mean, if you have problems with stress, I would definitely recommend, because yeah, I'd be really curious to do some calculations with like what you're actually getting from the food. Um, but I think it'd be worth a shot, even if you believe you have enough in your diet. I think it'd still be worth a shot. It'd be worth a try. It's cheap. You can get a bottle for like maybe like $15 for like 120.
Oh yeah, so if you knew how many extracts and supplements I already do, like adding one more is nothing. It's just like a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, but there's some that are just so much better than others, and L-tyrosine is one of those, or at least it was for me.
What I'm saying is it wouldn't be that hard for me. Like I'd be glad to do it if it worked. If it helped, I'd be glad to add it.
Oh yeah, I definitely try it. That's one of the. There's not many supplements I recommend. That's probably the main one I recommend. Bacopa Monterey is probably the best one from memory. Whereas you can really tell the difference after taking it for a couple of weeks. It's kind of crazy.
How about lion's mane?
Do that
Lion,
daily too. Lion's mane. It's awesome.
what's lion's mane for?
Promotes neurogenesis. One thing, it does many things, but I'll let Snacks tell you.
Mm.
No, you're good. Did you say nerve growth and stuff?
Yeah.
Also supposed to help out memory.
And there's the ginkgo. And there's another one that I just added recently. It's hard for me to remember the name. I'll have to probably go get it and pop the name in. But it's a blend of different mushrooms and roots, and it's supposed to help with soft tissues and joints. And literally, okay. So when I started taking this one, it even said that do one day on and one day off, and then one day on. Starting out, I don't know if you're supposed to continue to do that, but I eventually started using it every day. When I first started using it, after say the second or third on day, started noticing that the next day on my day off, I wasn't taking it. I could feel the effects because it's like areas where I would have issues. It's like there would be, this is a different type of pain though. It's like there would be somewhat of discomfort and pain that it would cause, but I'm thinking, what is pain? Like when your muscles ache, what is that from? It's where you're ripping your muscles and they're repairing themselves. I'm thinking, well, maybe that's this stuff. Maybe I can literally feel this stuff working because it's like the next day in the joints that I have, like in the back of my neck, my elbows, shoulders, and just different areas in my bones. I can literally feel it working. And then after using it, say, well, I've already used one complete bottle of it, so using it for an entire month. I think like having those achy pains the day after on my day off only lasted for like maybe a week and a half to 2 weeks, and then that went away. So it's like I literally think I could feel it working. I have to get it and type it in, though. Remember the name of it. So I put it in the chat. But I don't know for sure. All of the things. I know it's a blend of different Solomon seal root. That was the one that I was looking for when I found this.
Hey Gio, you want to start a flat Earth crypto coin? I can facilitate that. You know, have the community show their support.
It's something
I
old
just put
ladies
my
will make.
my headset on right at the right time.
So what kind of utility would you have it provide?
With crypto coin? Yeah, just set it up. Set up all the just essentially set it up so people could buy in if they wanted to.
It would directly go towards funding flat Earth experiment.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like a bad idea.
No, I've been looking into this, how you create them and stuff, and you got to be careful. Um, you know that you set a lot of what do you call it, walls in place, so you know people can trust the system that's been presented and the contracts that are going out, because there is a lot of bad taste in people's mouths from crypto, especially after Binance burned through what, $8 billion. That guy
Binance?
was it
I think
Binance?
you're talking about FTX.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was,
Sam Bankman-Fried heist.
yeah that, Binance was his competitor, right?
Well, that's one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, FTX, and what was the other one that he was pulling money from? FTX and something else. There were like two companies, and they weren't supposed to be connected, but they were. One was FTX, the other was some kind of something else.
I'm not sure.
And supposedly they had a group chat titled, "Oh God, was it wire fraud?" And I watched some of these legal analysis channels, and everybody was saying they've never seen the government act so quick, because this is such a big case. This is like the biggest case that's broke in the past 10 years in financial crimes, and nowadays you have so much digital evidence that they just, they don't have to go gather the paperwork. They can just get it digitally, in minutes or hours. So they indicted him and got him in cuffs in like a record amount of time. It was kind of crazy.
If you look up Jack Rhysider, or it's easier found, Darknet Diaries. It's got one of his episodes. They used can this is pretty much evidence that they can trace. Well, like people think it's and they're decentralized, but it's really not. They use Bitcoin tracers to uncover some underground child porn or something like that. I don't know. They
Oh, yeah,
use
we done.
Bitcoin tracers. That's what they use to find them.
Yeah, I have no idea why people think it's anonymous. You can make it anonymous.
I think it's child trafficking actually, but it's on Darknet Diaries. You can look at all of his episodes and find it. I love his podcast. They're addictive. Start listening to them.
Do what?
But I love his podcast. They're addictive when you start listening to them.
Coffeezilla?
Darknet Diaries.
Oh, Coffeezilla does these yeah.
Is he breaking up or is it me?
I think it's him.
Evening all.
Yeah, think so.
I hope you're having a lovely day on this flat Earth.
How you doing, Crypto? What's going on?
Keeping it flat. How about you?
Hey, man. You know, doing the same about. Been a little quiet, I think, for a minute.
Yeah, the globes have all been flat, so they've gone off to recover.
Hey, guess what? Hey, guess what?
Hello. Is anyone here?
What up, bitches? Apps, people. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Blup, blup, blup. Oh, chicken. Did you get cookies?
Cookies.
Did or did not?
I did not.
Okay. And I'll get cookies. Blup, blup, blup. Blup, blup, blup. Oh.
News claims you get your achievements.
Nice chicken.
Anyone online? Seems dead.
Say again.
I said, is anyone there? It seems dead.
We're here, but no one wants to.
How you doing, Roy?
Lovely.
Good, yeah.
Mm.
How did it go with your daughter that day, man? Fucking hell, I heard when you picked her up, she started screaming at you, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, she
Yep.
gangster her.
She's
Telling you, bro.
suspended. She got suspended again on Thursday. That was her you heard
No
like
way.
1 minute ago. Yeah. She got suspended again on Thursday for 10 days, which takes
For
us
what?
pretty much to the end of term. Yeah, the incident report was pretty bad. So, yeah, pretty bad.
Fuck, bro.
So basically
I'm
suspended
gonna
to the end
say,
of
bro,
term.
she reminds me of me when I was in school, man. I was a proper trouble child as well, man. She needs to be careful so they don't kick her out permanently. You get me? I got to
We're
the point
changing
where there was
schools.
basically no schools who wanted to take me.
Yeah. She's autistic, so it's not quite sort of.
Oh,
Um,
oh no, I am as well, slightly, very slightly.
no, she is. Yeah, like you heard her voice like a minute ago.
Yeah, but I didn't
Yeah.
notice anything like that.
Oh, okay, that was her a minute
I'm
ago.
a
So
bit.
she's backing off now.
You know, when I say, by the way, that I'm autistic, what I mean is that I struggle with my emotions. So, you know, like I don't have many nuances of emotions. I'm either angry or happy. There's literally nothing in between. Do you get me?
Okay.
Is that kind of what she's like?
No, she's easily emotionally dysregulated. So small things can set her off, and then if she doesn't get them
Extremely,
addressed
like
quickly, yeah, it goes nuts.
like like gets extremely angry over very small stuff, like stuff you
Yeah.
don't even need to get angry about. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm like.
Yeah. So it's kind of distress tolerance stuff, problem solving issues. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel for you, Ruth. Sorry, I don't mean to be nosy, but I feel for you there.
No, it's all good. All good. Oh dear. Apparently, I was a star of the Flat Earth debate last night. So I messaged One Deck. Troubling Tribune.
Sorry, Ruth. What's that about modern day debate? What did you say was on modern day debate?
Oh no, Flat Earth debate. But
You
there
was.
is a guy. No. Oh, sorry. Yes, I was on Modern Day Debate a while ago. But there's
All
a
right.
guy, Patrick Gunnels. Patrick Gunnels is occasionally a guest on Flat Earth Debate with Oakley, and Patrick Gunnels put out a request for Globers to debate, and I'm very
And you
keen to debate
debated him.
Patrick Gunnels. Oh no, I would love to.
Is that
I
who
would
you?
love to.
Who did you debate a few days ago on modern day debate? Who did you go up against?
Oh, it was like a month or two ago. It was Brian Leakey and Nathan Thompson.
Oh, right. Yeah. I don't know what to
Pretty good.
say. Was it?
When I heard Nathan Thompson was going to be the other opponent, I almost pulled out. Like it was.
Is he the guy who been standing? I've seen a video. Someone standing shouting at kids.
Yes,
Yes,
that's him.
Is that? Shit, man. Didn't he get arrested for that? For fucking
Did
harassing
he?
kids or something?
I don't know if he got
did. Yeah, I think
arrested.
he did. I'm not
He
sure.
may have been
Fuck knows.
spoken to. It was probably spoken to by the police. I would say. I don't know about arrested. Whitsett obviously got arrested.
Mm.
Like I said, almost pulled out when I heard Nathan Thompson was the other guy.
So will you send me a link, bro? Will you send me a link to that particular debate, if you don't mind?
No.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll have a look at it. What was the topic of debate?
Oh, just Flat Earth, yeah. Obviously.
But like specifically, well, it's just the Earth is flat. Here's the proof.
Basically, yeah. Where are we? He went on a massive gish gallop, obviously. Where are we?
Yeah. Obviously, he has to read a script.
Yeah. And my mate Bacon and I did actual 5-minute presentations each on 2 little topics. Yeah, it was good debate, good fun, little needling of Nathan here and there.
What was your main talking point? What was your main talking point? Like, what was your main evidence proof?
I think I did measuring drop. Let me check it.
What's that? 1 degree over 69 miles.
Just measuring drop due to curvature. So measuring the 8 inches per mile squared. So you get on top of a mountain.
Okay.
Measure the angle to another mountain, and it'll either the angle will tell you whether you have drop or not.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Ruick, what happened to that surveyor? What happened with that whole thing? Did you get anything out of that?
The old guy? Years ago, you mean? Like the Raymond?
No. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago when Whitsey had that image of I think it was a Crete. So some photograph from 700 miles, and you contacting surveyors to Did anything come out?
I got a few responses. But no one actually has done it. But the weird thing about that observation is the guy Shimshon said he planned it, like he planned for it to line up, but he doesn't. He won't tell. He won't tell anyone what his azimuths were. Like he won't say this is the azimuth of the sun and this is the azimuth of Crete, because if I went to plan it, if I planned it, those azimuths on that date don't line up. So such a bizarre bizarre thing.
Yeah, that's a bit strange. You'd obviously, if you had a picture like that, you'd want to show it to the world because that's like a world record, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
If
of
it's a
course.
legit picture.
Yeah. Oh, and it's a legit picture, but it's not Crete. So yeah, I should
Yeah.
actually hassle some of these surveys again. Where are we?
Mm-mm.
Because some of them did get back.
Yeah, I know. You said, but didn't one of the surveyors contact him and tell him to pull the video down or some shit, to pull the picture down or something?
No, the one from Snowdon to allegedly the Alps. That guy
Yeah.
asked Taboo to pull down one video, and I think Taboo pulled down both for some reason. Yeah, that. I wish people wouldn't do that. Like it was fair criticism, fair use. Yeah, the guy had no basis on which to ask Taboo to pull it down. So I would prefer that they didn't. Anyway, let me email these guys.
Well, I think it might have been. Hey, so Indio actually left a comment on the Crete video and said that that was implausible. So I think his flat Earth handler, I think Taboo's flat Earth handlers were actually saying, no, you probably don't want to do this.
Okay.
What do you mean? What's implausible?
The observation, I guess. Let me see how many of these guys. Around 23rd of May, I was emailing these guys.
I kind of realized that there's not much point like arguing with most flat earthers because it's not a scientific debate, man. It's like a religion to some people. But that's on both sides. That's on both sides, I'd say. Some people seem to have, I don't know, some people seem to be so uncomfortable of any alternative to their dogma that they will, defend it with their very last breath. It's a bit sad, really.
Incredibly sad. Yeah, incredibly sad that they can't admit that they're wrong.
Yeah, imagine where we would be if, we had honest scientific discourse all the time and no pride, no ego, no, I want to be right. Imagine where we would be. And couple that with if we didn't spend all our money on the military-industrial complex, we spent it on science. Imagine where we would be. Humanity, I mean, as a whole.
All right, responding to one surveyor.
You know what I saw, Ruif? Like, I was doing research. This is going back a while, and doing research, and I came across these patents for a technology. And basically, what it is it's so what you do is you launch a set of satellites up in space to orbit the sun, right? And these satellites then beam the energy from the sun through a laser onto another satellite that is orbiting the Earth. This satellite that orbits the Earth then converts the energy to microwaves, beams it down to Earth, and you have these radio towers, like they look like radio antennas, kind of, that gather up the microwave radiation, and then they drive turbines on Earth. Now, this sounds like very like science fiction and stuff, yeah, but this technology is over 30 years old.
Yeah, how much power would you get out of it, though?
I'm not sure, but it's 24/7 because you have the satellites orbiting the sun, and then they're constantly beaming to the other one. And the amazing thing was, though, that like when I first read it, it sounded very science fiction, but then it was actually patents for the technology, and the technology is over 30 years old. And I just thought it was quite amazing. It ties in with my point where I said that, like, where we would be if and not just that, if they actually released all the technology that's being suppressed.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much power. Like, are we talking megawatts? Like, how much?
Well, put it this way:
could be a bit dangerous.
The satellites that are orbiting the sun. I don't know if it was 12 or 20 or whatever it was, and they had big, giant solar sails, to solar panels, and then they were converting to laser beam and beaming it to this other satellite. The point was the energy is unlimited and constant because you know the sun never goes out in space, so these satellites are constantly generating energy, and it's clean. The energy is clean as well, and it's just interesting. It's just one of these things. This is just one thing. Do you get me? Imagine what other things we have.
Yeah, I'm just pondering whether it's viable, as in would it produce enough power to warrant doing it? Sounds like a huge undertaking. I'm not sure how much you
Yes,
get out of it.
yes. The only problem is this, Rue. If the way it's built, you would have to assemble most of this in space. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to launch things into low Earth orbit and then assemble them from there, and then from them, from there, place them in orbit around the sun, the satellites, because like the solar panels that you need, the size of solar panels you'd need, it'd be huge. You wouldn't be able to launch something like that. But I
Yeah,
mean, like all of these things, I mean, if we started now to, build like a factory or whatever you want to call it in space, so that we can start building stuff straight away in space, because that's the only way forward. If we're going to build big spaceships that are going to, traverse the stars and stuff, we're not going to be able to launch them from Earth. We're going to have to, build these things directly in space.
Yeah, I just think I think speak to an electrical engineer. It just doesn't sound to me like a plausible way, like a net gain of energy. The amount of energy you would need to make the panels, launch them, blah blah blah. It just sounds not worth it. Yeah,
Well,
speak
no, this is
to
a
maybe
project.
MC2.
This is a project that would take a long time. This is just like, obviously, it wouldn't be viable in the sense that, like you're saying, it would cost way too much to do it. It would obviously cost way too much to do it. It's just that this is something that, once you get into space, it would pay itself off in maybe 50 or 100 years. You get me? It's one of those things. This is something that,
But is each satellite going to last 50 to 100 years? How long
yeah,
do
why
PV
wouldn't it?
cells last? How long do solar panels last?
Well, I guess that depends. In space, where you have no oxidization, they'd last forever, wouldn't they?
Maybe, yeah.
Unless they got hit by something.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say
I
is
mean,
I
essentially,
don't think it's being suppressed. I just don't think anyone thinks it's viable commercially.
oh no, this isn't suppressed. No, this technology isn't suppressed. That I'm talking about. I'm saying if this is like what's available, these you can find the patents for this openly. No, I'm saying if this is available, imagine what they do have suppressed. No, this isn't suppressed technology. This is like open. No.
Okay.
Something that I'm very interested in is if we could find a way to use antimatter for power, generating power.
Yeah.
That would be the ultimate thing. I read somewhere that with 1 gram of antimatter, you could propel a spacecraft to the outer solar system and back with 1 gram.
Nice.
But to produce 1 gram of antimatter, wait, I'm gonna.
Yeah, it costs.
It costs something like, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's the billions per microgram. Yeah.
I heard if you go to the back of the wardrobe, you can get to Narnia.
Yeah.
You have a magical wardrobe then.
Doopy doop. Doopy doop. That fucking cough for a week has pissed me off. Who wants to see a photo of my little baby? She's having a little sleep next to me.
We had a new baby.
Of sorts. Of sorts. Post it in the chat.
What do you mean of sorts? We stole them one.
You'll see. You will see. She's just having a nap next to me. There you go.
So 1/100th of a nanogram of antimatter costs as much as 1 kilogram of gold.
Yeah.
Let me see. Have you posted the picture?
Yeah, in the chat.
Right.
And my wife's away for a few weeks, so my baby just sits next to me all day. Fantastic.
Oh, is that the one that you got the other day?
Yeah. Yeah, about it for about a month.
What's it called again?
Her Royal Highness Princess Greta von Popcorn Williamson III.
Oh no! Don't tell me you've named her after Greta, that retard one. What's she called?
No,
Thunberg.
Thunberg. No.
Fucking retard.
Greta von Popcorn.
How many have you got now?
Back to 4 dogs and a cat. We had a dog, our 16-year-old dog, die in January, so we're back to 4. Yeah. She was old. What was I doing? That's right, I was emailing the fucking surveys. Okay. Fuck. 7th of June. Oh yeah, so yeah, Patrick Gunnels is a guy that hangs out with or watches Nathan Oakley's show, and he's a mathematician and a flat earther, and he's put a
What?
He has. Let me screenshot his tweet.
He's a mathematician and he's a flat earther. How does that work?
I don't know. I don't know. So he did this tweet.
Makes perfect sense to me, since the globe is easily disproven mathematically, and it's a false mathematical model that does not adhere to what we observe in reality. So it makes perfect sense. That's the easiest way to disprove the globe is mathematically.
Okay, we can talk in a second. Anyway, his tweet's in his tweet is in the chat, and yeah, I would love to debate him.
Yeah, who is this guy, Patrick Gunnels? Who is he? I don't know who he is.
Yeah, that's the point. Is he's asking for a globe earther with a large following? Like he's got to start. You know, so it's got to start somewhere. So he can start with me.
Well, who is he? Is he some random guy? Is he a new guy or something? Like, I've never heard of him. Who is he?
He does. He's got like 7,000 YouTube subs. Oh shit!
So you're going to try to debate him? That sounds great. Yeah, let me know when it happens. I'd like to hear that.
Would love to. Yeah. What do you think mathematically about the globe doesn't work?
Well, yeah. I mean, the predicted curvature that would be there if we were on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Okay, so I'll post my usual challenge in the chat and see how you go with it. Where is it? There it is. There you go. There's my usual challenge for people that are questioning whether we can measure curvature.
Okay, I'll take a read and I'll let you know after I'm done.
Cool. And we go and grab a drink. I'll be back a sec. Righty.
Who was that I was talking to?
Hey.
Roofie. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, that's not a mathematical proof. Is that what, I mean, that doesn't, the claim is a shape, a spherical shape with a given radius that you can test in reality, and you can see things much farther than you should see. So your question there about the angle measurement and all that, I don't see what that has to do with there being no positive proof of this alleged globe that no one's ever measured or seen in reality.
Okay. So if I'm standing on the top of a mountain, right, and I am at 1,000 meters elevation, and I look 500 meters away, or a kilometer, or whatever, some short distance away, to another mountain that is also 1,000 meters, right? So I'm at 1,000, looking over to a mountain that's also 1,000 meters elevation. What angle would I measure? That's a fairly simple question, right? I'm looking exactly horizontal, right?
If you're looking exactly horizontal, then it's a zero angle.
Right. So you would say I should measure a 0 degree angle if we're on a flat Earth. Okay.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. No, that's what you're saying. You just asked me if I look straight, what's the angle? I said nothing about if I'm on a flat Earth. No, I'm not. Have I ever used, you're the first person to bring the phrase flat Earth into this conversation. I'm simply explaining how a theoretical model, which should be able to be tested in reality, in fact, does not hold out in reality, and so therefore needs to be discarded and no longer used, just as all governments and military organizations, in fact, do not use it when lives are on the line.
All right. So let's ignore that I said flat Earth. What angle should it be if I'm at the same elevation as something else? What angle should it be?
I already answered that. And then you tried to twist my words and send me down a path that I'm not going down. I'm sure you can find some other people who will. I'm just not going to be one of them.
Okay. If we're on let's say it's a mile away, right? I hate mixing metric and imperial, but it makes it a little easier. If that mountain is a mile away, right? Would you agree then on a flat Earth it's still at 0 degrees?
Absolutely not.
No? What would it be?
Because I'm not going to be doing any kind of theoretical guessing or predicting on this alleged flat Earth that you're talking about, because all I'm doing is smashing your globe model into smithereens, because any person who can use logic, reason, and mathematics knows it's a failure. So, all your other tricks and games, just, use them on somebody else. I'm really not interested. So, yeah, you guys can just go back to talking about your dogs or whatever.
Okay. You did seem keen to discuss mathematics, and then as soon as I bring up some, you kind of run away.
Because, no, that is you, once again, trying to twist this into something that it's not. I said the globe, with a claimed radius of 3,959 miles, we can use the geometry of a sphere to predict at what distance objects will be disappearing from our view behind the imaginary curve. And in fact, the objects do not disappear, but are easily seen. So therefore, we are not on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. In fact, we are not on a globe with a radius of any distance at all, has never been demonstrated in reality.
Okay. Do you have an observation that you would like to bring up?
I mean, yeah, I've made observations. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, for me, it's just, I was really just trying to make a lighthearted comment about your Narnia wardrobe, antimatter thing. And then you were the guy asked, how could a mathematician be a flat earther? How could a mathematician reject the globe? Because that's the logical conclusion about anyone who's honest about where the observations and the calculations lead them. That was my statement. I did not ask to get into. The last time I was here, it was like I told people, yeah, I've observed Chicago across Lake Michigan. Then you're going to go into your little routine about this thing, that thing, your claims of refraction. Even though I've multiple times asked any of you guys to draw a ray diagram of how the refraction would magically lift up the entire city of Chicago above your imaginary curve, I've still not gotten my ray diagram. So you can't just make claims like that about your imaginary model that doesn't match reality. It's just boring to me. I'm sorry. I know you guys are, really into it. That's fine. Like, just stay in your little fantasy sci-fi world. You really want antimatter to take you to the edge of the solar system? By all means, in your brains and dreams, go there if you want. I'm not here to stop you.
Please stop monologuing. Yeah, please stop monologuing, first of all. And if you want to chat about mathematics, I would love to, but you don't seem keen to. So that's okay.
Absolutely not. No, not unless you're going to pay me.
Okay.
Because I get paid to do math, and I can tell you're not going to pay me, so it's boring to me.
Okay.
Only the
You get paid
exciting
to do
models
math.
are the truth. The boring ones are false.
I
Yeah.
never said that. It's funny that you guys bring up these weird little, straw men, red herring, and so on, as if that's what I said. It has absolutely nothing to do with what I said.
Yeah, it sounds like you're cutting off the teeth of the dragon. You know, math is the way that you prove that the Earth is a globe. So by saying that you're not going to discuss that, you kind of just, you know, you're not going to discuss the things that prove that.
Discuss it if you want. I mean, I just explained to you that we see objects in the distance that we should not see if we were on a globe of a radius of 3,959 miles. 50. I mean, what else do you want to know about?
I mean, well, you're talking about anomalies, right? You're not talking about the everyday experience. You know, that's
No, I'm talking about in the case of a mathematical model or in any kind of scientific pursuit, it only takes one counterexample to disprove it or to have to throw it out and to revise the model or the prediction. In this case, we have literally thousands with more coming in every day, which disprove. So it only takes one. We got thousands. If you don't understand how a counterexample works, then,
I love
I don't
the
know.
confidence.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say that's true. One's not going to
What part
disprove.
don't you agree about a counterexample disproving a claim if the counterexample can be verified?
You're not taking into account the variables.
What are the variables? There's a geometric shape of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. There's no variables there. We have many counterexamples that show it's impossible for us to be on a globe of that shape or size. Why does that upset you so much, 50? What's it going to do to you if you're not on a sphere like NASA says?
That's not upset.
Oh, no, of course not. You're very
Typically,
calm.
only NASA says it. They're the only ones that determine the shape of the Earth because the United States is the center of the Earth.
Hold on, real quick. Is there somebody in here named Tim Osmond?
No, I don't think Tim's in here.
You sound like Tim Osmond.
Do I?
Yeah.
Uh,
Or somebody. Maybe it's somebody else. I've heard you around though before.
Yeah, who
Anyways,
knows?
carry
It's
on.
just, I mean, it's just the same old people running around saying the same old things, isn't it, Gorilla?
what are the other examples
Other examples of what?
of disproving the globe? These observations that disprove the globe.
Okay, I'll get you the link to all the observations. You guys pretend like we haven't been having this conversation for like almost 10 years now.
I mean, the only
It's perfectly fine. Yeah, sure.
thing I've heard of.
What would falsify it for you? Just
the only thing-
curious. Asking for a friend.
Who are you asking?
The Globers. What would falsify the globe for them?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
what
that's
could
a
you
good
do?
question. Yeah, there's a link. Those are all the example. I mean, that's not all. That's a small sampling of. Well, that's the main page. I'm trying to get you the observation page. But yeah, that's a good question. Who wants to answer that?
I would say evidence of it not being a globe would falsify it for me.
A flat Earth map.
Yeah. What evidence? What specifically?
Map.
Like something other than we see objects that we shouldn't see, but as a result of how light works, we see them. That's not evidence.
Well, the way you think light works over long distance in the atmosphere is unfalsifiable. You'd have to use something that's not affected by refraction to falsify which way the light's bending, which I've never seen in my life.
But can't you demonstrate refraction? Like,
yeah, in a fish tank or something, then we do it long distances in Earth. Normally, I'm for all the experiments in the lab, but in this scenario, you're going to have to actually do this in reality to show that that's what's happening in the atmosphere.
all the fluids have different refraction values. They have tables of refraction values. Like the oil and gas industry's got it pretty pat down. Not a
Yeah.
controversial
So can we
thing.
show which way the light's bending without something that's subject to refraction, or no? Measure it. Measure it. You say something's bending. Now it's a measurement question, right? We need to just measure it. Do you have a measurement of the light bending?
Yeah. Air
Oh, let's see
has
it.
a
Cool.
refractive
Awesome.
value.
No, a measurement of how the light's bending over long distance in the atmosphere. Do you have that or no?
Yeah, air has a refractive value. It's been measured.
Okay, so you're going to make an observation long distance. You're going to say the light's bending in a certain way. We need to measure that because it's a bend. You have a measurement of that.
Yeah, the refractive value of air that has been measured over distance.
Yeah, I know you have a refractive value, but you don't know if that's what's happening long distance in the atmosphere. You're claiming something's bending and you don't have a measurement of it. Who's the crazy one here?
Is there air like in between those spaces, or
do you have a measurement of how the light's bending or no?
Is there air between those?
Sure, there's air. There's air, and you're saying that's causing the light to bend. Do you have a measurement of how much the light's bending, or are you just guessing?
Well, we know that light refracts at a certain rate through air, right? It's been measured.
So you don't have a measurement then? I'm just going to take that as a no. You don't have a measurement.
We know that the space that fills those two distances is air, right? We agree on that. And we know that air has refractive value, right? We agree on that. So then we can deduce that over that distance, you'll see that much refraction.
Well, we could extrapolate a lot of stuff, but extrapolation's not always true now, is it? So you don't have a measurement, right? No measurement?
Besides the refractive value of air, totally no measurement at all.
Yes, besides the measurement of the thing that you're claiming is bending, you're not having that. Other than that, you don't have it. Because that's not the refractive index of air. Does not tell us which way the light's bending and by how much. That's your extrapolation of how much the light's bending. We can extrapolate a lot of stuff. Oh, maybe it gets colder the farther you go up. Does that hold true?
Does it get colder as the farther you go up? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, it gets colder as when you go up higher. It keeps getting colder. We can extrapolate that out, and just it's always getting colder when we go up higher, right? But that's not always the case now, is it?
I mean, you'd have to define the example, like.
What example?
Like what? How much higher? Like 100 miles, 10 feet? Like starting at what altitude?
We're gonna just extrapolate it all the way up. We're gonna extrapolate it all the way up. The higher you get, it keeps getting colder and colder. Is that the case?
I don't know,
dude. Extrapolation doesn't work, dude. You're claiming something's bending light through the air over long distance. You have a calculation and maybe a guess on how it's working, but ultimately you're going to need to actually measure it to make anyone believe it.
It's been measured. He told you that like 10 times.
Because without a measurement, I don't believe that shit. Sorry.
It's been measured. He told you
never measured how much it's bending. You have a refractive index of air. You've never measured how much it's actually bending over long distance in the atmosphere. There could be other effects happening. You don't know. You need to measure it. You're claiming something's bending, and you don't have a measurement of bending.
You tripping. We have tons of measurements of bending.
Show one. Just show one. Show me where you measured the light bending by something that's not subject to refraction.
Show you light bending with something that's not subject to refraction? That makes no sense.
Show me the measurement you made.
Refraction.
Show me the measurement you made over long distance in the atmosphere of the light bending without using something, without your tool being subject to refraction. Obviously, that should have been able to go unsaid.
What?
Show me the light bending, the measurement of light bending long distance in the atmosphere without your tool being subject to refraction.
The tool, that's how you get the measurement. With the tool, that's
the tool. No, you're trying to measure the refraction. Your tool is the thing that is subject to the refraction that you're trying to measure.
That's like saying, measure a table without a ruler.
That's fine. You don't have a measurement. It's fine. I know. That's what I've been trying to get across to you this whole time.
You're basically saying measure without something that's subject to measurement, without something that's subject to a ruler.
No, I'm telling you, we're trying to measure how much refraction is happening, and obviously, we're not going to use something that's subject to refraction to measure how much that's happening. That'd be fucking stupid.
You would measure it against a datum. If you wanted to,
Do you have a measurement? Do you have a measurement of how much the light's bending in the atmosphere over a long distance?
What would
If you
what would
do,
that measurement
please,
look
let's see
like?
it.
What would that measurement look like, Jeremy?
I don't know. Do you have it? If you have it, let's see it. If not,
Like with a ruler or like a tape measure?
I don't.
Or...
It'd have to be something that's not subject to refraction, obviously, because that's what we're trying to measure.
Do you agree that air has refractive index?
Sure.
Okay. So if you know like the refractive index of a specific quantity of air,
I think it's blatantly obvious that things are shifting. It's blatantly obvious that things. Hold on a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're cutting out there.
It's obvious that things are moving up and down. Static positions, a static observer in static positions in the distance. Things are shifting up and down. Yes.
So what's the argument here? If we know that air, if it's been proven that air refracts, like what's the hiccup?
I can tell you what the hiccup is. The hiccup is you guys are saying we know it's bending this direction and by this much. However, you don't have a measurement like we just went through for the past 10 minutes.
I mean, we have elevation data.
Right? Did you hear that part?
We have elevation data.
Did you hear the part about how you don't? Did you hear what I just said, though?
Yeah, I did. But you don't need a measurement with a tape measure standing out in a field to infer that if you have X quantity of air and you take the rate of refraction and apply it to it, you're not going to not see refraction, right? You're not going to say, well, I need a measurement even though I know
this ain't about inference. This ain't about inference or extrapolation or whatever you want to do, calculations with refractive indexes. You're claiming something's bending. You're claiming something's bending a certain direction by a certain amount. We're going to need to see the measurement for that because I'm not just going to fucking buy that after all the bullshit I've seen.
Okay, I think then we'd have to figure out how the index was obtained. Would you agree?
No, we just have to figure out we just need to make a measurement of how much the light is bending because you're claiming that it's bending by X amount in the X direction. So we just need to measure that and then we're good.
I feel like this is illogical.
Is it really someone saying something's bending by a certain direction in a certain direction and by a certain amount? And you think the guy asking for a measurement is being illogical? Is really what you think?
Well, hear me out. Here's my argument on why I think it's illogical. If we have let's say 1 unit of air and we know the refractive index of that 1 unit of air, right? And we're like, yeah, for sure. And then we have 100,000 units of air and we apply that rate to those 100,000 units of air, does reality somehow change? Like it would naturally follow that rate would be applied similarly to 1 unit of air as to 100,000 units of air. So to say that, no, it doesn't, we need to go out there and measure it with like a measuring device of some kind because those two things don't equate, I would say is illogical. I would say you could apply the same properties of 1 unit to those 100,000.
I already told you, was saying about inference or calculation or extrapolation. You're claiming something's bending. We need a measurement of which way it's bending and by how much, because you're claiming a very specific thing here. That's all.
Do you want my graph,
Nothing
Jeremy?
crazy. If I claim something was bending, you would damn sure want a fucking measurement. I'll tell you that right now. I could just say the light's bending. What's up?
Do you want my graphs?
No, do you have a measurement or not? I could care less about your graphs.
Yeah, well, they're graphs of measurements, so yeah.
Just show me the measurement. Show me the measurement of the light, how much the light bent in the atmosphere over long distance, and let's see it.
Yeah, that's what the graph's the refractive index.
No, I don't want to see the graphs. I just want to see the measurement that got me.
Yeah, so the measurements are of temperature, pressure, and humidity, right? And then you convert those into refractive indices, and then into a gradient.
Oh.
It's like saying
That ain't
we
gonna
know
work.
that the boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius, but if water boils in, a different part of the world, then we want to, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good example. Does water boil at 100 degrees Celsius, or does it change when we go up, down, different containers? There's all kinds of different varying variable. There's all kinds of different variables that will affect that temperature. Okay,
Right.
that was a great. I'm glad you brought that example up. That was perfect for my point. Nice work.
Hey. There you go, Jeremy.
Bro, you got the measurement? I don't want to see your graph, bro.
Well, they're graphs of measurements.
Okay, what was the methodology they used to measure it?
Yeah, so they send a weather balloon up. It takes temperature, pressure, and humidity readings on the way up, convert those into refractive indexes at each level, and then work out a gradient.
So you never actually measured the light and how much it was bending?
The refractive gradient determines how much the light bends.
No, it doesn't. It's an inference. It's
No,
an
it doesn't.
extrapolation. It's an extrapolation. There
Quote
could be
from
other
Jeremy.
variables, just like your boy just said with the boiling water. There could be other variables we need to know and make sure before we go jumping any fucking conclusions.
Okay. Quote from Jeremy: the refractive index does not determine how much light bends.
What'd you say?
Your quote: the refractive gradient does not determine how much light bends.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So, Jeremy, you're saying that other factors could influence the rate at which refraction takes place. Is that accurate?
Yeah, just like your boiling water example. Yeah.
Okay.
We need to measure it, dude. Listen. We just need to measure it. You guys are claiming something's bending. We want to measure how much it's bending by. No bullshit, no funny business. Just a measurement.
Yeah.
Simple. It's simple.
So if we were to determine the factors that influence differences in that refraction, temperature, pressure, altitude, whatever they might be, and we obtained a maximum of the rate of error or rate of change, and then we applied that to a graph similarly, and then we applied it to what we see, and that still couldn't account for flat Earth, then what would we say?
I don't know what that would say, but if you ever get a measurement of how much the light's bending over long distance in the atmosphere, let me know.
Yeah. I used to like the clit one, KLIT. Now I like this one, K bro.
You can't even find it. All right, let's not go there. But seriously, let me just know if you ever get a measurement, because you are claiming that it's bending. We're gonna need a measurement.
These are graphs of measurements.
Otherwise, it's just graphs of measurement. What was the measurement? We just went through the measurement.
Yeah.
Of your temperature, pressure, humidity. That does not tell us how much the light's bending.
Yes, it does.
It absolutely does not. There could be other variables.
Yes, it does. What? Like what?
There could be other. It doesn't matter. Like what? Anything.
Yes, it does.
Invisible
I can
unicorns.
say
Who the fuck knows?
Yeah.
You're claiming something's bending.
Yeah.
Bro, if you're claiming something's bending, we just want a measurement. If I came in here and told you shit was bending, you would tell me to. You would say kiss my ass if I didn't have a measurement of it bending.
Yeah. Do you have any unicorn farts? You go out and test for unicorn farts, see if they affect the light bending.
Like I said, Ruith, let me know if you ever get a measurement.
But what are the known
graphs of measurements? There you go.
What are the known factors that affect refraction?
Temperature, pressure, humidity, CO2 content, and wavelength.
That's not even. He didn't even get it right.
What do you mean?
You missed the most important part.
What's that?
Well, say it again. Maybe you just forgot it. Say all the stuff again.
Temperature, pressure, humidity, CO2 content, wavelength.
Those are all the variables for refraction.
Yeah.
Okay, what about the angle of incidence, Ruhif?
Yeah, obviously, but that the variables that you can measure. Yeah.
Obviously, yeah. Okay.
Like then you'll say distance, and I'm like, no, obviously, yes, obviously. But the things we measure are those things. They give you the refractive index.
Still not a measurement of how much the light's bending and in which direction.
Is. This gives you the refractive. This gives you the refractive gradient. Then you apply distance and angle and whatever else you want. But this tells you
it's a good extrapolation. Yo, it's a good inference. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's a good extrapolation and shit. But when it comes down to it, we're gonna need a measurement. You're claiming something's bending. Measure that shit or go home.
Yep. We've measured the refractive gradient. That determines how much light bends.
Jeremy, what do you think would be a good way to measure it?
Any way that's not subject to refraction, right? So we don't want to use something that's subject to refraction to measure refraction. So anything else.
Yeah, but like specifically, like what do you think would be a good
vacuum? A vacuum, yeah.
I don't know if I would go with a vacuum.
Why not?
Is you're gonna measure how much the light's bending?
Well, it won't bend in a vacuum.
Well, that's another claim that you can't prove because you have no measurement. Especially over long distances like that.
I think they
2
have.
miles at LIGO?
Yeah. I think LIGO is the word you're looking for, Jeremy.
I said LIGO.
I did. All right.
2 miles.
2.5
kilometers or miles?
4 kilometers, 2.5 miles.
Probably miles. We use miles here.
And a simple, very simple proof of curvature, the elevation profile of a straight tube is curved.
Is it straight?
There's one for your phone.
Is it straight? How did you measure it?
It has to be straight for it to work.
It has to be? Yeah.
Yeah, Fern came in saying, "Oh, maths disproves the globe," and then ran away so fast from any conversation involving math.
Well, she might have just had to go. Your math is bullshit, though.
Okay.
We just went through your math. We don't need math. You need a measurement.
Yeah, these are graphs of measurements.
No, it's not. It's graphs of extrapolations and inferences, not a measurement.
They're measurements. Measure the temperature, pressure, humidity, convert it into a refractive index, and then at each level, you can work out a gradient. That's what the graph is.
Okay, I got to make a phone call. If you guys ever get an actual measurement, though, hit me up in the DMs. Or
all right. These are graphs of measurements, Jeremy.
You don't have a graph of measure. You have a measurement of temperature, pressure, and humidity. You don't have a measurement of how much the light's bending.
Yes, I do. This is a measurement of the gradient. The gradient determines how much light bends.
You have a measurement of pressure, temperature, and humidity. You don't have a measurement of how much the light's bending through that.
So do I have measurements of temperature, pressure, and humidity? Do I then have a measure of the refractive index?
Maybe, but you don't have a measurement of how much the light's bending over long distance in the atmosphere.
Maybe? Is that a yes or a no?
I don't know, but you definitely don't have a measurement of how much the light's bending over long distance. Because if you did, you would just be showing me that instead of this bullshit.
Okay. When you have an answer to that simple question, let me know.
If you had a measurement of how much the light's bending, you would just be showing that to me and not graphs of other measurements. Not graphs of other measurements of temperature or measurements of humidity or measurements of pressure. You'd just be showing me the measurement of how much the light's bending, which obviously you don't have.
I'm showing you the gradient, which determines how much light bends.
It's an like I said, it's a good extrapolation. You know, I would, if I was a glober sitting here fighting on your side, I would probably be arguing for that too, but it's just not a measurement of the thing that you're claiming is we need a measurement of.
It is exactly a measurement of the refractive gradient. That's what it is. I know you don't like it, but that's what it is.
Okay, well, if you ever get your big boy pants on and get a real measurement, me up and
It
DM.
looks
I gotta
like
make
a
a
real
phone call.
measurement to me.
Thanks,
It looks
Jeremy.
like real measurements plotted on a graph to me. That's
It's
exactly what it looks
measurements
like.
of it's measurements of
Plotted on a graph.
temperature. It's measurements of pressure. It's measurements of humidity.
Which
What it's
all
not a
causes
measurement of.
refraction. All of those things affects the refractive index, temperature, density.
So, Jeremy, if I have the temperature, pressure, and humidity, do I then have the refractive index?
Maybe if that's what's happening, if that's the only variables, if that's the only variables
So
over
when
long
you can
distance.
answer that
If
question,
that's the only
honestly,
variables, I'm answering it right now, motherfucker.
with a
Yo,
yes
I
or
gotta
a
go.
no.
I gotta go.
All
If you
right,
ever get
cool.
a real measurement of how much light's bending, hit me up.
Okay, thanks.
I gotta go. I gotta make a phone.
Math come back as well.
Yeah,
I gotta make a phone call. I'll be back 5, 10 minutes.
all right. Can't answer that simple question. Do I then have the refractive index?
That's what I was saying. That's exactly what the guy's saying. All you have is temperature, density, this and that. That's exactly what you need to determine the refractive index.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. How do you have the energy, Ruth?
Oh, it's a Saturday afternoon. So I'm sitting there doing other shit as well.
So it's Saturday already.
Yes, Saturday, governor.
It's Friday afternoon for me.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys are time travelers over.
Yeah.
That's because you're retarded,
the future.
Jesse. I'm joking.
Some days it feels like that, and the other days I'm pretty sure it's true.
How you doing, Jesse? You good?
Oh, not too bad. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm alright, man. Getting there. 3:24 a.m. here.
Oh, go to bed.
Can't sleep.
Oh, that's the middle of the night.
Can't sleep. This is the time. I don't know why though. For some reason, between midnight and 4 a.m. is when my brain works the best. Those 4 hours is when I think the clearest and think the best. I don't know why. Always been that way.
Are you generally tired in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe because I'm born at night. I don't know. I'm born around this time. What time is it? What time is it over there, Ruif?
12:25 p.m.
Fucking hell. Oh, it's not that much. I thought it would be more of a time difference. Not that bad. 9 hours. Because you're literally on the other side of the earth to me.
Yeah.
He's on daylight's roofie time.
Boom.
Easy to be a flat earther. All you need is
Not
not.
everything. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What say you?
Yeah, there's
Fern?
several articles I've seen and evidence of studies they've done where it used to be normal for people to go to sleep, maybe, when it got dark, and then just kind of wake up in the middle of the night and either contemplate or do something else. So yeah, here's one full history of sleep, how ancient humans slept before electricity. That's not even the one I was thinking of that I read a while ago, but I think it's sometimes people get agitated, if they wake up. Of course, I think you were maybe just talking about that you haven't actually gone to sleep at all, but I find it's probably when I'm in the healthiest and, most clear periods of my life is when I, go to sleep, at a decent time and then wake up at 3 or 4 and then just kind of think about things for a while, maybe get up and write something down and then go back to sleep. Yeah, I think it's a normal pattern.
The tribes in Africa hunt by moonlight, but sometimes the moonlight is too bright and it ruins a hunt because the animals can see the hunters.
Wow, nice. Yeah, I was just reading this book about, which I knew very little about Kenya. It's a novel. It's like it's fictional, but it's a historical fiction, so it has a lot about when Kenya, was being colonized by Britain, and then how the Kenyans were like struggling for independence and so on. It was very interesting because I didn't really know that much about that. I feel like when we talk about, colonization, I know so much about colonization of India or other places, but the history of Kenya is really interesting,
How's it going, Dandelion? It's been a while.
I know. Yeah, I took a break. Yeah, and it was great. I'm glad to be back though. It's like I'm just like a regular, like random person on the internet now, which is very fun. I enjoy that.
I was given a break for free, actually.
Oh yeah. Well, I was too. I was banned. Yeah, from 24/7. Yeah. So but it was like the greatest thing. Like I should send them like a box of chocolates. It was like a great gift to me. I had a great break, just away from all this nonsense, and then
Oh, why
I
would
come
they
back.
ban you're such a nice person. Why would they ban you?
Oh no, I'm a terrible. Oh, you didn't know, Jesse? Women are just naturally horrible, the scourge of the earth, the cause of all problems. If we got rid of women, everything would be better. You didn't know that?
I missed the memo, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know how that's working out. As Dr. Phil would say, how's that working out for ya? But it's fine. On my end, it's been working out just fine. And you guys, I mean, I really actually appreciate being able to listen to you guys talk, because I always wonder like how people can stay on the globe model when they have, obviously have intellect and intelligence, and you guys have helped me to understand how that happens. I mean, it happens, because of the presuppositions and so on that you just cannot get rid of. And I understand that if you start from a presupposition that this model's right, what they say about the sun is right, then you're just kind of stuck there, and that's fine. Like I've said that many times. Like I have no problem with you guys staying on the fantasy globe. I can tell you really like it. It's fine with me.
You think there's a problem with making presuppositions?
Well, there's a problem with arguing when your arguments having to do with why you're on a globe start with the presupposition that you're on a globe. Yeah.
Okay. So if I have like a logical argument that says if the Earth is a rotating globe, then I expect to see something X, whatever. Is that a problem for you logically? Do you think that's bad? So if
I
X,
wouldn't
then
call
Y.
that a presup. When you're using the if, I wouldn't call that a presupposition. It's more like when you claim, you're talking about the math and so on. It's more like when people use the R value to try to mathematically prove that they're on the globe, and use the given R value for various calculations and try to say that they're, some kind of proof. Yeah. I don't have a problem with, the if part of an if then statement. I wouldn't call that a presupposition necessarily. Isn't that called like antecedent or something? It has a specific term. I can't remember what it is.
Just it's conditional. Yeah.
Conditional. There you go.
Yeah. So you don't have problems with that, right? So from my perspective, at least, all we are doing here is saying, if the Earth is a globe, then I expect to see X. We go and look in reality, and we do see X, and that counts as evidence for us. We also go out there and say, if Earth is flat.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry,
Oh, okay. No, sorry. If the Earth is a rotating globe, then I expect centrifugal force, right? So we go out and measure centrifugal force, and that's evidence. It's not proof. We're not going to say it's proof. Measuring the weight of an object at different latitudes.
Well, I'd have to analyze your data if you're claiming that, but
sure. I'll give you critical thinks video, which is the best one.
Could I give an example?
Oh, please, yeah.
Okay, I tagged you with a graph actually, so you'll see it's got a blue line and a red line, right? So
I see it.
Yeah, okay. So Indio said to me, he said, if the Earth was a globe, your height and distance measurements would look like this blue line, right? So I plotted my height and distance measurements to the same scale as his graph was here, just below, and that's the red line. That's when he banned me.
Well, I'd have to have more information than this if you're calling this proof of the globe. I don't even know what you were looking at or what we're even talking about here.
Oh yeah, I measured. I used a surveyor's theodolites to. Oh, I told you about this. Remember, you were present on the Flat Earth Tribunal side, or the Flat Earth jury side, when I was presenting my stuff a while back.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, December, January type time frame. I remember that. Yep. So it's the same thing we're talking about.
Yeah, but he had previously said that my data would just as well fit a straight line as it would a curved line, and I says I don't think so, and so he wanted me to plot it to this particular scale, and so I did, and it still made a curved line, and he was out of answers at that point, so that's when he banned me. But anyway, so to me, and I'll get you the raw data here again, but to me, the globe model predicts that if I measure these distances and these heights, these are the angles I'm going to get, and this is pretty much what I got. So that's kind of a point to the globe to me, a 1 point for the globe side, right?
I remember looking at your data before and having an argument for you about it. So yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at it again, I guess. You got the original stuff somewhere.
I just
Oh, here
gave
you've got it. Okay, yeah. I find that funny. Earth is life. I'll look at it later. I don't want to open it when I'm logged into my work Google account, so I'll try to remember to check it later. Earth is Life says, imagine if the justice system treated evidence like flat earthers, murderers would go free. That's very funny. So Earth is Life thinks that in our justice system, murderers always get caught. That's very funny. That's a good joke. Oh, thank you. Put a screenshot of it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You there, Ruhif?
Yeah.
I calculated I took a 10 foot section of my string that I'm planning to stretch tight, and then I stretched it to like 40 pounds, and it like stretched an inch over 10 feet. So when it looks like my 6 kilometer string will stretch about 330 odd feet longer, or about 100 and some odd meters longer when I pull it to 75 pounds.
Oh.
But
My opinion on the whole physical.
What's that?
You know my opinion on the whole physical test. It's not possible.
Yeah, I know.
Having to take into account all this tension and sag and yeah.
Well, the math we found says it should work. I
Okay.
still have my own doubts, but we found a catenary curve calculator, and I did measure the buoyancy of the actual string itself.
Yeah.
And the numbers says it should pull like 20 inches under the surface, but I've got my doubts too.
Okay.
But I've already got the string and the winder, and someone's got to try. Right?
Maybe.
What's the distance that you're gonna do it at?
6 kilometers allegedly.
And how much dip should you expect?
So the straight line sagitta should be 38 inches below the surface. The string is slightly buoyant, 1 milligram per foot, and so it's gonna deviate from that according to the math about 1.42 feet. So 38 inches minus 1.42 feet, which is about 20 inches below the surface.
And what's the starting height of it?
The surface of the water at the ends. It's underwater.
Oh, okay, yeah, but so the entire experiment is underwater, not
Right.
not portions of it. Oh, okay.
Right. Well, the very ends of the string will be right at the surface. Well, if the Earth is flat, the whole thing will be at the surface, because it can't be anywhere else, because it's floating string.
And what's the string made
of? PE braided fish line.
Do you have like a tension meter?
Yeah, it's just like a 100-pound hanging scale, like you could weigh fruit with if you hung a basket on it or something.
Hmm.
Maybe it's 120 pounds. I don't remember. I'll get you a picture of it though.
Nice.
There you be.
Oh, okay. And does the string have any sort of I don't know if that's what buoyancy is, but any sort of force that would make it float?
Yes, it's made of a plastic which is less dense than water. Every foot produces 1 milligram force of upward push.
So how would you find it to be a specific length of sag beneath the water line if it is
Well,
providing?
if the Earth is curved to the tune of 8 inches per mile squared, and I were to pull it infinitely tight, it would form a straight line, right?
Yeah.
That would be 38 inches below the surface, right? In the center.
Yep.
So it's gonna, due to its buoyancy, it's going to curve upwards according to a catenary curve from that 1.42 feet above that straight line chord line. Or so goes the theory.
Hmm.
There's the string. I tagged you with the string I got.
Hmm.
Except I've got 6 of those 1,000-meter spools all spliced together.
Zero stretch.
Well, no, it turns out to be more about 1% per 40 pounds pull.
Okay.
So how are you going to measure it? The results.
I'm thinking have a GoPro filming and have a ruler like a yardstick suspended right by the string, and a GoPro underwater filming the string in front of the yardstick, but the string will be free to move up and down. So it'll just be filming, and then the plan is to, tension the string up to, maybe a couple pounds just to get the slack out for, say, a couple minutes or 5 or 10 minutes, and then tighten it 10 minutes or 10 pounds, let it sit for 10 minutes, and just keep tightening it 10 pounds at a time, and each time let it sit for 10 minutes until it's up to the maximum 60 or 70 pounds, 75 pounds maybe.
I hope you got the purple one.
What's that?
Did you get the purple color?
No, I got the green and the gray.
Green's going to be so hard to see.
Well, I kind of was going for low profile.
Oh, crap.
But my splices are bright yellow. They're
Okay.
a larger diameter, bright yellow. And I put the first 3 kilometers are the green, and then the last 3 kilometers are the gray. So at any time, I'll be able to lift it out of the water and know which way the middle is. Because if I'm on green, and I know the middle's one way, and if I'm on gray, I'll know the middle's the other way.
Yeah. Mm. I'm slow in the house.
What's going on?
Mm. Mm. Don't make me sign up for TikTok and go on Trolling Tribune.
What's that?
Trolling Tribune has a debate show, and sometimes it's on Zoom, sometimes it's on TikTok. I don't have TikTok, and I'm bored.
Oh, is this show going right now?
It should be, yeah. Started at 12. Is it true that TikTok doesn't have a desktop platform?
I don't do
TikTok for Windows?
I don't know, but you can get a blue whatever thing where you can run phone apps on your desktop.
Okay.
I don't know. Every time I've looked at something that looks interesting and then I try to go to it and then they say I have to like sign up for it or download or something, never do. Because I don't know, it seems to take people over. So, you know what I mean? People get like obsessed with it. I don't need another thing to get distracted by. My daughter really likes TikTok. She's always showing me stuff on there. Sometimes the stuff she shows me is funny.
If TikTok's available on a browser, then it's much more secure than the app. Interesting. See if I can join a live on TikTok. Log in.
Wait, TikTok has live stuff?
Yeah, they're live on TikTok now. Excuse me. TikTok. No.
You're not afraid that China will influence you?
If it's on a browser, it's a lot better than your phone, right?
Doesn't China own Discord anyway?
Do they?
I don't know. I just figured.
I don't know who owns Discord. It's a good question. Seems like we should know, huh? Since we're here. When I search who owns Discord, it says Jason Citrone owns Discord, and then it shows a picture of him.
The shareholders might be a bit different, though.
Yeah. Says it's privately held, so yeah.
Yeah, it's not a public company. That's all that means. 323. All right. Let's see.
Oh, the Chinese company Tencent is a large shareholder, it looks like.
Yeah, there you go.
And it looks like some governments are banning the use for government work of Discord because of that, and all software controlled partly by Tencent, Chinese Tencent.
So you do actually have to have the app on your phone to scan a QR code in the sign-up process.
So how the heck do you? Okay, so what was the place called that you were talking about?
TikTok?
I think it's the channel, the live channel.
Oh, Troubling Tribune.
Did you find it in TikTok, or do you find it on?
He's on YouTube. Let me stick a link in the chat. There you go. There is his current live stream in the chat.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
I had like a burner phone on installed TikTok on it. Quite Friday night, guys. Yeah. It's got 57 people watching. Only 1,000 subs, which is pretty sad. Pretty sad for Oakley. 25,000 subs. It's like 100.
Oh, it's a pro. He's a flat earther.
He's a flat earther, yeah.
I wonder how many flat earthers there are in total.
I don't know, a million maybe.
Did I hear you calling me on YouTube?
May I?
Yeah, I heard you say something about being too quiet. Somebody needed to shake your cage.
There's no flat earthers in today. They want to fight.
Hey, Ruhif,
Something about
Yeah.
Tribune just called for some more Globers to come out and help balance things out.
No, just tell him to go to Zoom.
Yeah,
Happy to join on Zoom.
I'm not on Discord either.
Yeah. Oh, TikTok, you mean? Yeah.
Or yeah, I'm not on TikTok neither.
Yeah.
He's streaming on YouTube.
Yeah, but his platform where he actually gets people in is on TikTok today. On Monday nights he'll go to Zoom, and on Friday nights he goes TikTok. Oh, good hit, Greg.
Damn, you're informed. You got us charted and mapped, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I like how they call
Okay,
it
so what's
True Earth.
all right? This is tough.
Eh?
We're not supposed to talk about people that aren't here.
Are we?
Right? That's a rule.
It depends, I think. If we're being
Do you enjoy
denigrating.
do you enjoy eggshells? Do you enjoy his routine? Because he's been working it for a couple of years, you know?
Riding on eggshells. What do you mean his routine?
He has a friendly act, but he's not that friendly. Where you're actually friendly.
Eggshells is friendly.
It's the tool he uses to not get thrown out.
Oh no, I think his job. He helps companies communicate. He's a communication professional. He studies how to communicate, how to argue, how to get your point across. I'm not surprised. Yeah.
He probably.
But I'm surprised he stuck around.
Yeah.
You know, with the
You
little
can
flat
hire
Earth
him.
experiment. I think he's addicted too. He's sucked in too. You guys are sucked in just like we are.
Yeah. Yep.
A lot of people that aren't around now, if you talk to them, they'll just say they don't want to get sucked back in.
Yeah.
Like the ones that went back to being Globers.
They didn't actually do that. They just don't want to get sucked into debating all day long with people that don't care to do anything but debate. I mean, I'm talking to a kind of a rare group of people that actually goes out in the field and does something.
Yeah.
Get that anywhere else? Nowhere else will I get that. You know? That's why I feel I'm so strong, because I'm like, oh, I've been out in the field, you know? And you guys were like, well, yeah, so it balances everything out. But all these like keyboard warriors are pretty difficult to deal with. What are you working on, Rue? You're dangerous when you're quiet.
Going through emails at the moment.
Oh, that's okay. That's safe. Why don't you ever go to Gems? Gems is having Be Nice to Flat Earthers Week.
Yeah.
We've been having a Be Nice to Flat Earthers Week. Everyone must be watching Witsit.
Is he on?
No.
Yeah.
Where is he?
Does he have guests, or do you just ramble in front of the screen?
Let me check.
So you weren't either.
He is rambling in front of the screen.
Okay.
He's showing a basketball game for some reason.
He does like
Well,
dunking.
Started 20 minutes ago, and he's not speaking.
What's he lying about now?
Yeah.
Oh. Relativity.
Does he take guests, or is he just
Usually
monologue?
he does call it at the end of whatever his subject is.
Yeah.
I mean, different shows are different. Yeah, that's why I was going to ask you what his schedule was. Friday he was doing the in the field series on Fridays, but now it looks like he switched it over to something called Digital World Order. And if I drag it over here, I can probably share it. Just in case it's any good.
If you think it's any good, I'll eat a whole fish.
What kind of fish?
I got a can of sardines. Just waiting.
You ever seen the size?
I'll eat a whole sardine.
I can't tell what he's showing here. All right, he's talking.
We have two options. One, we can be like selfish super truthers, which a lot of people are, let's be honest. Like, oh, I know the truth. I'm the special boy. I figured it out. Oh, well, who cares about them? Ha ha ha. They're so stupid. No one cares about this. Who cares? We're talking about a younger generation being born into this and growing up in this, okay? I don't use Apple. I don't use FaceTime. Okay. Well, then, since you don't use FaceTime,
How many does it say are watching him?
Literal.
Say it again, Jazz.
How many does it say are watching him? Oh,
318.
Hundreds of millions of.
Well, that's how many flat earthers there are. Who asked about that earlier?
Oh.
You don't use that.
David Weiss has 100,000 people signed up for his app.
That is worse than.
Yeah.
How much does his app cost?
You know, that there is just a business model waiting to happen. Yeah, what's it? He gets. What does he get? How much does he get a month for the app subscribers?
Weiss gets $3 for the year, and then $3 for life, then $10 a year if you want to use it. It's a bait and switch routine.
Yeah.
See, I should have written an app. I shouldn't be trekking all over the mountains and stringing lakes strings out. I should just write an app.
Where are you going to do it, by the way, Jesse?
What's that?
Where are you going to do this test?
Well, I'm kind of keeping it undisclosed until I invite flat earthers along, because I just didn't want any of them getting preemptive and lying to the authorities that be, so that they had a bad idea when I showed up.
Okay. Valid.
But it's in Washington.
Okay.
It's publicly accessible, legally publicly accessible.
You should call your app the True Earth app, Jesse.
Yeah.
Nice. Hey, chicken. Do you want some grilled chippies? Okay. Let's order some chippies. Like a burger.
Here's the sweet part: is 2 of us are watching him, and he's only getting one count out of it because you're streaming it.
Yoing. I'll have the chicken pomegranate salad. That sound good? Mint Subtract mint. Thank you.
Yeah, this doesn't really grab me, Dan.
Yeah, digital world order. Who else wants chips, Chook? Not sure. I'll get 3 snack chips.
But thanks for showing us anyway.
It was worth checking. I mean, there's no telling what the fuck was going on.
Ah, that's a good point.
No telling. So that's why Troubling Tribune is not. I can check that one.
That's a good point. I should tell him if he's coinciding with Witsit.
The place
Or
where
maybe.
the sky.
Maybe you could take some viewers away from Witsit. It's probably even better.
Well, they came out at exactly the same time. Oh well, wish us luck, guys. Flat Earthers need a little bit of luck here.
Yeah.
And I hope it doesn't come through a celebrity. But I think that's our only hope. Idiots thinking it's important because someone else thinks it's important.
I do have an ulterior motive. I think the way is for you to come up with a model and make predictions. That's how I think Flat Earth will progress.
Well, I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a bad idea just even to try to make a model of such a gigantic system such as the Earth. I mean, I prefer to focus on smaller phenomena that are easier to model. I mean, it's impossible. You guys have demonstrated again and again you can't control all the factors in your model, and your model doesn't work. I mean, I'm not going to ever try to create a flat Earth model. There's no reason to. I mean, you. Just as the government and military have shown that they function using, without the globe whenever they have to make any kind of decisions where life is on the line. I mean, there's no reason to have a model of the Earth. You just function the way things actually work in reality, and it works out quite fine. That's how it's been going. It's only when you get into the fantasy realm of the science fiction world of astrophysics or, pseudoscientific entertainers like Neil deGrasse Tyson that you end up, off in this realm of la la land, So there's why would you want to have even have a model of something that's so gigantic that no one claims that they can see the end of it or find the ends of any of these things. No one from either side of this debate claims that. So what is the purpose of even having a model when they're all flawed?
A model is a description of reality that makes predictions. Right? If your predictions bear out in reality, it's more likely that your model is correct rather than incorrect. If your model is correct, it shows an understanding of how things work, which you can then use to your advantage. That's why models are important.
I never said that models were unimportant, but I'm saying that your scale of your model, trying to make a model of the whole world, is unrealistic, and you have failed with your globe. It's a failed model.
Okay. What observation do you think falsifies it?
The one I've seen with my own eyes, Chicago skyline.
Okay. Do you account for refraction? Do you acknowledge that we have an atmosphere with a gradient?
Yes, but refraction doesn't work in the way that you claim. It does not make a city appear in a place where it isn't.
Okay. Does light curve? Can light bend? Is it possible for light to
Because
bend?
it can doesn't mean that you've modeled the predictive nature that allows it to do the thing she's talking about.
Does light
And
curve?
your model, what you described as a model, were calculations and predictions. They weren't models. Models are scale are things to scale. They are a representation of angles and dimensions. They're not what you described. You described calculations.
Right.
Besides,
Models
you
are
have
just
no
descriptions of
predictions
something.
either.
Yes, I do.
They're postdictions. It's
No,
cycles
they're
that have
not.
repeated since the beginning of time. They just
So again,
superimpose
I'll
them.
point you back to my challenge, right? Of working out a prediction for an angle. I can go to any two mountains you like. Any two mountains you like in the world, and I'll make a prediction beforehand.
And yet you won't ask for the temperature. You won't ask for any of the things that you asked me regarding barometric pressure or gradients. How funny.
Yeah, and we've had this conversation a dozen times. What was my answer to that?
I have no idea how you explain that.
Okay, you're doing observations really close to the water where refraction is unpredictable. I'm on top of a mountain where it is predictable.
So you're contradicting yourself when you said there's always a gradient.
There's always a gradient. We may not know which way it's going when you're close to the surface.
And there's always refraction.
Yes.
So now you're claiming it doesn't matter, and that we've gone high enough where they're negated somehow.
Oh, Fern, that's a Dr. John. That's terrible. That is terrible.
Oh, you don't like
Wow.
that graphic? I'm sorry. I have to make a phone call, but yes, I next time we meet, I'm sure we can discuss it. Or maybe these guys want to discuss it with you.
That's
I'll be
Dr.
back.
Dr.
I'll be
John.
back.
Yeah, that's Dr. John G. That's terrible. All right. Dan, you can tell me what's wrong with that diagram, right?
I can tell you it looks shockingly like this one.
What? No. In terms of his understanding of what causes refraction, he's doing the FE call.
You want me to read?
Oh, read or look at the diagram, whatever. Yeah, that's atrocious.
Don't know what it's saying. Let's see. We've got a linear line A. A to B is curved in this case for some reason. I don't know what the dotted lines are. If A to B are curved, I guess. Nope, don't know what this is.
Okay. He is doing what FE Core did in that laser test, and sort of not treating the atmosphere as it actually is, which has a vertical density gradient, right? He's got this stupid horizontal gradient, where as the light goes further, it hits more and more dense atmosphere. That's retarded.
The assumption that your gradient's doing what it's doing is pretty retarded too.
Okay, show me Snell's law for that kind. What he is showing in this diagram, what Dr. John D is showing in this diagram, show me Snell's law, how that works.
I don't know anything about this diagram or Snell's law.
Okay. Well, I can show you Snell's law, how it works with a vertical temperature gradient, a vertical density gradient. Because that's how it works. It works with a vertical gradient.
You really just can't prove that in the field. You can prove it here in diagrams, but in the field, you can't make the laser bend like you're talking.
Where's my Snell's law? Hold on.
You can't do it. You can't make the laser bend the way you're saying.
Snell's law. Here we go. Oops, not Danny 57, that's Danny Faulkner. Oops. Edit Dan. There you go. So in my Snell's law, this is a vertical gradient, and that's bending the light down.
Mathematically speaking, I see that.
Right. Is Snell's law reality? Does it work in reality?
I didn't really bring mathematics to any of my observations.
I know, but when you say mathematically, right, are you saying Snell's law doesn't apply to reality? It's not just mathematically.
Well, I'm looking at numbers, right? Looking at an angle change.
Yep.
And what do I see? Numbers and an angle change. Can you summarize this in a sentence for me?
This is Snell's law.
Right, but what does Snell mean to me?
It's light bending. Snell's law is generally used for like hard barriers or hard boundaries between two materials, right? but in reality, it's like interactions with individual particles. This is just a simplification to show that when our atmosphere is gradiated like this, the light bends down towards the denser medium.
So, compared to the shit that I bring up, you call this proof?
This is a demonstration of Snell's law. It shows that light bends down when the atmosphere is structured the way it is.
Real stuff in the field is a demonstration. This is not a demonstration of anything.
Okay, so two things. Does our atmosphere have this structure? And number two, is Snell's law valid?
Can you clue me in as to what the left line is, the horizontal line?
Yeah, that's just light coming in at 90 degrees.
On a horizon? On a horizon?
No, these are just different air with different densities. So more dense at the bottom, less dense higher up.
All right, so it's completely a fantasy as far as I'm concerned.
Wait, so can I get this right? Just because you don't understand Snell's law, it's a fantasy.
Well, it's just not meaningful to me. Yes.
Because you don't. So because you don't understand, it's not meaningful. It's a fantasy.
It's like a fable. It's like with the Bible, with the sheeping and the shepherding. I can't relate it to
I don't believe in the Bible, and the Bible is not comparable to Snell's law. This is science. Don't bring in Bible. It's not a good analogy.
Well, he said he couldn't relate it. You can't relate.
Yeah, I can't relate.
You can't relate. So it's a fantasy, basically. It doesn't exist because you can't relate.
That's literally what it means. Like, if you can't relate with what he's saying, it's not really going to apply to you because you can't absorb it, right? So he has to get to a point where it does relate to him, where he does absorb it, to where it's not a fantasy to him.
I mean, it's not being applied. Are you saying that this is being applied somewhere where I can go watch, let's say, video, or I can replicate it, do something?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can do air and light into glass.
Jesse Gordon has made density temperature gradients for us to look through.
Yeah,
and things. So, what's different here than there?
This is just a simplification.
Is on paper. His is an exaggeration, but it's certainly an example in real life. Yeah. This is an on paper example of what he showed. So what's causing this bend at this degree of angle?
Snell's law.
Why is it at this angle? Due to temperature? Is that what you're saying? That due to temperature the angle will change?
Yeah, because this is just a demonstration of Snell's law.
So you're saying due to Snell's law, the temperature gradient alone will change the angle to this degree and other degrees that you can predict.
Density gradient. I've given you the refractive index of both.
So just like standard refraction, you've assumed that I have this kind of gradient that I'm going through.
No, this
everywhere
diagram,
everywhere I go.
This diagram is simply a demonstration of Snell's law, showing that it bends towards the denser medium. That is all it's showing.
Okay.
And in our atmosphere, denser medium is towards the surface generally. So generally, light bends downwards, and this raises apparent position and also lets us see further around the curve.
Where's the other medium? I thought the atmosphere was atmos. It was gases.
It is. Like I said, it's a simplification of what happens in our atmosphere.
Over land, water, and ice.
Over anything, whatever that land, water, and ice makes the density gradient, then that's what happens.
And are you calling temperature gradient and density gradient the same thing now?
No.
So the more dense the medium is, the more it slows light down. Okay. So how is this going to be an explanation as to why you guys see too far?
Ruif, you know what the funny thing is? You know when certain questions are being asked, like they're asking it as though it's like an aha, I got your question.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Jesus Christ, man.
Right. Anyway, so truth. This demonstration, right? Our atmosphere is structured the same way as this diagram, where it's usually more dense lower and less dense higher. This is a demonstration of Snell's law that shows you that light bends downwards.
It's not a demonstration.
It's an application of Snell's law, right? It tells you that in this kind of atmosphere, it bends downwards.
That's why I said it's a fantasy, because you're calling it something it's not. You're calling it a demonstration. You're calling it an example, even though it's not taking place out in any of the locations that we going. And I just don't. You're assuming this gradient as well. You're just.
I don't assume the gradient. The gradient is
You're
measurable.
deciding it's there. You are.
No, the gradient is measurable. It's not an assumption at all.
Christ, man.
So again, is it a density gradient or a temperature
Yes.
gradient?
It's a density gradient, right? The temperature gradient will affect the density gradient or the refractive gradient.
My
So I
man's
got
asking
three gradients. You're
intelligent
just
question.
sliding the word. I got Neapolitan gradient here, right? Everything's a gradient.
Yeah, there's a temperature gradient, there's a humidity gradient, and there's a pressure gradient. All three of those combine into the density gradient or the refractive gradient.
But you don't have any of that on your mountaintops. None of that.
No, I do. It's just predictable on a mountaintop. It's stable when you're up high.
Now, if I have a variety of conditions, let's say day, night, hot, cold, aren't I working within the predictions by moving through those variables?
Say that again.
What? So how are you talking about?
If we do something in the heat, in the blistering heat versus the freezing cold, and get the same events, the same effect, I think I can remove heat gradient as a variable.
No, because you're not making gradient measurements. You're just making an absolute single measurement.
But you're making gradient assumptions.
No, I'm getting measurements of the gradient.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Not where I work.
You don't work, bro.
It's funny how you guys just like turn the arguments. You try to turn the arguments around. This is crazy because all of those things, all those effects that could happen, it's going to slow light down. You need something that's going to speed it up or help you see further. This is going to reduce your resolution. I still don't get how you think it's an argument for the globe.
It doesn't just slow light down; it changes the direction as well.
Yeah, it changes. So when it passes through something that changes the speed of the light, it changes its angle and then continues to travel straight.
Right, Snell's all right.
What are you talking about?
No, she's right.
If you have two mediums, that is.
Right, but that's a simplification of what actually happens, right? It's a molecular interaction. So Snell's law itself.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I do get over water. You're going to have water molecules in air and stuff. But
yeah, that's all taken into account with the humidity gradient.
Slows the light down so you can see less. You can see for less distances, not further distances. You need something to explain why. You see so far.
Further distances. Yes, further distances.
So
Do you understand that light bending down lets you see further?
According to your logic, according to this logic,
my ears are getting foot cancer.
According to this logic, if I'm looking at something and I want to see something beyond that, I can't because my resolution ends. That's where my resolution ends. If I want to see further, then what do I need to do? I need to add more atmospheric particles.
No,
cause more refraction. That's what you're saying.
Do you understand that when light bends down?
Not what you're saying.
Yes, it is.
Do you understand when light bends down, we can see over things? Right? If light takes a curved path, light takes a curved path downwards, we can see over obstruction. Do you want to
if you're honest about your red line, you've got a mid-picture here out of nowhere, just deciding to start bending in the middle of nowhere. Of course, it has to be nothing of this sort, the way it's diagrammed. Because if it's bending consistently. It's not inconsistently. There's nothing like this. Your starting point's ridiculous. We have no idea how far into mileage that starting point is. Your actual obstruction is going to be probably well before whatever the hell you're doing here. I mean, you got to be real about this. You're
This is
just
what pisses me off. Like Ruhif always goes on about bending light, but bending light, if it bends over a curve, it's going to be out of your view. Bending light doesn't raise an image into the air so that you can see it from an obstruction.
Yes,
Earth
it does.
curve.
Let's look at
No,
my
it
screen.
doesn't.
Let's
There's
look at
no
my screen.
evidence for this in any experiment whatsoever.
Let's look at my screen.
I can't look at your screen while I'm driving,
You have a
but
few-
you know,
you have a few
your
found-
imaginary bendy light lifting images out of obstruction is just a fantasy.
Okay, well,
That's
it's
why I
on
say
screen
that-
now. On screen now.
That's why I say it'd be a good demonstration if you found like a long stretch of, and yes, it would be something that you know is flat and level of land, and dig down like 6 feet behind it, put an object there, and then go back the distance, and then cause whatever effect you're saying happens to raise that object up so that you can see it. Then I'll believe you.
Can you see my screen?
Unfortunately, I can.
Right. So the green line is light bending downward, which is what Snell's law dictates.
It's going upward from the observer there. Be real.
I understand that, Dan. Right, but which way is it bending? Not which way is it traveling. Which way is it bending?
Fuck me. You're hurting. I need some fluid.
Dan, I understand that the light is traveling in the upward direction from from either end, right? I understand that it's traveling upwards.
No, it's
right?
not.
But when it is, right?
You
But which
need to
way
tell
does
us
it
which
bend?
light is bending in your little scenario here. Which light is bending?
The green.
No. If you're looking at the horizon and you're bringing an object out from into view from behind the obstruction of Earth curve, which is the light that you're talking about? Which is bending? Which light? Can you be more exact about the light you're talking about?
What? I have no idea what you're trying to get at.
You're saying that light bends and it can bring an object into view from obstruction of Earth curve. Which is the light that you're talking about?
The upward arc he referred to as a downward trend.
Right. Let's say the light's bounced off this building on the side, right, and is headed off in this direction. Yeah. If you
Which
can't see the
light?
screen, don't worry,
Ambient
Carlos.
light? Are you
Yes,
talking
any
about
light.
laser light, ambient light?
Any light. Any light.
Any light. So there's this magical path of light that lifts the image up over the horizon.
All right. Anyway, Dan, can you see that from the building on the right, it's bounced off and headed in that direction?
Bullshit.
Headed upwards.
In your
Headed
drawing?
upwards? Yes,
In your
it's head.
drawing.
Right. It's headed upwards, right? But which way does it bend? Does it bend towards the ground or does it bend towards the sky?
In the globe mentality,
just
in any way you fucking want. Evidently,
No.
it's looping up, it's bending down.
In this diagram.
The city's coming with it, even though the city's in completely different, range of light. I don't get it. I don't get it.
So
I don't,
I've drawn the yellow
let's just
line.
start over. Why did you say down when it doesn't go down? Why did you say that?
That's the direction that the bend happens.
No.
Right, so I've drawn the yellow line, Dan. I've drawn the
This is
yellow
an art.
line straight. Right, that
But the
yellow
arc
line
is
straight.
up and down, and you're calling it down, man. What are you
Right,
doing that for?
The yellow line is straight and the green line is the path of light. Now, which way did the green light deviate from
I don't
the
know.
straight
Look at the
yellow
building
line?
with a line of sight in this picture. The building has a line of sight, right?
No,
Great.
no, it doesn't.
So
There's an
just
obstruction.
understand, if I was the person, not the building, I would not look upwards with my green line. I would look across the black line. Let's agree on that.
There's an obstruction. There's an obstruction there.
What
The
path of
sun?
light?
You got
Path
the
of
sun
which
as
light?
the obstruction? What is this?
That orange thing is the obstruction. I'll make it purple just for you.
Okay, so it's a random object. And it's
So where's the
obstruction.
path of light? Where's the origin of your path of light? Where's the origin?
At the red building.
No. The origin of your path of light. From where to where?
From the building over to the
No,
observer.
you're making an observation. So is that light coming from your eyes to the building or from the building to your eyes?
3 times now, from the building to the observer.
Okay, but
So
we do
there's like a laser beam.
We look level, we shoot level.
Fuck, sunlight, laser light, whatever you want, right? Whatever you like. It's
sunlight. It's an ambient light, isn't it? It's everywhere. So what
Could be
path
anything.
of light are you talking about? There's no path.
From this point of the building, whether it's sunlight, laser light, I don't care. It's bouncing off in this direction, following this yellow straight line.
How do you know it's bouncing?
Yeah, it has a
Because that's what light does, Carlos. That's what light does.
An imaginary fantasy about light having a path.
Yeah, light goes in a straight line. Light goes in a straight line.
Light doesn't go in a straight line.
Oh my God.
Now, can we get to this very, very simple point? Right, the yellow line is the direction that it bounced off the building. All right, but the green line is the path. Now, in which direction did the light bend? Did it bend up towards the sky, or did it bend down?
You just got through saying the building was the source. Why are we bouncing off the building? If the building's the
Sunlight off the
source?
building, whatever, laser light from the building, whatever light source that hit the building and bounced off or whatever.
Draw an arrow. Choose a
no
direction. Draw an arrow. Explain the yellow line, because the yellow line makes sense, because I look out there and it goes out there. I get the yellow line, right?
Right.
I get
But
the
light
black
bends,
line.
Dan. Light bends.
No, light can potentially bend. The extremity and dependence that you have on this extremity is ridiculous.
It's not an extremity.
You're coddling a concept. Yes,
No.
you're coddling a concept.
We have
When we
a
start
density
talking
gradient in the atmosphere. Light bends.
Bullshit. This happens at 3 miles and at 35 miles and then at 50 miles. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, could you imagine what your density gradients and what your distortions would really do over these distances? But no, you have it lifting them up.
We do. We can measure the density
down.
gradient.
It's
We can measure the density
ridiculous.
gradient.
First of all, you're calling 3 different things a density gradient. There are 3 different gradients that you casually keep moving through. So don't call it singular. Stop calling
The
it singular.
density gradient determines how much light will bend. The temperature, pressure, and humidity gradient determine the density gradient. They are the components of the density gradient.
The only bendy light in the universe is a rainbow. I'm sorry. There's no other bendy light.
How do rainbows work without refraction, Carlos?
Yeah, well, what you're looking at is just a fantasy tunnel of light.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed you didn't answer that. How do rainbows work without refraction?
You don't even know.
I know how they work. Holy shit.
I hate to say it, but this is between this and your Snell's law, you got less than.
Anyway, let's get back to the really, really simple idea. Yes, the light is traveling upwards on the yellow path, right? That's the direction the path took from the building, right? It could either bend towards the sky, which we will call up, or it could bend the other way towards the ground, which we will call down. So which way is the light bending?
Are you talking about the source? Is this the source of the reflection? And why aren't you talking about the black line again? Because
the green line is the path of
my
light.
eyes along the black line. My eyes are level. There is no upward trajectory of my vision or my device.
Okay, which direction is that green line bending?
Traveling upward.
Right, traveling upwards. Which way is it bending?
Okay,
the answer is down, right?
Let's assume it's not upwards. Let's just kick this sideways.
Well, let's show you what upwards looks like.
Just shut me up. Let's just kick it sideways, right? So I'm on the top and everything's down from me, right?
Hang on.
Is that true? As I look forward, everything is down. Correct?
All right. Purple. You see my purple? Oh, fuck.
Yes. Why?
All right.
I'm still trying to explain the black and the yellow.
Right. The yellow line is straight. The purple line is bending upwards, and the green line is bending downwards. Correct?
Okay, in relation to each other.
Okay.
Sure, go for it.
Yes, excellent. So the green line is bending downwards, right? Because the typical density gradient is more dense at the surface, less dense higher up. And according to Snell's law, Fermat's principle, it bends downwards.
I got
This
it. You're right.
this green line is the path that the light takes. Bends downwards.
Regardless of all conditions, it's always this arc and this distance, right? Same arc.
Typical conditions, it bends downwards. If you're close to the surface,
There is no such thing as typical conditions, please.
There is when you're high enough above the surface. There is. Right, when you're close to the surface, it's unpredictable. Anyway, so we've got this green path of light, which is light bending downwards. Right, but we've also got this
variety of conditions. Within a variety of actual conditions, right? Variety of actions, not assumptions. A variety of actual conditions, and we don't get this bending of light. We just don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Have you seen a mirage?
No, we get you assuming that.
Huh, you've seen a mirage, right?
No, I'm paralleling this, and
You've
you're
never
saying
seen a
the
mirage?
surface is curved, and you're saying the surface is curved. Therefore, yeah, those are due to temperature.
Right, but what's the proximate cause? It's light bending, right? Temperature gradient causes the light to bend upwards. You get an inferior mirage. Right? How do you explain mirages without light bending? Anyway, we've got this green path of light, which is curving downwards, but geometrically our straight line of sight hits an obstruction. But we can see the light coming off the building. We can see the building because the light is curving downwards. All right, now you just got to imagine that purple ball is the curve of the Earth, and you can see over a geometric obstruction. Very simple. Oh, my lunch is here. Hey, chicken. We've got chippies at the door for you guys.
From one.
Back in a minute.
Who believes that water is an element?
Hey, Ruhif. So is it only light that bends? Like I got somebody on my shoulder drawing a diagram of a sniper. If you got all these temperature gradients, how come snipers don't have to account for that shit?
They do. They do account for when they shoot over a long distance. Any shot over a mile, they do.
Temperature gradient,
Not temperature. Oh, I thought you meant Coriolis. Sorry.
No, that's gradient bullshit. Yeah. Rue disappeared. Too bad. Too the fuck bad. I do feel that there's a difference between distortion and refraction, because distortion is more random, and refraction may be calculatable, but I don't think distortion is. And nobody's talking about horizontal. Everyone's talking about vertical because of temperatures, but there's a lot of horizontal, including wind. And when it comes to snipers, it's all about wind. They don't give a shit about Coriolis. They say wind is such an issue that they don't even give a shit about Coriolis.
Yeah, the only spin that calculates the spin of the bullet.
They do calculate. They do take Coriolis into account. Any shot over a mile does it. I have sniper manuals. I can show you. So I've had this debate with flat earthers before. Any shot over a mile, Coriolis is taken into account.
They teach it, but they don't practice it. Imagine, let's say, in a tank battle, you and I, right? In a tank battle, right? So we're half a mile out, let's say mile out, and we're taking some terrain, and we realize the next hill I might have a shot at you, And so I moved to that hill quickly as you're going up and down hills, and I'm trying to pick you off as you peak a hill. Do you really think I'm going to pay attention to the north, south, east, and west, and our longitude, and latitude, and
Yes, if
calculate?
I'm far enough, yes. Otherwise, you'd be stupid because you'd miss. Otherwise, if you're shooting from far enough, yes. And if you don't take into account, you'll miss.
Let's say within 5K, you still have a chance of using your eyes. You can target eyes. So at that distance, you still think as well. In other words, if I can see it, do you think I'd be really doing calculations, or do you think I'd
If
shoot?
it's over a mile, yes. If it's over a mile, you should, because otherwise you might miss.
So
I have sniper manuals. I can show you what the people are. The guy who has the world record.
It's just that when you calculate your position, then your movement, then your direction, then the speeds, it's way too many calculations to be you just never would take that many calculations. It's just you don't take it into consideration where you are north and south.
It doesn't matter that it's not true. It doesn't mean that it's not
You'd
true.
have to look up a chart. Okay, you'd be driving then by a chart that knew exactly the rotational speed based on where you were at all times. Do you know that?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Well, it would be a desperate piece of information that you would need constantly. Everywhere you went, you'd absolutely have to work with a new chart based on your current speeds.
Did everyone get booted out then, or just me? Just me. All right.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, Rue, I was asking, is light the only shit that affects the gradients affect? How come the sniper doesn't have to take all that shit into consideration? Temperature gradients. What? How if all these gradients exist for my light, why doesn't the sniper have to deal with all those inversion, temperature, variation, gradient?
Why would a sniper have to deal with the temperature gradient? Why has temperature got to do with the path of a bullet?
Because it's moving air. It's air moving.
No, it would change the apparent position of his target. So if he's sighting it through the scope, and refraction's really strong, yeah, he'd be sighting differently. Sure.
Yes, I suppose. Yeah, of course. Yeah. If it's far enough as well.
Yeah, but they don't. Yeah, exactly. Someone's with me. He's like, but they don't. It's like, in other words, I mean, they just sight the thing up and fucking shoot.
Well, I mean, has anyone really presented what snipers actually have to do? It sounds like more of like, well, they don't have to do this. No, they do. And no one's really presenting like anything.
Well, the wind is such a desperate effect at that point. There's very rarely zero wind. So
I have a link where the guy who has the world record for the longest sniper shot talks about how
Guess what? He's shooting it at a 35-degree angle, 2,100 feet in the air, cannot see his target. Next.
What?
81 shots to make it happen. 81 shots to make it happen.
Just a random Googling tells me that temperature, humidity, altitude, spin drift, earth rotation, wind, gravity, all have to be accounted for.
Of course.
No gradient. No gradients. No temperature ones. No humidity ones. No pressure ones. Only for me. I have to deal with them because Ruhif says so. I'm sorry.
Bro, you're the type of guy. You're the type of guy that if they flew you to space, you'd say that they drugged you and it was all CGI.
Maybe. If nobody gets a picture of it. In other words, the joke here is how many people did watch the moon landing, and because there was a picture of it, it became a matter of fact. So just because
the moon landing was faked, I don't believe the moon landing was true. That doesn't mean space is fake.
Yeah, all right. But a
Why
lot
do
of
you?
people believe stuff because it's presented to them in a fashion, particularly, you know, the big screen, where they just can't help but believe it. They can't help it.
Whoever said that, why do you think the moon landing was fake?
It was warped.
Warped, why are you convinced the moon landing was fake?
Many reasons. Don't want to go into it now too much.
They are too lengthy. They seem petty when you start going through them. They seem immediately petty. It's a bummer. The LEM's pretty good. If you look at what they went through to design the LEM and how they threw it all out at the end and used that bit of fucking tinfoil and tape, it's pretty wild. The standing position for trying to control something while bungee corded in is fairly pathetic. There's no seats for takeoff or rocket assisted takeoff or landing. Nothing to even cushion, you know, even prevent you from being apart from each other, crashing into each other, the two guys standing side by side. You know, imagine pitch, yaw, and roll. You know, imagine.
And don't forget the phone call that they made on the landline phone. I mean,
that one's been thoroughly explained.
Yeah, there's explanations for some things, and our flat earthers need to break out of some
None
of
these are good reasons why it don't happen. There's a lot of reasons why I think the moon landing don't happen. A lot of better scientific reasons.
So what? They have an explanation for?
Yeah, they've always been able to put radio stuff through to what looks like a telephone because they patch. In the old days, they used to patch things through with physical cords. So with patch cords, it's pretty easy. You just run it through to the phone. Whether the phone rings the same or not, it's not exactly the same phone. It's a special phone set up to a special rig, and they've always had it for field artillery. They've always had this kind of crank phone thing that they had, but it's really a radio. It's always been radio. Even though some of them were wired phones, but they've used phones for desks. You know, for people that don't have radios, you'd patch it through to their desk like they did. You know, especially if you're connected to police or fire or something like that.
Yeah,
you know,
but they're hard lines though, and when they patch it through, they're connected through lines, right? So, I mean,
but it's not, the phone ain't connected to a radio like you're thinking, though. You know, phone ain't a radio. That's for sure.
we're
It's
talking
just being,
the
it's
moon
the
that's
speaker and the
supposed to
mic.
be. We're talking about the moon that's supposed to be 238,000 miles away.
Yeah,
is that what they
in that
did?
case, the phone's just the speaker and the mic. In that case, that's all it is. It's not.
Why is the distance a problem?
And don't forget about the window too, where the shot that was revealed and they edited out that someone found the actual video of, where they had to dim the lights and put the cardboard in front of the window, get the shot.
Yeah,
because
that's fishy. That halfway there stuff is
Bart
pretty.
Sibrel, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. It's Bart Sibrel. He's got that footage.
That's dodgy, right? I mean, even under any explanation, it's iffy. And let's say that there's an explanation. You know, okay, whatever. I mean, they clearly stage stuff up there, and the lack of real imagery of the Earth for all those years, the lack of anyone going back to the moon for all those years. We're talking 50 years.
But
really was
that's
fairly
not,
telling.
That's not really saying anything. Just because we haven't gone back, like, what would be the reason to go back? Like, is there a monetary reason? Is there like a military reason?
I want a fucking
reason?
GoPro. I want to see Earth. I think that a perfect platform pointed at Earth would be a perfect reason to have any kind of video station up there in all these years.
Just because you want it to be there doesn't like make the money appear and like make a plan.
It wouldn't even require humans. It wouldn't require humans at all.
Yeah, I know, but like
It's the only thing the people are asking for, though. I mean, they should do that before they do anything else. They've got all these other plans that they want to do. This is the most asked
Yeah, but
for.
it's a minor subset of people with a conspiracy about there not being a lunar landing is not like on a priority list for funding.
I don't
That's
know.
what I'm saying.
They're using the people's money to do it. It should be like.
Have you emailed NASA and requested
anyway.
it?
Yeah, I know, but like, let's from their perspective, we landed on the moon. All right, these people don't believe us. Do we need to go there again to like prove to a small subset of people that in fact we did land on the moon? And then when we do that, is this going to convince them? Or they go, no, this is CGI. Also, they're not actually doing it right now. Like, if you don't believe like spaceships are like actually taking off right now, then what's going to make you believe like we go to the moon a second time? Like,
They didn't do it the first time, so to say it's the second time, even people who are
no,
not
but
flat earthers.
what I'm saying is
know
his
that they
line of
didn't do it.
reasoning. He said we haven't gone back in 50 years, but like, why would they ever go back? Especially if you don't believe they're even leaving the Earth right now. Like, what would, like, what?
That's infrared, huh? Shit. Hey, Rue, what if a sniper's using an infrared scope? So
Why would
it's
that change anything?
Well, because it's a heat signature, right?
That infrared still refracts. Like, what's your point?
Oh, everything refracts. I forgot. Never mind. There's always a gradient. There's always refraction. I forgot. Fuck.
What's up, Nate Dog?
Nate Dog. Off. No.
Yeah, but refraction doesn't help them though. Like they're trying to claim that it does.
Oh yeah, it's a night mirage. They got night miraging going on now.
Did you not see my diagram, Trip? I'll share it again. One sec.
That's good. I don't need to see.
I just lost brain cells.
There you go.
He caused trouble.
You're here to cause trouble. Downwardly bending light lets us see around obstructions. Or over obstructions. Yeah, it's valid warped. I probably should go and do something.
Was the Apollo lander the same thing? Was that the same module that returned to Earth?
No, heavens no. The command module and the lunar module are different things.
And you're saying the lunar lander didn't have seats in it?
It's so funny. You want to see pictures? Oh my god, it's funny. It's pretty good. All the LEM stuff is great, really. Like the designs that they didn't use, that's the first part that's funny. They had all these really cool ones that they didn't use. And then, yeah, they hang on as if they're like the extra passenger on a bus. There's like a little bar above to grab. I don't know how you would ever control pitch, yaw, and roll, much less what if you were if you were unstable. So when you ask how could they possibly stay in position if they could fly from that position, and are you ready for this? Look at this picture, laugh all you want. They bungeed themselves in. And I am just dying at that one.
Did he get off?
So what are you saying? What's your objection to this?
Well, could you imagine standing to fly an unstable vehicle that's never been tested? In light and a light atmosphere where oversteer is going to be a dramatic issue, and there's no override. You have control. There's no override. He took over control. Armstrong did. You know, it's like, you know, he could have flipped that thing in a second. If you could control something waving around, standing up. Now, to be honest, somebody told me something interesting. An old ship, like the sailor guy with the big 3 foot at the helm, you know, the big wheel, he stands up. So I guess I should take that in consideration, even though he's not really doing the same control. But they expect that guy to just stand there during a storm, you know, of pitch, yaw, and roll, essentially. But I wouldn't want to be standing next to my buddy while we're clambering about and have our heads hit together, you know, helmets hitting, our arms hitting. I think the idea of this specifically, you know, how they didn't fly it much. There was no way to test it at all. So the idea that they didn't put even a board, you know, as a brace, you know, to stand against, anything, you know, poles, anything that they could have braced themselves would have improved the believability of it to me. But I think at the end, they just had to shoot, and they're like, just use the mock-up, you know, the one that they've been using, and that they never really finished the LEM due to time constraint. You know, it just, this is the way it is. I mean, there's so many mysterious things. The idea of standing on a rocket coming down, standing on a rocket going up, the idea of bringing in dust with foreign matter off of a strange world. It's pretty freaky. You know, did they even fit inside the doors? You know, I don't. If you look at the cardboard and tape and tinfoil, and look at the designs going back to 62 and 63 that they didn't use, I don't think it's just weight constraint. I think at the last minute during filming, they'd really had so much prep on the set that they never got a good LEM in there.
So you say cardboard, tape, and tinfoil. What do you mean by that?
You've never looked at the LEM up close?
Yeah, you're talking about like the foil that covers these spacecraft.
No, there's basically heat shielding that's just like cardboard. It's not even there aren't even seams. You know, like there's open gaps.
Don't forget they have to also fit a rover, a vehicle in there too, along with them, and a camera crew to leave behind, take the photo as they launch off.
What's the? I feel like it's more of a like it's a talking point to degrade. Like it's like they're using tinfoil and tape and to like kind of throw shade on it, like somehow.
Did you look at the older designs? You want to see a video of what it really, you know, what the earlier designs looked like when they were touring it? I mean, it's considerably different.
Well, I mean, I would say, what's the functionality of the pieces being used, right? And does it make sense?
I'm just, to be honest, there were different designs from different companies, and they may have changed some of the specs, but in the end, they used a lot of paper product and foil product and fabric product that you wouldn't expect to be there in a vehicle that they claim to be standing in during, you know, vertical trajectory wasn't all that slow. You know, it wasn't like on Earth. It would be, you might have been squished.
Yeah, but what was the purpose of those products before we, you know, say they shouldn't be there, or you wouldn't expect them to be there, or you know, you said they're in a vehicle where you would be standing up. But what was the purpose? What
their claim is that there was no resistance, so it didn't need to be aerodynamic or even airtight. You know, that doesn't meet resistances. I disagree. But that's what they're saying, that it didn't have to have smooth edged anything. It didn't have to, that the open seams weren't a problem. And that it was what I'm seeing is external heat shielding, like just so the sun doesn't hit it like a sunshade. That's all it is that I'm seeing, is what they're saying. So it is cardboard. It is tinfoil. It is tape.
Well, it appears like it's a heat shielding, so it's like gold. That's not quite tinfoil, right?
I'm talking about, the cardboard areas and stuff. Yeah, it's gold foil. Yes, it is gold foil.
And then the cardboard, is the cardboard specifically cardboard? Is it some sort of other material?
I don't know. You're welcome to look it up. It's basically a sun shield, though it's not designed to be anything heat, resistant in any way. It's mostly to keep the sun off of it. And that's another thing. If you look it up, half the astronauts said it was freezing cold at night. The other half said that it was hot. I mean, and that's a weird thing. The temperature variations are wild. Check this out. You ready for this? They always have these cameras on their chest, and I thought that they were thermally connected to the suit, and that's why it was on their chest, and that's why the film could go through all those temperature changes, because it was way too hot for regular film and way too cold. It would like cracked and chipped and stuff. So I always thought it was connected to the suit to protect it thermally, and it turns out the Hasselblad camera, which originally had like a little booty, like a leather booty kind of thing, leather's case. They took it out of the leather case and they painted it white. And that's it. No other thermal protection on the camera whatsoever. It's not connected to the suit. I'm like blown away. Like I thought it was connected to the fluids, and that's what kept the camera at the right temperature. Nothing of the sort. I was blown away. Like they think that they put some kind of paint on that camera to keep it protected from huge variation of temperatures, which I think is like 300 or 400 degrees variation from day to night. At least 300. Like 250 during the day and negative something at night. Like regular film too. They admit it's regular film.
Is there anything, Peridolia, that you believe that the controllers of, or that that you already know that they've lied about?
The controllers?
I don't want to just say they. I can get a little bit more specific and yeah.
Well, you started to say controllers. I didn't know if that's. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, the ones who control the world, the ones who run everything, leaders of the world. I could just say government and make it easy.
It's not apparent to me that the moon landing was fake. Have they lied? Do they lie? I have no idea. I don't find anything that shows me that the moon landing would be fake.
There's nothing that you have confirmed that they've lied to you about.
No. Says it's honeycomb fiberglass. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, the cardboard.
Let's go back to it. Do you really think that they would design something with someone standing up? Think about that.
I think that if the forces were such that it would allow for that, then I think they would. They probably went through many different proposed design iterations. It looked like they had a force system that kept the astronauts relatively centered in that situation. I don't know what the forces they were under. Were they in a high G situation where it would be preposterous to allow for a vertical takeoff and landing standing? Like, what was their rationale? Would it have been, are you how hard was the impact? How hard, like, what's the force of the rockets on takeoff that you have to escape the gravity? Like, what forces were they under? I guess would be my main question. Because then you could say easily, hey, yeah, obviously this doesn't make any sense. But just because it's rocket powered that doesn't necessarily remove the possibility of them standing up.
Well, you can watch the departures. They're not slow. They're silly looking, actually. 12, 13, 14, they're funny looking. Or 12, 14, 15. The departures are funny.
Departures from the moon?
Explosive bolts. That's my job. I make explosive bolts.
From
Colorful.
the moon?
I add colors to them, too. The trajectory off the moon is inconsistent and clearly looks like it's on a string being lifted. Does not look like a rocket. There's been a lot of question of what if any plume there would be, underneath these things. They were always depicted as such in artwork, but they never seem to have any in real life. They didn't really leave a cameraman, but it's funny how much they fought to get that shot.
Ooh, what do you guys think about? Well, are we allowed to talk about 9/11?
I think so.
You guys believe 9/11 was a conspiracy?
Absolutely.
What are your beliefs on it?
I'll tell you, it took me a long time to realize something. Is that Building 7, which nobody even knows about, imagine the panic in the middle of this plan when you no longer had a plane to hit it because the Shanksville plane went down. They was shot down by, I think, an F-16 or something like that. So imagine not having a plane, yet your plan calls for it going down too. Building 7 was going to go down too, for sure. So it's just funny how in the end they just had to say, fuck it. Just drop it anyway.
Or it was on fire the whole time.
It just wasn't a dramatic fire. And the fact that the BBC announced it dropping before it did kind of singes your deal.
Yeah, but how dramatic of a fire is required to reduce the structural integrity of steel?
Of steel buildings? There's never been one that burned and fell. How's that?
Why do they cover steel beams in fire retardant?
To keep the rivets and things from popping and to keep them from warping. Mostly it has to do with warping because if you can't maintain your shape, the connections won't matter. Your welds and stuff won't matter if it twists and warps. So it's designed to prevent any stress causing warping.
But why would they not want it to warp?
Because it can no longer stay in alignment.
Well, what happens if it's no longer in alignment?
It could crumble.
There we go.
But that doesn't mean that a small fire on 2 floors would cause that. And it doesn't make it crimp in the middle. Have you ever watched Building 7? Have you ever watched the video? Have you ever watched the video inside of the guy clearing the building at the end? Explaining how it's going to go? Explaining how it's going to go and to get the fuck out? Yeah.
So they have this elaborate plan, and they have this guy explaining on camera how it's going to go. He's the one guy that's the insider that knows how it's going to...
It's just that what you're denying is that there was a reset of all judicial paperwork. Anything that was on paper is gone. There was no way to prosecute any of the Enron stuff. There was no way to prosecute anybody anymore for anything. It was a clean slate wipe. All they had to say it was in that building.
I heard they were the only 3 buildings to ever fall just due to fire. Is that true?
Yeah.
So crazy.
Undeniable too. Like, we could talk and talk, but there's hanky-panky up and down this story, and there's one dude that was in the TV stations. I forget his name. It's not Paul Wolfowitz, but somebody like that. It might be Paul Wolfowitz. but he was the first guy that started pegging bin Laden, and he just happened to be around the news stations, and that story, you know, of what had happened was out immediately, just immediately. Oh, it's bin Laden. Oh, it's bin Laden. You know, and then next thing you know, it's the supposed surviving passports. But you know, plane crashes have parts. They usually leave tail sections. They definitely leave wheel assemblies and seat assemblies.
Yeah, there was plane parts found.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah,
There was an inflated tire and a passport. That's what
bro,
survived.
there was very clear plane parts that were found.
Okay, you just believe that all you want, and then go to the Pentagon and show.
I'm not saying I believe it. There's evidence.
Okay. So Jamie McIntyre, who worked for CNN, it only aired once. You'll find it, but it's rare. Said, "quote I see nothing here that looks anything like an airplane or an airplane crash."
Yeah, and my grandma tells me about roses and random shit that she thinks. Like, what does that have to do with anything? What is a news anchor? What is a news anchor?
He was standing there. He was standing there.
Yeah, there's so many random people with random views in random situations. You're taking a section which you can interpret to support your view. A random news reporter gets paid. What does a news reporter get paid? They go to like have an associate's degree in news reporting, like, and they don't know shit about shit. And they're like, yeah, this doesn't really look like an airplane. I don't know what an airplane would look like.
Tell me at the Pentagon why a twin-engine plane made a single hole.
What do you mean why a twin-engine plane made a single hole?
It looked like a big twin-engine plane, yet it made a single hole.
Opposed to what hole? Other hole. What other hole would it make?
Well, imagine two engines being. Well, it would make the shape of an airplane, like you saw.
It made the shape of an airplane. You can see the wing marks. You can see the.
No, you couldn't. It was literally like a perfectly round hole. It was like 8 foot by 8 foot. It was small.
And three
All right,
layers
let's-
in. Three
all right.
layers in.
Let's see.
3 layers in. So anyway, it's hard to talk to you because you don't really have facts behind. You have ideas and bias and emotion behind what you're saying.
That's ironic.
I appreciate it because you're not being a dick, but you're imagining shit straight up.
Bro,
Dan,
you're
you
nuts.
You haven't presented any evidence for your side either, Dan. You could like get some pictures that show what you're talking about. That wouldn't be bad.
Well, they certainly
it weird?
exist. I wasn't prepared with a 9/11 dossier for you, but I know everything I'm talking about.
Isn't it already weird enough that they're the only 3 buildings in history to fall from fire? How's that not weird? How's that not already immediately red flag?
You'd have to believe that first, though. You'd have to believe that.
Wasn't
Just
there
like if I go hole in the Pentagon, they're not going to believe it unless I bring it to their here. A hole in the Pentagon.
Now, where are you getting your information? Those are the only 3 buildings in history to fall to fire.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I said I heard it, and then I asked Jim. So I didn't confirm it, but that's why I asked.
Now
So
there was
it's questionable. Is what we're thinking.
But I did
There
see
was-
it on like a documentary or something.
There was an overpass bridge highway that collapsed because a fuel truck caught on fire underneath it, and the extended heat from the fuel truck burning weakened the bridge until it collapsed. So, I mean, I'm not sure. Are
You think
you
that's
sure?
analogous?
Are you sure? Well, it's concrete and steel. Concrete.
That's
or
one.
Steel.
That's one layer of it, like one
Steel
floor
reinforced concrete. So, are you
worth.
sure
On an
no?
overpass.
Are you sure no building has collapsed just from fire?
If you're asking me, I already said no.
It's pretty fucking uncommon.
So don't you think it's a bit odd, though? Like the argument. What I find really
Oh, you think it's a bit odd?
But I find the argument it's the common trope that jet fuel doesn't melt steel. I find that one kind of funny because it doesn't require steel to melt or steel to structurally fail.
But it did melt. They said there was like puddles and stuff of it.
But that's not my claim. I said it doesn't require
What?
It's not required to melt.
But it did. It
fail.
actually happened.
That's great, but it's not required for it to fail.
Oh. I don't understand your point then. If that's what happened and there was visual proof of it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you heat structural steel to a specific point, it's going to fail. And that failure point is prior to melting.
But it's been proven since then, hasn't it? I've seen videos that engineers made that say jet fuel can't melt steel.
That's I think we're on two different planes of existence right now. You
I
don't
think
need
you're right
to
about
melt
that.
steel in order to
But
collapse a
that's
building
what
that's supported
happened,
by steel.
Paradolia. That's what happened, though.
Remember, there's no plane. There's no plane in Building 7. Just remember that. Imagine the panic they had when they had to blow it up anyway with no excuse. Think about that.
Imagine the lack of panic because no one was panicking because there was no conspiracy to begin with.
No one was panicking on 9/11, Paradolia.
Nice,
Jesus,
nice
bro.
enough guy. You're a nice enough guy, but you were definitely not okay to
Pretty sure the entire country was panicking.
your ideas are fantastic.
I had a cousin who died in 9/11 too, right in the Cantor Fitzgerald floors where the first plane hit. Fucking crazy. And I don't even get mad at this conspiracy stuff, except for when Brian Staley claims there was no people who died. That really gets under my damn skin.
Yeah, those claims are weird. Like that's just nuts because it doesn't make any sense. It's like, did all those people did the government are they in witness protection and like all their families are lying or?
Well, yeah, Paradolia, that's true, but you're on the other side of that same spectrum. Like, truth is weird, man. Like the whole truther movement, whatever you want to call it. Like, some people go like absurdly far where there's reptilian people and all this nonsense, right? Some people literally can't believe it because they just do not think that anything like that is possible, that there would not be people out there who would ever, perpetrate such things, right? You gotta like find the middle realm where there's actual evidence that you can look at that is convincing. And anyone who tries to explain that away, you better have a damn good explanation for it.
Like, what are you talking about right now? I don't.
I'm talking about you being on the same. You're just as crazy as the people who think that nobody died in 9/11. You're just on the other side of that spectrum. You're just as nuts as them, dude. Because
you right
think
now.
there's nothing weird at all about it.
Yeah. Like,
yeah,
well,
so
check
you're
this
on
out.
the same.
How many times were terrorist attacks on 9/11 or on World Trade Center throughout history?
Two that I can think of.
Okay, so I think it was 3 times actually. They bombed the basement. I think they tried to bomb the basement
I don't
again.
think it was terrorism though. The bomb. I mean,
you don't think
like domestic, I guess. Domestic, if you want to consider that. Yeah. It was just like a dude in a van, right? Who drove a bomb under in the basement or something.
I was under the impression it was foreign terrorism.
I don't think so. But go ahead. What's your point?
But I just don't find any of the arguments convincing that say it's like an inside job or conspiracy. Like
watch Seven Fall.
You know them all.
Watch Seven Fall. Look for a plane at the Pentagon. Get real. I mean, you understand they
okay,
announced,
hold on, Dan. Let's take it one at a time. Why
they
did Seven
announced
fall?
Seven falling before it did. Do you understand that?
Bro, who announced it?
The news.
The news.
A newscaster.
No, listen. The building was the building 7 was still standing when the newscaster announced it on live TV that it had fallen.
Do you know how many random things were said that day? Like, do you? Okay, let's logically. Hold on. Bro. Listen. So you're trying to tell me that the newscaster was inside.
Guys, all right, hold on. Let's just let one guy go at a time, please.
So you're telling me the newscaster had the inside scoop on the whole grand plan. And they're like, hey, bro, at CNN, just please try not to spill the beans of this building. That you're honestly trying to tell me that's what happened?
No,
yeah,
you have it
Paradoli, that's what I'm
backwards.
saying. I'm saying that. You didn't strawman me. You're saying exactly what I said. Good job. Wow, bro. No. They announced it because they were told by someone to say so. The building was still standing. Why in the hell would a news person say it was down when it's right behind her, standing? Okay? If you don't think that is weird, then I'm not talking to you anymore.
That's
Because
all
that
right.
is objectively weird. It's not even subjective. It's a weird thing, bro.
All right, so let me
Period.
try and steel man your argument here. Someone on the sideline told them to say that it fell prior to it falling.
No, the script had been that way to begin with. It was coming
Paradoli,
down to begin with. Remember?
Paradoli, have you seen the video of all the news people, all the news anchors from all the news around the country, all saying word for word the exact lines
Verbatim.
from stories over and over
Verbatim
again? Have
shit.
you seen that video, Paradoli, or no?
That
I don't
shit
think
is
I
a
have.
dope ass video. Somebody post that video. Whoever's got it, post it.
Yeah, please, somebody post that so Paradoli can see this, so that he can understand Operation Mockingbird and stop with this nonsense. It's declassified, meaning that they have released these papers that talk of an operation called Operation Mockingbird, where they admitted that they have infiltrated all of the media networks with CIA agents. Okay,
Yeah, I've already gone
they
over that. That's
it's what? It's
disconnected.
what?
That's disconnected.
It's disconnected. Does that mean it's not true? Does that mean that you don't believe it? I need to know what that means.
No, I believe that it existed, but I don't think that you're taking logical leaps into
Am
this
I?
situation. Yeah, you are
Am
for
I?
sure.
Okay, well, you watch this video that someone's about to post of like 35 different news broadcasters and news networks around the country, all saying word for word the same headlines. And you tell me that they don't get something from someone high up somewhere telling them what to run.
Okay,
They're
now
all
what?
reading a
Now,
script.
okay, great. Let's just say that's the case. Now what?
That
Now
is the
it makes
case.
sense why the newscaster with Building 7 standing behind her still reported that we have sad news here, folks. Building 7 is just collapsed. People are looking at her
And
say it while the building is right behind her.
okay, now what?
That's it. If you don't think that's weird, I'm done and I'm muting. And you're good, bro. You go on. You do you. But don't act like I'm crazy when I point out that you're just as nuts as the person who thinks that no people died. Okay, because
So,
that's my
but I'm
example
trying to
right there.
follow your. I'm really trying to follow your point
If you
logically
don't
here.
see the
What is
logical consistency, I think you're the only one in the room who doesn't. And I'm pretty confident saying that, Paradolia.
so that
So you do
the
you,
building
bro.
was still up, and they're like, no, it hasn't fallen.
I'm not going to
We're
say it
like,
again.
and
I've
our
said it enough.
evidence is that it's weird. Am I following that correctly?
Yep. The evidence is that it's weird. You're right. That's what I said. Good job. You're a joke, bro.
So Dan, you said that the building 7 didn't get hit by an airplane and it fell, and that was like that didn't make any sense, right?
Well, if it fell due to fire, it would fall in the direction of the fire, right? In other words, if there were these structural issues, the idea of it falling evenly in the shape level, like the top, just dropping evenly left and right in free fall speed, do you really have a way that you can justify me explaining that to you?
I mean, I'm not sure if a skyscraper's ever even fallen due to fire. Has that even ever happened?
Somebody read
exactly.
something that claims it's true. I don't know what to
Well,
exactly. So when Paradolia says he thinks it's weird that it fell without a plane hitting it, even though Dan didn't say right then, yeah, I am. I'm saying, yeah, Paradolia, there's another red flag right there, bro. Like, again, if you don't think it's at least weird, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, I know you've said that many times.
I think there was a. I think there was a.
It's pretty
I think
bad,
there was
bro.
a sky. I think there was a skyscraper in Brazil that was on fire for 3 days, and I don't think that one fell.
So it would depend. Your point, Dan. Like, why didn't it fall in the direction of the fire? I think it would depend on the failure of the structural beams, and how the physics
Okay,
interacted.
you're just imagining shit. You're projecting it upon me. Nothing you're saying in the past 35 minutes has
Whoa.
any inkling of reference to real life. Okay, real life has real situations that you're not addressing. Real situations you're not addressing. Buildings don't fall like that. Buildings with damage fall towards the damage. This is what really happens, okay? There is no pancaking. There's no stack of pancakes. There's none of the things that you have been taught to believe in practical application. There were no plane parts. There is one little fan turbine that doesn't match the planes they said they were. There's one hole in the Pentagon. You don't believe that. It's 3.5 layers deep. Right? So the engines are gone. The seats are gone. The luggage is gone. The people are gone.
Paradolia, watch the video.
I'll tell you when they do pancake. They actually do pancake sometimes. Every time they do controlled demolition, they make sure they pancake just like that. Looks just like that.
So real quick, Dan, I'm just reading right here: landing gear, fuselage section, engine, more landing gear.
You're pathetic, dude. You are pathetic. Okay, you are reaching and reaching and reaching and reaching and reaching into
Bro, I
an
just did a
area
Googling
of
search. How am I
defense
pathetic for doing a Googling search?
because you are not watching hours and hours of what's been deleted, are you? Are you? Are you? You're not talking about what we know by heart because we've been through this. You obviously have a belief system that's allowing you to say, "Hey, I believe the story," and we're going,
Dan,
wow.
Dan,
And that's
Dan,
the end of it. That's the
okay,
end of it.
I know, Dan.
You
You
believe
said
the story.
Okay, Dan. You said there's no parts found, right? Right?
Which place you talking about? Please do Shanksville, please. Please do the Pentagon, please. Please do the Trade
Just looking
Center.
at I'm just
Whatever
looking
you
at New
want.
York
There is-
City.
yeah, you're right. There's no question.
Just looking at New York City. You're saying there's no pieces found. So why is like a Google search contradicting what you're saying?
Okay. Tail sections survive plane crashes, for one thing. Wing tips break off, for another thing. Wheel assemblies, the strongest part of the aircraft, always survive. Seats are not uniformly vaporized. They usually come off in floor sections with the floor section strapped 3 at a time. There's luggage, human remains, and dozens of indicators of whether there's been a plane crash. It just so happens there was 2 here with 0 indication.
Except
right?
for the
I
one.
mean, real quick, the hole in the Pentagon. If the walls were strong enough to stop the wings, then there would have been wings outside. And if they weren't, there would have been holes where the wings are. But there's none of that.
All right, let me look at photos of the Pentagon.
The evidence doesn't. The evidence is not conducive of a plane in that scenario, at least.
That's a missile, man. The Pentagon's a missile, no matter how you pretend it to be something else. Look,
I mean, do we have any footage? Do you have any footage of what hit it? I mean, there must be millions of cameras on that building.
There's only one.
Just 3 blurry GIFs. That's it. 3 blurry GIFs. That's it. That's all we ever got.
The evidence of the Pentagon does not point to me, anyways. It does not point to a plane in it at all.
Doesn't bother you any that they were given the script before the building actually fell? Your response was so what?
You're assuming they were given a script, and then you're asking me what I think about them being given a script.
Well, they read a script. Do you think they're just freestyling this off the top of their head? They're given something to read. Obviously, the news reporter. They're not just like, where do you think they get it from? Somebody hands them paper on what to say.
No, they just freestyle reps.
Okay, I'll have to watch what you're talking about because I have a mental image of what's happening. It's
that video. Did anyone post that video of him saying the same thing over like dozens of news channels?
Yeah,
like verbatim.
I posted it. Yeah, I posted
that shit's
it.
dope, bro.
You know,
how dope is that clip right there? That just shows you like what's going on for real.
Yeah, it's sick.
What do they say? It's a threat to our freedom, like over and over or something. I haven't seen it in a while. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. Paradolia, when you start looking into things for real, I don't mean to be such a dick, but when you start looking at things for real, you'll find that there's a story behind a lot of stories. You know, did we need to enter World War II? You know, did we allow Pearl Harbor to happen? Did, Gulf of Tonkin, there's a lot of these stories that seem to be super accurate that allowed us to get involved in wars, and 9/11 is one of those. It's part of it had to be a campaign. It had to be a universal effort. We had to have other countries rah for us. It was well scripted, and it was gonna be. And if you look at what's that general that visited, God, what's his name, when he got the idea when they told him that they were going after 7 different countries in the next 5 years, and he's like, why?
Clark, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, Wesley Clark. Yeah,
Wesley
exactly.
Clark.
And he says straight up he couldn't fucking believe it from a military point of view what their agenda was, because it was clearly political. There were no military objectives.
When you spend hundreds of billions of dollars to defense, you got to spend it. You got to, justify spending that amount of money.
Wesley Clark, yeah, thanks for remembering his name.
7 countries in 5 years.
Just says it straight up, right? He's retired. He's allowed to say it. He just says it like, I couldn't believe it. He's like, why? He's like, but why? He said, they go, we don't know. We thought we'd ask you. That's why they were even mentioning it to him. They thought he might know. So, Paradolia, you'll find that there's a lot behind the scripts that we see, and it's almost like this. If you heard about it, it was a script. Otherwise, we don't hear about it. So if it made it to the news, it's been well written. The story's well written. And we watched it in this case, just like Kennedy.
Yeah, you'll need to provide specific examples, like of what you're talking about.
We've been doing it for an hour. We've been doing it with you for 4
No, did you watch his video, Dan? Post the video.
I watched that. I watched that.
So you can see they're all saying the same thing, obviously.
Yeah, but this isn't 9/11.
Well,
okay, what do you need evidence of?
We're talking about 9/11.
I know. What do you need? I thought we were talking about the news being a script.
Yeah, the reason we posted that was because you said you think they get a script, and I said, yeah, haven't you seen the video where they all say the same thing from all different news things? I wasn't talking about 9/11. I'm talking about someone recently compiled a video where it's clear that somebody somewhere is sending out a script that they want read in front of the American people, right?
One of the first and most obvious ones was the word slumped down when Kennedy actually lunged backwards. They used the word slumped forward, and it was clearly scripted. Every news agency talked about it, how he slumped forward. Yet you've seen the video. He lunged backward. He didn't slump forward at all, And the word slump doesn't even exist anywhere else.
I know a lot of this stuff sounds really crazy to you because you just, I'm sure you hear it and think it's people going too far with their imagination. Sometimes it is. That's what I was talking about with like that spectrum, right? Where you're going to find people who go way too far with stuff. Like, I personally don't believe that every single thing on the news is a narrative and is the opposite of what they're showing or anything. I think they do report, accurate things at times, if not just a narrative spin on the backside of it or something, but there are a lot of crazy things that you probably feel are insane right now. But I'm telling you, if you actually look into them and see the verification for yourself, you're going to realize that it's possible. And then you're going to start seeing other things where you're like, wait, what?
No, but there's only certain people that will happen to. There's a specific portion of the population that takes place in, not the entire population.
See? What people believing in conspiracies? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, Paradoli. You know what, dude? I'm done, man. You're just...
Yeah, you said that. Can you please be done? Can you mute me?
No, listen. I'm going to say this and then I'm going to be gone. But you are unbelievably ignorant to say that. Okay.
Wait.
When you don't even investigate something and you judge it and you dismiss it
No.
as if it's nothing,
Listen,
that is so ignorant. It is.
He's not ignorant. He's pushing a narrative.
Bro. Listen.
Super ignorant.
Conspiracists, when tested, test low in analytical thinking.
Oh, you think so? I would challenge you
I don't
right
think
here,
so. I don't think so.
right
There's
now,
been studies,
to
bro.
any IQ test you want to do
No,
right
I'm not
now.
talking
Meet
about.
this
I'm
dude
not
for
talking about. I'm
$500
not talking
live.
about IQ, bro. I'm talking about
Guess what?
analytical
Whatever
thinking.
you want. Oh yeah, analytical thinking has nothing to do with IQ. You're right. Anything you want, I will challenge you to, and we'll do it here live for $500. Whatever you want, bro.
Anyway,
that a
you
yes?
said it was slumped forward, Dan. I just looked
No,
at
no, 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 no. Hold up.
Zapruder.
Hold up. Do you accept my challenge or not?
Bro, I'm gonna have to mute you if you don't stop
Wow. Okay. So don't be ignorant next time. Okay. If you're not ready
Bro,
to put your money where your mouth is.
you're calling me ignorant, bro. What do you
You
want me
are.
to do? Thank you.
You are.
Thanks for calling
You
me
just
ignorant.
acted like I'm a crazy person because I tried to explain something nice and calm to you, but you're ignorant.
Yeah.
All
Cool.
right.
Okay, got it.
All right. So I think you guys are bad at analytical thinking because clearly you haven't examined the crash site at the Pentagon or what's going on in the mainstream news. Like I don't think you guys are the ones that are bad at it.
It would seem that way off the bat, but there's different thinking styles: intuitive, analytical. Anyway, Dan, you said they don't slump forward in the film, or that it's slumping forward in the film.
Nice job of jumping around. Nice job of jumping around. Yes, I did. I said one of the first times you'll find mass media saying the same thing over and over again was the description of the Kennedy shooting, and they will all say how he slumped forward.
Yeah, well, I'm watching it right now. He's slumping forward.
Okay, well, you enjoy that.
Your slumps forward with the first bullet, and he gets his dome peeled.
Your arguments are awful.
I'm looking at the footage.
Have you seen the Shanksville crash? Have you seen it? Do you know what they say? They say it buried itself. They say it buried itself in its entirety. That's why you can't see any airplane.
Bro, the Pentagon's a dead giveaway, dude. Like I said, if the walls were strong enough to resist the wings, there'd be wings somewhere. If it didn't, there'd be wing holes somewhere. There's neither of those. Like it's I don't know.
Yeah,
like if you're good at analytical thinking, this should be easy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Jeremy. I think I had encountered this argument like a year ago, and upon inspection of the damage to the outside, it's apparent where the wings hit.
Paradolia, I got a problem. I got a guy next to me who has a question for you. He's wondering, is there anything that you believe in that goes against party line? I mean, is there anything that you found to be not true ever?
Yeah. Putin bombed his own people.
That's recent. That's it? That's it? Just recent stuff? That's it?
No, it's not recent. That was when he took power.
Okay. And you think that was a story, so you looked into it and you determined otherwise? Right?
Yeah. He bombed his own people. He did a shitty job of it. They used explosives that are only available to the special forces in Russia. They were caught red-handed, and then they said, "Oh, no, we were deactivating a bomb."
How were you able to extrapolate data? Was it through one or more sources? How do you know this? Were you told by one or more news agencies, or friends, or phone calls, or how do you know what you know?
It was reported by people inside the administration during that time.
Out of curiosity, I don't know the difference between CNN and Fox, but I know there's a huge difference and people talk about it. Do you know the difference? Do you watch one? Do you watch one or the other for that reason? Because of the difference?
Hold on, you're saying it was reported by people inside the Russian government?
No, inside the United States administration.
All
right, go ahead. My bad, Dan. Sorry.
Cool. I'm just trying to figure out if you can think.
I don't watch CNN or I don't watch any of them.
Cool. Well, then I think we have hope for you, to be honest. I mean, you're asking the right questions. You just have to really take the time now to look into some of the things that we said, because we're not being too silly about this stuff. This is basic, a story that doesn't add up. You know, a story that doesn't add up very well at all. And there's a lot of evidence of that.
Okay, but Paradolia. Let me get a minute on Paradolia. Who told the U.S. reporters that it happened?
Who told the U.S. reporters that what happened?
You heard this from you that they bombed their own people. So
it
you
wasn't
heard it
reporters.
From
it was I believe it was administration staff. I was listening to the Putin files.
So people in the American government told you, or people in the Russian government?
In the American government.
Okay, and who told them?
I'm not sure.
No, that's what I mean. You're bad at analytical thinking.
I am.
That demonstrated it right there. No.
That I don't know who told these people.
I mean, dude, you scratched the surface with that. You know what I'm saying? Even then, ultimately, like, how would you ever know?
So, could there be third-party people who have independently verified what these people are reporting? Or is it just all contradictory? Like, has it come out that these people that are saying this about Putin bombing some people are lying? Or
I don't know. Would it be impossible for anyone but the Russian government to get access to this bomb or whatever?
Yeah, it was explosives that only they had, apparently.
Yes, they're the only people on Earth that have these explosives. Okay, you think so?
That's I'm not an explosive expert.
There's some high tech thing only Russia has. You think that's the case? We spend almost $1 trillion a year on military.
I don't think it was a high tech thing. It may have been a low tech thing, and maybe they were the only ones broke enough to use it.
Okay, so let's say I don't know.
We can Google it. Let's check it out. Check it out real time. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Keep looking, Paradolia. Keep looking at this stuff. Try and come to a rational.
I mean, as of right now, all you know is some guy in the American government told you that the Russians bombed their own people.
It was multiple people.
Multiple people in the American government told you Russia bombed their own people, and you just bought it hook, line, and I don't know.
RDX cyclonite.
And they're the only people on Earth that have this.
That's what my understanding is.
And it's not high tech though, but they're the only people that have access to this. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, they were.
If you told me you had a laser guided, if you told me you had some laser guided missile and shit, and no one else had it, I'd be like, okay, maybe, but like just chemical. Really?
I forgot all the stuff about Marvin Bush and 9/11. Plus the insurances, the whole thing is.
See, that's a bad argument too. The insurances.
Okay.
Anytime you have a loan, you're getting insurance.
If you saw how much he put down for that shit versus what he had it insured for, I mean, he put down so little cash on that shit and converted it all billions of dollars. And he put down, I think, 17 mil or something super low. Super low was his original investment.
I mean, you're not going to pay your 100% of your insurance payment as a premium.
It's just that if you look at reality and when he adjusted his policies and what he tried to collect, and I believe got in 2 separate attacks, I believe he was paid twice. And the buildings needed to be gutted. They were asbestos-ridden garbage. They needed so much work.
Dude, they saved so much money by knocking them buildings down. Yeah.
Yeah. It was.
They were laced with asbestos, which is a huge fucking conspiracy in itself.
They couldn't bring it up to code if they had to. It had to come down. Really, I mean, the amount of work to go through every beam in that building. Come on.
You don't have to go through beams. You just have to not disturb the asbestos.
No, they had to remove it.
The beams weren't made of asbestos.
They had to remove it.
Tiles, flooring.
They had to remove it by law, and it was coming up. Their dates were coming up. What they had to do.
No, there's different procedures for asbestos abatement.
Mm-hmm. And they're all expensive and ridiculously unsafe.
Even if it was just the tiles and shit like that, like that's wild expensive when you're talking about a fucking, a skyscraper worth or whatever, the multiple floors in a skyscraper.
The biggest skyscraper in the country. 2 of them.
Yeah. As far as building 7.
Who pays for it though? Who pays for asbestos abatement?
Whoever owns the building.
They couldn't even.
Nobody now.
Does anybody that manufactured said asbestos pay for?
No.
Definitely not. No.
Owens Corning?
No, whoever owns the building has to pay for it. They don't come in and do that shit for free. You got a house with asbestos in it, that shit's on the homeowner. Yo, building 7, that was the one that didn't even get hit when it fell. Like I'm pretty sure I've heard of skyscrapers that have been on fire, blazing fires for fucking days. They never fell. Like I don't know if there is a skyscraper that ever fell from fire.
It's the amount of evidence here is real evidence, by the way, not, hearsay. The amount of real evidence here is enough to call anything into question, but what you can't call into question is the script, the purpose, the overall reason.
Like what evidence? Like, can you name some evidence?
Everything we just went through.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Like just one thing. Just like label one thing as a piece of evidence.
No aircraft at a plane crash is evidence of
no
a
aircraft
falsehood.
Now, what do you mean? Let's go through that. What do you mean? No.
Okay, I described what Jamie McIntyre said. That's the Pentagon. Go to Shanksville. They say it buried itself in its entirety, and that's why you can't.
Okay. Yeah, that augured into the ground. Okay, so I live in Colorado Springs. I don't know if you guys know where that is.
Well, that's relevant. Hang on, let me write that down.
Colorado Springs had an airplane crash.
Oh, you're pathetic. I'm done, Jeremy. Nice to talk to you, Jeremy. This guy's pathetic. It's ridiculous.
But I can't talk. I can't explain an airplane crash.
You can explain it
and I'm pathetic for explaining it.
You can't. If
you're not willing to listen.
If you cared, you'd bring up the real images of what we're talking about, and we'd discuss it, wouldn't you? But you don't care. You care to bring up something pathetic and irrelevant. Okay.
All right. Okay.
So I played disc golf at a plane crash. My family friend was on the airplane. He died. He was an architect. They planted 24 trees there. He was at 1,500 feet. The plane augured into the ground. There was no real parts of the plane. Like, it's very likely the plane traveling straight down is going to disintegrate. It's made of aircraft aluminum, bro. Like, what do you plan on finding an intact engine?
What's
Yeah, like
the engine made out of?
Like every other crash.
Is it made out of gold or like
every other crash? They fucking recover shit. Trust me, you're tripping. Okay,
right.
This is a big jet full of people.
All right, so let's look at it together. What was the name of that?
Flight 93, Shanksville. Come on, up to speed. Where you been? How can you have an opinion if you don't even know this shit?
I haven't looked into
flight. I mean, airplane engines are usually made out of titanium or some kind of, something crazy, right? It's not just like aluminum.
Yeah, they're made of mad
Yeah.
lightweight materials. They're not made to handle impact forces with thousands of Gs.
Titanium
Thousands
and
of
steel.
Gs?
Titanium and steel, dude. Aluminum.
Thousands of
Yeah.
Gs?
Yeah, if you strike the ground at like 300 miles an hour, what type of G load do you think?
Paradolia, they weigh almost 1,000,000 pounds, bro.
Well, don't they call that negative Gs? I thought you were talking about how fast they move. Is that still G forces or is it negative Gs?
No, if you impact something, that's G-force. Like if you come to an
All
abrupt
right.
stop.
I mean, yeah, let's just pick one thing and go over it. Whatever. Are you gonna keep going with this, Dan, or because I gotta go?
No, he sucks. Let's leave him alone. Fuck, he sucks. He totally sucks. He's not trying. You're not trying.
I'm debating that what you're saying is true. That's why I suck.
You're not okay. Have you brought up any example that we haven't seen? You said I'm going to get back to you on that. No, you made up flimsy excuses. You want to tell us about a small engine craft, a small craft engine with someone you know, and I'm sorry about that, but that's not related to the titanium and the sheer amounts of debris that are found at every crash, because certain shit you can't break apart.
I mean, these planes were fucking huge, right? These were like 757, 747s or something. 737.
Yep.
Okay, so I mean, it's just if you depending on how the plane crashes, it's gonna change wildly the amount of debris and debris size that you find.
You're right. So Flight 93 did break up in the air because it was shot down. You're right.
I didn't say that.
I did.
Okay, but you said I'm right, but I didn't say that.
Well, that's why there isn't so much debris there. But they claimed the debris is there. They even claimed to recovered, I think, 86% of the DNA to identify like 86% of the people, they say. Turns out the same coroner did both the Pentagon and that. Isn't that funny? But the first coroner to arrive in Shanksville said, "There's nothing for me to do here. There are no." That's what he said.
Hold on, they use the same coroner for the Pentagon and Shanksville.
Or the same labs to identify separate things to decide how many people there were. Supposedly they collected tons of body parts and remains and shit, and identified a huge percentage of them. Supposedly.
I mean, how did the body parts disintegrate?
I don't know, man.
I've heard that Shanksville they were buried. They got buried from the impact. It was soft mud or something. They said.
Supposedly they identified a huge portion of it. Let's see. I'll check.
Had it inverted and it nosedived.
I mean, I feel bad for Paradolia about start helping them.
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh no, yeah, I appreciate it. I didn't know the person. It was like us, like 8.
Bro, the Pentagon clearly wasn't. Where's the fucking wings, bro? Well, we can stay on this Shanksville one. Go ahead, Dan. I gotta go.
Somerset County Coroner, monumental task of identifying remains of the victim. One of the most. I'll just post this. This may not be the results. I heard both locations were handled by the same office. Why wouldn't they be, right?
Yeah, I would assume there'd be some overarching federal thing, but when you said the same coroner, that's good because I thought coroners went by. like districts or something. So if you're in this, you know, if they were in different districts, like they wouldn't get sent
Yeah, it
around.
was the same lab or something. Crash lab. I'll have to find it.
Like a city has a coroner for that city, and you know, or the city limits or county or whatever. I don't know.
Here's a story about how they identified 14 additional victims at some point. So maybe that'll have the process here.
Maybe if a town doesn't have a coroner, though, they'll borrow one from it, from the next like city or county over or whatever. I don't know.
Did you ever hear the story of the Texas coroner that was pissed that they didn't let him check out the shuttle that crashed? And supposedly the Coast Guard was sitting over the debris, and the NASA took like an extra 11 or 12 days to bring the bodies up, even though the position was clearly marked, because you know, I feel that there were no bodies in there, and they had to have their own, like they had to slip in bodies. And when they removed the bodies,
You're talking
NASA,
about the Challenger?
yeah, and when NASA removed the bodies, it was in the middle of the night with no ceremony at all, because they were probably not really in there, you know?
What about the body
So
parts?
that's why I didn't know anything about body parts on the shuttle. Did you? I was just talking about shuttle for a second. Sorry.
Well, didn't they find body parts in farmers' fields?
Different crash. Sorry, different crash. One was on the way up, one was on the way down. You're talking about the way down, I'm talking about the way.
Yeah,
He was talking about the Challenger.
Well, didn't they find them in both?
No. As a matter of fact, they later said that the crew survived impact of the ocean, that they were alive all the way down. That's what we heard. Either way, when you hear it, it's bullshit. That's what I'm claiming. Like the auto hoax part of things does exist because you only get the cleaned up, filtered, unchallenged version, you know? And that's what's fucked up because reporting doesn't exist anymore, just press releases. Reporting used to be like, well, we're going to go find out if this is true. And you go talk and you find out and you do reporting. Today, you get a press release and you read it. That's what we were saying before, is the news agencies have been reduced to ghost staffs across the countries and across the world. There used to be AP, UPI, and Associated Press, United Press, and the BBC used to be. They used to have correspondents in every city. Everyone did. In every city, when I grew up, there was 2 newspapers, and now there's only one. They bought each other up. The amount of editing and competition, and you got to imagine in news, competition is what drove it. It's like, hey, we broke a story. You know, there was like, it was great to be a reporter because you could break a story and make yourself a name, make your paper known. You know, there was a lot in that, in finding out what's really going on. And yeah, it doesn't seem to be done that way. Once it's owned, once it's bought and sold, there's no motivation to do anything but read what you're supposed to read, particularly when we have short attention span now, you know? Hey, Jeremy, you know what's cool about short attention span is we do have a lot of old stuff, and we really can make a lot of good clips. If everyone went back in their stuff and started making these short clips like everyone's used to now, you know, this TikTok mentality, 30 seconds, 45 seconds. We've got so much great shit over time, you know? So, like, whether they're called shorts or clips or whatever they're called at each of these platforms, it seems like the new way to communicate with people is in the short attention span method instead of our usual, like, 9-hour method, you know? Short clips. Boom, boom. We got lots of those. No.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Okay, I'm gonna
No,
post
no,
a
no, no, no.
picture.
What'd you find?
The Pentagon.
So there's, it fell afterwards. The front facade fell afterwards. So make sure to note the difference between when they first arrived and once the fire engulfed it. Oh, you chose the latter, didn't you?
I'm just showing the damage to the base.
The after effect when the facade fell. Yeah, I get it.
You know, can't they just show us
You
the
know
video
what?
of the plane hitting? This must be the most videoed building on Earth.
Not only that, Paradolia had to go through the other ones to pick this one. That's what's bullshit. That's why we're being fucked with.
What do you mean?
Right? Like, this has got to be the most videotaped building on Earth, no?
He had
The
to see the
Pentagon?
single
Maybe the
hole.
White House.
For you not to see the single hole and to choose this photo is so disingenuous of you. Keep going.
Yeah.
Look for fire.
But
Look for smoke. Look for fire. Look for when it's happening, man.
Why is there damage to the base of those buildings?
Look for when it's going on, when it's happening, when there's smoke and fire, when the trucks are there, when the firefighters are there.
Wow, Paradolia. Wow.
Wow.
These are
You're on the
not some
opposite
great.
side
These
of
are
what I
not the
believe.
greatest shots.
Wow.
These are not the greatest shots I've ever seen. But I mean, where's the wings? Are they inside the building? They're claiming, or
Well, it looked like they damaged the outside of. I mean, they're not just gonna be like broken, like perfectly intact. They were traveling at how fast? 300 miles.
I mean, are
Filled
we
with.
saying the building stopped? So we're saying the building stopped the wings.
Yeah, it appears like it's made out of concrete, brick.
All right, then where's the wings?
They disintegrated. They're aluminum. They're filled with fuel. They hit a brick
Well,
building.
that
300
doesn't
miles
make
an hour.
them. I don't know if you know how aluminum works, but the shit doesn't. This isn't like a Marvin the Martian thing where shit just disintegrates. Like it'd be like aluminum, a puddle of aluminum or some shit. That's a lot of aluminum.
Well, it
What
looks
do you
like
think,
there's
Marvin the
a.
Martian?
It looks like there's a bunch of
Alright.
debris from this picture that has been, I don't know, bulldozed into piles.
This
Yeah,
is
that's
so
why this is a bad picture.
All right,
so
I got another picture. Hold
You
on.
are pathetic.
Oh my
You are
god.
truly
Okay,
pathetic.
don't
Yeah,
call
I get it.
names.
Every time you disagree,
I'm
I'm
done.
pathetic.
I'm done, dude. We
Hold on.
totally tried to have an intelligent
Dan,
conversation.
please. Please,
Well,
though, don't call it.
okay. Well, he's not looking at one image from when it's happening, right? Not one.
Yeah, like, dude, there's like firefighters. Can we just get one like right after a hit?
He won't look. He won't bring it.
Yeah, like there's already like look, they got like
Okay,
cranes and shit
I'll
out
look
there.
for. I mean,
Chicken
when it's
shit.
on
That was a
fire, you
chicken-
see a bunch of smoke and you can't see anything. So
Chicken
how
It
am I
looks
going
like
to
they're
show you?
Type in fucking hole in the Pentagon, man. Fucking get a grip. You
All right,
know,
I'll try and get
you
some grip.
fucking asshole. Really.
Oh, Dan, relax though, please.
No, I just can't stand people that fucking. I don't know how. I don't know what you mean. You haven't have showed me any example. It's like, oh really? We've just been firing one fucking thing after another, and he just slides to another thing. Wow, hole in the Pentagon, Guardian. Whoa, 3 layers deep. Whoa, how hard is this? Right?
The thing is, why don't they? The thing is, though, why don't they just show us the video? There's got to be a zillion fucking CCTV cameras, all types of shit. It's the Pentagon. They don't have every square inch of fucking everywhere taped. I find that hard to believe.
So sad.
Like, is it like classified or you know, like why aren't they showing the video?
Maybe no video exists.
Oh yeah, most secure building in the country.
I mean, sure, probably the White House, maybe. There's not many buildings that would be more secure than the Pentagon. I'd have to. I mean, did you see Mission Impossible?
Yeah, it's some movies.
I'm just saying. I know. I'm just saying though. Like, it's got to be a super secure building, right? They must be taping every square inch, especially on the outside.
Yeah, but
I could see maybe not on the inside.
Being secure and then taping every square inch aren't synonymous. Especially
Yeah,
in
it is.
99 or what, 01?
01.
They
We had
had
plenty of cameras. Plenty of cameras, bro. We had hard drives, cameras. There's no dude. Every square inch is getting recorded, bro.
They're like, who's this errant guy walking across the lawn? What's in his back pocket? They have checkpoints.
Is that the whole of the Pentagon right there? What is that? I mean, bro, it don't look like a plane hit that, bro. Look at it. If it's like I said, I don't know. There should be tons of wing pieces out there. I don't know. I don't know if that's what's going on. These pictures, there's a lot of smoke, but I mean, you can see the ground pretty clear. Like, I don't know. You got some funny pictures. The ones I seen just show a straight up like cylindrical hole and shit.
I can't find that video called "Where's the Plane." Remember that one? Where's the plane? Where's the plane?
I mean, the day before,
They
was
would
it the
show
day
the height of
before
the
tail
tail versus.
what
They
was
would
it,
show
Dan?
the tail and the dimensions lined up. The whole.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one. What was it the day before? The guy announced that they were missing like $3 trillion or some shit.
Rumsfeld, yeah, but I heard that was
September 8th.
only a clerical error. I heard they cleared that up.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they cleared that right up. Yeah.
Took out a few buildings, cleared that shit right out. Pentagon as it happened. Where's the Plane was the name of that. Oh, this has got good footage.
Apparently, the plane knocked down a lamppost that hit a taxi cab.
Yeah, they pretended it was that low, and that it skidded across the lawn on the way in. Is the story?
Which was consistent with the video footage.
No.
What did the video footage show?
Well, there's 3 GIF stills. There is really no video footage.
Well, what did the GIF
show? Something sailing right to left towards the building quite quickly that didn't have the height of an airplane at all.
Across the groundish?
No. Didn't look that way. Not that I recall. Man, they've scrubbed a lot of footage. Yeah, the stories aren't the same. The cab driver and the other people on the road there don't all match. Their stories don't match. The path doesn't match either. It's pretty hard to tell. The Jamie McIntyre is the best one. But they scrubbed that right away. And this Where's the Plane video? Nowhere
It seems
around.
like they found a lot of plane wreckage at the Pentagon.
No, they walked across in Rumsfeld himself took a bunch of people and picked up any scraps that they could. And you could see them. You could see the pieces. They're little pieces of what looks like American Airlines kind of stuff. Yeah, tails, engines. Yeah. No, they picked up a couple of scraps, but it was weird. They had like guys in regular leisure suits out doing it really fast, like making sure that there wasn't any missile evidence around. Is what it was. They weren't picking up plane parts; they were picking up missile parts.
And then the towers that were struck, those were missiles too, right?
I don't know about that.
Plane-shaped missiles.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, they had a lot of footage as to that, those impacts. And you could see the plane-shaped holes in the building.
Where's the plane-shaped hole? Yeah. Where is the plane-shaped hole of the Pentagon? Where's the plane? You know, that's the thing. If you look at plane crashes, they're really consistent. There's usually tail sections. The wings usually get busted off. And the nose doesn't generally penetrate because of the materials that are in the nose.
Yeah, but it's not like that's not like always the case. It depends on the crash and the forces involved. It's not like,
You
hey,
know
in a
what's
plane
always the
crash.
case? You know what's always the case? Two big titanium fucking engines. That's always the case.
Yeah, but they're not always left intact. In
They are.
that
Yes,
crash.
they are. Yes, they are. How would you make a hole through something? Yeah, have you seen how many layers? You know this is the second or third layer deep. This last picture, it's not the first layer.
In the open field crash that you talked
there.
about.
Let's go there. Let's go there. Not one piece of debris. Not one.
That you wanna believe, but all the other debris that you don't want to believe in, that exists.
What do you mean?
They dug up the engines with a backhoe.
No, they did not.
Okay, they planted it there, and then they dug up what they planted. Apparently.
Okay, just go ahead and believe whatever you want there, because I can't convince you what a
They have
plane
footage
crash
of
looks
them.
like. I cannot convince you what a plane crash looks like. I can't. Yet you know what a plane crash looks like.
Hold on. So
today in this argument, you don't. Everything was proven when you brought up the Pentagon. I told you there'd be damage later on. You continued to post 3 pictures of the damage later on. Not one picture of the event.
Okay,
Not
hold on. Let me see if I'm tracking. Let me see if I'm tracking.
Not one picture of the anything that would prove what we were saying. It's fucked up.
So the Pentagon got further damaged after the crash.
Yeah, the front facade fell. Wow.
Okay, so now what about the left side of the facade?
Dude, it's a separate building. Okay, separate like section. The
Okay,
left
why is that damaged?
Yeah,
Why is it damaged where the wing?
I'm not playing with you because you formulated a question. Do you see what Regis posted? This is what we've been trying to show you. That's the hole it made. That's it. Okay, do you see that where it says bro? Do you see that, dude? That's it. That's the point when
I don't know what context
Jamie McIntyre. That's when Jamie McIntyre from CNN gets there and says, "I don't see anything that even looks like a piece of an airplane."
If you could post some context, that would be great. But I know that you guys hate the C word, so if you could show me what context that image was taken in.
Completely full of shit. That's what you are.
If you were honest, you wouldn't mind posting the context.
Bye. Shithead.
Allergic to context.
Yoo-hoo.
Hello.
Who said that?
Someone.
Who goes there?
We've been doing some 9/11s, have we?
Yeah, they all raged out.
Yeah.
Everyone knows all airplane crashes make nice, neat, large airplane parts left over.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what forces were involved on the aircraft. The building would have fallen over in the direction of the fire.
Mm.
It hinges at the base where the fire is, and then it falls over. It falls
Like
over
that.
like a hinge.
Billy, get your guns. Hmm. Oh. Yes, conspiracy people are usually on the fringe of society. Oh, yeah, yes, thanks, Ruth. Yeah, I've heard the, I clicked on it, and he goes, yoo-hoo!
What's the most educated conspiracist you've ever ran into? Because,
Most educated.
yeah, like you're like, you do what? You went where?
Yeah, I don't know. I see where you're headed. Yeah. It's like I was talking about earlier today. Patrick Gunnels is a mathematician and a flat earther. And I'm like, how is that possible?
Yeah.
Well, howdy doody, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening,
time to
wherever you
go.
are on the flat earth. Jin CBR1 has arrived to awaken your minds.
Right.
Okay?
It's time for us to leave, right?
Now, if you're not talking about it, if you're not having a discussion or a debate here, we can discuss something that will blow the Apollo missions in the brain. Thing like the call of nature, gentlemen. The call of nature.
Hello, Matthew.
To the moon. Okay.
Hey.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Right. First of all, we got.
We just need to ignore Jin long enough, and then we can
On
talk.
the International Space Station. So, yeah. Okay. So, if you're all listening, ladies and gentlemen, Jin CBR1, we're going to be discussing the situation during the Gemini, not Gemini, and the okay.
I think you're breaking up.
I'm breaking up, am I? Okay. Hang on a second. Yeah. Mic check. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I coming through any better now?
No.
Continue. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I was saying,
just put it in a text.
No, I'm going to speak it.
Well, your speak isn't coming through very good because you're breaking up.
We can't understand you.
How are you doing, Matthew?
I'm doing well. I survived Nathan Oakley's show yesterday morning, so doing okay.
Oh, he's a character, huh?
It was fun. It was interesting.
Did you hear about that time he actually stopped and had a logical thought?
Oh, I didn't hear about that time.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about what happened on a different channel on this channel, but I will say that an interesting idea that we talked about is that celestial navigation, the algorithm is linear, but trigonometry is nonlinear, so it can't be that celestial navigation uses right triangles. I think that's an interesting observation.
Yeah.
And thanks, Ruhif, for DMing me the other stuff that I read earlier.
I'll DM you too, Jesse, actually, if you're at all interested.
Okay.
Jesse.
What app are you thinking about making, Jesse? Maybe we can move in with you on the flat app. Oh, I was looking at the rate of smoking in Australia the other day.
Yeah.
And it's almost
Gone down?
I think it's 10% lower than the USA.
Yeah. Smoking campaign here was quite successful.
I wish they'd have done that here. Nobody knows about all the different diseases here. You're just like, oh yeah, lung cancer at some mysterious time in the future. I can quit before then.
Yeah.
Sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. I just had to go and look at the Wi-Fi, pull out the dead mice in there and put some new ones in. They were dead.
Right.
Okay, so hopefully we'll get no interruptions. Mic check, can you hear me?
No.
You're lying. I knew you were lying in the first place, but anyway, we'll carry on. So ladies and gentlemen.
What did you say, Jin?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the problem with going to the toilet on the Mercury, the Gemini, and the Apollo missions, and then the costs of the toilets on the ISS. And I'm going to be putting forward a case of gross misuse of the taxpayers' money, and you'll understand why as we go along. Now, what I am asking, I'm nearly there. I am asking for your participation only in that one. Please put on a mask because it could get a bit smelly. Put on your latex gloves. You may have to pick up some poo. And please use your imagination. Imagine you are that astronaut, male or female, on the Apollo mission, on the Gemini mission, if you will, and you're on your way to the moon. This is an 8-day ordeal. Okay? But before we go there, I'd like to talk about the Vomit Comet. Aptly named as well, Vomit Comet. Why is it called that? Because when you go on the Vomit Comet, which is an aeroplane, a Russian aircraft, you fly up to, let's say, I think 40, 50,000 feet up in the Earth's atmosphere, and then the plane takes a sharp nose upwards, and then a sudden nose dive, what they call a parabolic arc. That's how it flies. Now the passengers in there, all the seats are removed, so it's empty. But you're now experiencing this zero G kind of experience, weightlessness. Now, at the end of this ordeal, most of the people end up throwing up, ladies and gents. That's why they call it the Vomit Comet. Some throw up during the experience, and that's not good. That's a clean-up ordeal right there and then. So imagine this situation for 8 days. Okay, you're in zero G. Whatever you consume wants to come back out your mouth, come out your nose, or explode out of your bum. Because that's what you're going to be under for 8 days. Because you can imagine that your stomach is going to be loose all the time. Okay? You're going to have to fight this drink down, or whatever you consume is under pressure to come out somehow, some way, floating around. And you've got to handle that. Can you imagine that, ladies and gentlemen? 8 days or even 12 days, because some missions lasted that long, especially the Apollo ones, the latter ones. Okay? So just imagine that.
There's like two people here.
Yeah, okay. Right. That's fine. I'm still going to talk about it because there's people listening in the live stream. And they're going to be thinking, yeah, that's an interesting point. It is, isn't it? Because, well, you're in zero G. You've got a poo bag to attach on your bottom. You've got to strip off from the top down. Okay, this is in zero G. You've got to remember, there are 3 of you in the capsule. The space no bigger than like 2 or 3 telephone boxes. So there's 3 of you in there, and you've got to now go to the toilet. Okay, now you've got to get yourself out. You're floating around. You've got to balance yourself. Now you've got to start to undress, ladies and gentlemen. Undress, zero G. Attach a bag, a transparent plastic bag with a very sticky seal. You pull off the adhesive part, and then you've got to work that onto your bum somehow. Zero G. Or you might need to ask your colleague to help you out. You know? Okay? And then you've got to proceed to do this poo in this bag. Okay? And the thing about the poo is it doesn't want to come out of your bum unless it's explosive diarrhea. So if it's a solid lump, you're working hard to get it out, apparently. Get it out. And then when it comes out, it's now floating. It won't go to the back of the bag. So NASA put in some divots where you can handle it yourself and push it all the way down to the bottom. But that's not the end of it all. You've still got to remove it off your bum. You've got to get this sanitary disinfectant pouch, sachet, open that up, get it in there to disinfect the poo so the bacteria doesn't stink or whatever. Okay, then you've still got to get a nappy wipe your bum. So by the time you finish just that one ordeal there, it's probably taking you about 20 minutes. Do you think that is feasible, ladies and gentlemen, on the way to the moon? 3-day journey. Would you be going, or would you just rather just put a diaper on? What would be easier? Put a diaper on, okay? Put a diaper on, you do your poo and your piss in the diaper. You then take that off, you clean your bum, wrap it, and then put another. That's much quicker than trying to stick a plastic transparent bag. So when you look at, it's all on video on YouTube, there's loads. When you actually look at that situation, it's an insult to your intelligence and offensive to common sense. Really. Okay, this is why I say that situation alone proves they never went. Done and dusted right there. And game over. That's a game over situation right off the bat, ladies and gentlemen. We don't even have to talk about cosmic ray particles, radiation belts, solar flares, vacuum, what else we got? That's that. Neutron rays, gamma rays, alpha and beta rays, and we don't even go into that. The toilet problem is the killer immediately. End of project. We're not going. Because the poo problem is just impossible in a vacuum. So what say you people who are listening to this now in the server? Anybody got any questions? Am I talking shit?
I wonder what percentage of the population is like vulnerable to this.
Yeah. I would have to say, even the people who are aware that the moon landings were a hoax are not aware of this toilet problem, you know, including those as well. So yeah, you know, a good 80% of the world's population, at least. You know? But it is an interesting point, though, to raise, don't you think? That the call of nature is what exposes the falsehood and the hoaxness of the mission. That alone. Yeah? Remember, 8 days or even 12 days. You're constantly trying to fight the food from coming back up out of your mouth, through your nose, or you're holding your stomach tight because it wants to fart or do a poo or something. You see what I mean, yeah? So physically, that's an ordeal for 8 days. No doubt about that at all. Let's not kid ourselves here, ladies and gentlemen, in the live stream. Yeah? You know that what I'm saying is perfectly true, isn't it? It's an ordeal, no matter how fit you are. Probably the fitter, the worse off you are. And you've got to be pretty fit to be an astronaut. Yeah? Can't be a fat dump. Right. So, you know, no, that's one problem there. You know, it's at least a 10 to 15 minute ordeal each time you do a poo. And if you're going to do a wee now, you could wee into a pouch which is connected to the side of the spacecraft, and that would be jettisoned out. The only problem with that, ladies and gentlemen, this craft is moving at 24 times the speed of sound, 17,500 miles per hour to 18,000 miles per hour. And I said, if you want to get an idea of what that speed is like, I would suggest you watch the hypersonic sled. Type that in, hypersonic sled, from the Edwards Air Force Base, the Holloman high-speed test track. You look at that and you will see a rocket-powered sled traveling at 8.5 times the speed of sound. The only thing is you don't get to see the sled because it's moving so fast. You don't get to see it.
Yeah, but why do you mention the speed?
Well, because the speed is very important. Because when you the reason I mention it is because they said they saw the urine looking like crystals in space, but they'll be traveling too fast to see it. That's BS.
They don't feel the speed, so the speed's irrelevant. They're basically standing still.
No. They're doing a P. The aircraft is moving through space at that speed. There's no way you can do hot urine, okay, chilled into crystals like they said, Okay, that's their imagination running wild, and be able to visualize that at that speed. You wouldn't be able to visualize it.
Is your IQ like 5 or 6?
It has to be 6.
No, my
Jen,
IQ
you're being so
is
stupid right
superior.
now.
Is
If
superior
you're in
to
a
yours, mate.
vacuum and you're going 18,000 miles an hour, the pea gets out the window, it goes the exact same speed as it when it left the window that you left it.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The
No,
thing
you're
is,
saying
you
this
are
because your IQ
moving
is
at
5
that
or
speed.
6.
You're supposedly moving at that speed. Ladies and gentlemen of the
Ladies
live
and
stream,
gentlemen, please witness
of the
Jen,
YouTube
the
live
human
stream
moron.
chat, please pay attention. Listen to the scumbag, yellow American toxic maggot speaking now. Totally ignore what he's got to say. We're talking 18 times the speed of sound. That can't be disregarded at all. You cannot disregard
There
that
is no
at
speed of
all.
sound in space,
Shut
Jen.
up, you
Your
fucking fool.
IQ is less than 6. We're back
You're
down
a
to a
fucking
5.
idiot if you think
No.
the listeners are
Dude,
going to listen to
calling
you
me a
and
name
believe
only
what you're
just
saying.
projection. You
Shut
don't
the fuck
understand
up, you
something.
scumbag.
You're confused.
I feel like it
Night-
was pretty convincing. Like the whole poop takes 20-minute thing. That's a long time.
That's a problem, right?
Yeah, big problem. They're short on time up there.
Well, it's a problem in that you've got to do that whilst everybody else is in there, and you might need assistance, and that's a nasty problem to be getting on with. Each time you've got to go for a poo, look, can you give us a hand? I've got to do a number 2 again. Do you know what I mean? Come on, and it's a 10. Got to get undressed. We know they didn't go up there, okay?
And they have to hold their poop the
If
whole
anyone's trying
time.
to say 24 times the speed of sound is slow, 18,000 miles per hour, because that's the speed you've got to have the speed because you've got to have the fuel, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to measure the fuel and everything to get there and back. The speed, the time it takes. So obviously they're moving at some rate of speed that they would not be able to see those speed coming out. Sorry. That's why I mentioned the Edwards Air Force Base, the hypersonic sled. Look it up, ladies and gentlemen, and you will see how you cannot see that sled at full speed, at half speed, and at quarter of the speed. Okay?
What do you feel is like listening to this right now?
As far as I'm concerned, you lot are listening, and then the people in the live stream are listening. Okay?
Like an AFK bot at a computer is listening in the live stream.
As far as I'm concerned, if there's people in the live stream, or they may listen to this later on, click on it later, they're going to get some coherent information. And especially as I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, it means I'm addressing them. So it's all good, isn't it? It's all good. It's all good. Right. So let me carry on, ladies and gentlemen. So you're beginning to get the idea that being an astronaut in space, in 0G, it's not really a comfortable affair when it comes to going to the toilet. Surely. You know, because you've got to keep taking the bags up. And there's a piece of information for you. The 6 missions combined left behind supposedly 96 bags of poo on the moon. Okay? So that'd be interesting to go and have a look. What happened to the bacteria? Let's examine it. But they won't let us go anywhere near that place. They're trying to preserve the place. People in America want to send their rovers over there. China wanted to go there, but NASA said it's out of bounds. Because they never went, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's out of bounds. We can't go there.
Because NASA has jurisdiction in space over all
Yeah.
of countries and planets.
Yeah. You think if I was an astronaut or if I had the power to put a drone up there, do you think NASA saying get out of there, don't go there would stop me, Jim CBR1? You better believe I'll be doing fucking wheel spins on that stuff there. Camera up there and everything. Their words would never stop me getting out of here. But anyway, that's a side issue there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back to the poo problem. Remember, this is an 8-day ordeal and 12 days of trying to keep the food in and then stopping the poo come out and explosive diarrhea start. That's a hard job, 12 days. Okay, now on the ISS, the original toilet cost, wait for it, ladies and gentlemen, $19 million. To look at the thing, it looks like an old-fashioned 1950s vacuum cleaner. The old Hoover vacuum cleaner, you know, the one that looked like a capsule. It came in orange, silver aluminium hoses. Do you remember that? Because I remember them. We had one in our house in the 1960s. We had one of those. And it was really nice looking. I did like the look of the thing. With a reusable dust bag that you take out and you clean it out, pat it out, all the dust, you're fucking coughing your lungs up. And then you put it back in, you know, that kind of shape. That's what that toilet looks like. Then imagine it upright, standing upright, with a square seat and a massive silver hole where you're supposed to do your business in, and that's under a vacuum. Then if you wanted to do the number one and urinate, it's a round hose with a little bit of a funnel. A man's penis can get in, but a woman's vagina would make a mess of that, and that would be the hygiene nightmare. And the women have to use the same one. So there's another problem. You would have figured that the woman's one would have a cap, like a massive cup that follows the contours of the vagina, and then there's seals firmly, and then they could go to the toilet and do their business under a vacuum. But no, it's a hole that the penis goes in. So there's a mistake by NASA right off the bat there again, expecting women to use that and expect it to be clean. So you go for a pee, you spray it everywhere, it's floating in the ISS. Now you've got to catch all those peas droplets, and you still got to clean the hose up so it's clean for the next person that wants to use it. So you're there for another 20 minutes probably. Can you see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Are you getting the picture? $19 million when they could have used a better system. And the system I'm alluding to is the passenger jet airliners when we go on holiday. 757, 767, 747, for example. Those toilet cubicles are perfectly shaped and designed to fit, let's say, if they were to go up this space, if you could go up there, that would be the unit you would use. Because you've got the folding door, you're in an enclosure now, privacy is there.
This is hilarious.
Okay, the toilet seats under a vacuum, and it goes over, it would have to go over your legs, of course, so that it fits snugly, and then all your business is done under a vacuum with that toilet, continually sucking everything away. Then when you finish, you clean your hands and you shut the door, everything's neat. But on the ISS, it's that stupid, ridiculous toilet with a curtain rail around it. That's it. So if you do happen to splash, that's going and floating around the place. And that's $19 million. It broke down in 2019. So by 2020 or 2021, they replaced it with a $23 million one, and it was worse than the original one. And the part that I'm talking about is where the women have to use it. The hole is tighter, makes more of a nightmare for hygiene. So there you go. $25,000 for those cubicles on the planes. $25,000, and then the plumbing is an extra $175,000 for the plumbing to work all 6 toilets. I looked it up, ladies and gents. Okay, because I am interested. My brother's a plumber. I've learnt about plumbing myself, an electrician. I'm a mechanical engineer. So I do understand this stuff. That's why I'm bringing it up. The price ratio is off the charts. Ridiculous. Overcharging ridiculously. Doesn't cost $19 million, but that's what they pay. $23 million now.
So why did it cost 19?
Oh, because they're just ripping the taxpayer off, that's all. The taxpayer is so gullible, they believe because they're going to space, it has to cost that. That's why.
Really?
Really, yeah.
So who built it?
There are other excuses like the cost of development and all that, but that's coming from the taxpayer anyway. But the actual toilet cost $90 million.
So
and
who
the
built?
new one cost $23 million. The
Who
new
built?
one cost $23 million.
Who built it?
Well, I think NASA commissioned some company. I can't give you the name of the company, Alpan. No, I forgot. Because it was a while that I researched and the price is easy to remember. But the companies, I can't quite remember the company was commissioned. But obviously NASA and their affiliated companies, of course.
So how much did it cost to make and develop it?
I'm not sure on the price of what it cost them to make it. And remember, they're not going up there. So, I didn't look into that deep as to how much it really cost to develop and that. I didn't really look at that up.
But we're sure that it's too expensive.
Yeah. Remember, the new one cost $23 million.
Yeah. We're positive that it's too expensive, but we have no idea what it costs to construct or develop.
Well, basically, it was a rip. It was the great rip-off of the century.
It could be a great deal. We could have gotten a great deal, but we have no idea because we don't know.
Well, I reckon you would have got a great. No, what do you mean you could have gotten a great deal? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it could have been like worth 40 million, and we bought it for 23, and like the company that developed it took a loss.
Nah, not when you consider the aeroplane toilets that we use on airplanes are much neater and can do the job better than what you're actually looking at.
Yeah,
on
they're
the
pretty much
ISS.
exactly the same thing, like an airplane toilet or a toilet that needs to operate in space. It's pretty much the same thing, right?
No, it's not. The mechanism is near enough the same, but the actual seating, and we're talking about safety and hazards. Now, the ISS is totally hazardous. The likelihood of someone spraying urine and losing control is great. And then you're going to have urine floating around that could end up in your mouth, in your eye, up your nostril, or in your, God forbid, any electrical equipment. So it's a hazard, the one that they're using. A $19 million, which inflated to $23 million for the new one, hazard.
Yeah, but how is that stuff going to be floating around if it's like a vacuum?
Well, not in the ISS, it's not. In the ISS, yeah, it's vacuumed when you're using it, but the likelihood to spray is still there. You could still be spraying because your urine is going to come under pressure, okay? So if you don't insert your penis into that hole properly, there's going to be problems. And then remember, the woman, it's not shaped for the woman's vagina. So she's just going to urinate and she has to aim it. If she misses, that's a spray everywhere. Come on. That's what I'm saying. That the toilet on the aeroplane is a much safer, more hygienic cubicle for $25,000. They start at $15,000 up to $25,000. So it's good value for money and safer on a health and safety hygiene side of things.
Man, they should have just hired you, and they would have saved $20 million.
They should have hired me if they were going to space. That's what I would have done. But they're not going to space, and they're ripping everybody off. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, they're ripping you off. That's
there you have it.
And I'm just highlighting the level of the rip-off, basically. Yeah, it's quite an expensive one. And if you're using your common sense, you can see that toilet is ridiculous. The aeroplane one would have been fitted nicely, nice and snug in the ISS station. You could have 4 of those in there, and everybody's happy. Safe, clean, no chance of an accident, piss pouring out anywhere because it'd be done properly. But to sit on a hole and you're floating around, you've got straps, Velcro straps, so your feet don't go anywhere, and then you've got a handle somewhere to do your business. It's apps. They've overworked it and shot themselves in the foot and in the mouth. NASA has. That's how I know they didn't go. Children could have thought of a better system. Yeah, kids could have come up with a better way. And my way is just fantastic. Straight out of the box there. Look, just copy what they do on aeroplanes.
What's like their procedure for going to the bathroom?
Well, okay, going to the bathroom, let's say, with the Apollo missions, I did say that, didn't I? That they would have to undress from the top down, okay, the suit, okay, and then take one of these plastic transparent bags with a very sticky adhesive.
No, I mean the ISS. What's their?
Oh, the ISS. Specific... The ISS is you're supposedly in 0G, supposedly. So you float over to the area where the toilet is. It's behind a curtain rail, like a shower curtain. So you pull that round, you go in, you pull the curtain to shut it back up, and there's the toilet there sitting in there. There's a button you press to switch on the vacuum if you want to do a number 2. Then if it's a number 1, it's the vacuum is on and you turn a valve that operates the vacuum for the urinal, which is something that if you're a woman, you've got to aim at. But remember, you still got to get undressed. So it's all fucking haphazard.
Yeah, but what's the procedure to go to the bathroom? Not like how you operate the bathroom. Like what other factors? Like they're trained to go to the bathroom. Like what's their training? Like how do they avoid these problems?
Well, they don't actually go into that, do they? When they actually show you in the videos that they don't even want to demonstrate it. You got 3 male astronauts and they're pushing each other to try and show how it's done, and they never do. That's the thing, okay? So you don't actually see anyone actually sitting on the thing. You don't.
So basically, we don't know what the procedure is.
Well, the procedure is this. I can tell you what it's supposed to be, what I'm trying to tell you. On the new toilet now, okay, if you're going to do a number 2, you go in, like I said, you go in, pull the curtain round, switch on the vacuum.
But you said they don't show you in the video.
Sorry. Let me tell you what it is, and because I've heard it being described, I've seen the performance of getting it ready to be used, but you never get anyone to see anyone using it. Let me describe to you what it is. Okay, so you've gone in, like I've said, you've switched on the vacuum. Already there's a plastic bag inside the vacuum suck that's going to suck down your poo. It's all there, sitting there waiting for you to do your business. But with today's camera technology, there's also a camera that helps you guide your buttocks to that seat. Okay, so you're actually sitting down. So you've gone in there now. You're looking at the camera. You've got your bum hovering over. You manage somehow to strap your feet into the Velcro straps on the platforms, left and right. So now you're not rising up now. You're now held in position. Now you've got a handle to hold as you try to squat, and you're looking at the camera to make sure you're aiming your bum over that hole, like you're docking, as it were. That's what the procedure is. Okay? And then you do your business, all under the vacuum there, the toilet's very noisy. Ooh, and it's sucking all that shit out of your bum. Okay? Then you've got to proceed to clean up and do your nappy wipes and whatever else you got to do. Then you've got to clean up your bum and that and get yourself dressed again. Okay? Undo your straps because you've got to turn around now somehow and maybe re-strap yourself back in and remove that bag of shit. Yeah? And tie that up and then put it in the rubbish dump and then insert another bag for the next person who wants to use it and prepare that. Switch off the vacuum, and that's all. And then you will get out, unstrap yourself, and you float out. Not easy, is it?
The conversation the past 10, 15 minutes has been amazing.
Well, I think it's important to learn. I think it's important to learn how the money's being wasted and how it is. We know they can't go up there. All the while, you're fighting the urge to vomit or the urge to do a poo in 0G.
Why are you fighting these urges again?
Sorry?
Why are you fighting the urge to poop and vomit?
Oh, because you're in 0G, of course, and your stomach is loose, so whatever you consume will be floating around in your stomach. And then you might want to heave it back up. You're fighting it to go down, it wants to come up, it wants to come out the back of your bum.
Wait,
0G, remember?
Just because you're in 0G, you have to fight the urge to poop and vomit?
Well, remember the vomit comet. Yeah? They go up there, maybe they're up there for 2 hours, and they probably experience maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes of going, weightlessness, because it's only like 30 seconds at a time, a minute, if that, okay? And they end up vomiting. But you're in this thing for fucking 8 days, 12 days.
The 0G nature isn't vomit-inducing. It's called the vomit comet because they go through weightlessness and weight.
No, it's because they end up vomiting. You're lying. Ladies and gentlemen, it's called the vomit comet because you end up vomiting. End of story. I'll lay my life on it.
So therefore 0G causes you to vomit.
It does. That's what happens. That's why they vomit, ladies and gentlemen. Because the experience of that weightlessness unsettles the stomach. You see, that's why they call it the vomit comet. Get on with it. Don't be silly. And if you look into it, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear them. You will read and hear people who have had the pleasure of doing that or the displeasure, and explain when they vomited as well. It's all there on the YouTube and in the Safari. Look it up. You can find this information yourself. You don't need my voice for that.
The Credible Evidence Center, known as YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to make a souffle, you look at YouTube, you can learn how to make a souffle. If you want to recharge a battery on your car, look at YouTube, it can do that. If you want to make a sponge cake, you can do that. If you want to make a chair out of wood, it's all there, ladies and gentlemen. It's very creditable. So please don't listen to these pricks who try to discredit you from looking at YouTube, where you can learn a lot. What I've learned was on YouTube. I'm giving you the benefit of that knowledge.
Yeah, and you can learn the
YouTube
shape
is
of the
useful.
Earth on YouTube also.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the true
no
shape
human
of the
being
Earth.
knows the shape of the Earth. Okay, and as you well know, ladies and gentlemen, the Earth is not no spinning ball. You've never seen curvature. You've never experienced a spin.
You know
And for your
how
information,
you're able to
how can you have
determine the shape of the
how
Earth?
can you have a spinning ball
Is if it
in
says
the
the word
universe
true in front of it.
without containment? How can you have a spinning ball in the universe without a container to keep Earth's air pressure? And in order to have pressure, you need containment for air pressure, water pressure, gas pressure, any kind of pressure.
No, the weight of the weight of air is sufficient without a container.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what's interesting about the container argument is they don't know what container means.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's an insult to your intelligence when they said it, because we all know what a container means.
Yeah, you don't
we
need a
all know
container
what
for
containment means. For example, Iraq was under containment, so there was no way they could have had any weapons of mass destruction to have attacked America.
Question for you, Jin.
Okay?
Question for you, Jin.
Iraq was under containment. In other words, they didn't own their sky because NATO was patrolling their skies. They were in containment.
Jin, you're diatribing.
Carry on.
If you have a bowl of popcorn, is that bowl a container?
That bowl is containing popcorn. Yes, it is.
Okay. Is that bowl like a spherical container?
There are many types of containment. The popcorn is not under any pressure. It's sitting there in Earth's atmosphere at 14 pounds per square inch. It's not under any great pressure there. It's sitting in a bowl.
Would you say that it's
in a bowl, ladies and gentlemen, it would be all on the floor.
Would you say that it's resting on the surface of the bowl?
You could say that it's relaxing, or the bowl is supporting them so they don't hit the floor.
So it's being stopped from hitting the floor by this surface of the bowl.
By the inner surface of the bowl, ladies and gentlemen. The
it's
inner
containing
surface.
it. Okay.
But when you have a spinning ball spinning at first of all 1.5 times the speed of sound on a yearly orbit of 90 times the speed of sound, okay, around that sun supposedly, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we've got air pressure at 14 pounds per square inch. We would need a container to keep that
all these
air
numbers.
Or you cannot have air pressure without containment, ladies and gents.
Yes,
yeah,
you can.
What is containing the air on Earth?
The dome, ladies and gentlemen, obviously.
The surface of the Earth is containing the air. It's pressing.
Not at all, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's just a surface that the pressure
it's not,
presses
ladies and
against.
gentlemen. Never been demonstrated in any experiment. It cannot be replicated what he describes at all. That's why his is a theory, unproven, not provable. Whereas we say to you that, and you well know that, you can't have pressure without containment.
No,
unprovable, like your dome.
We have proven here on Earth. Tire pressure, air pressure,
unprovable,
oil pressure, gas pressure.
No evidence, kind of like your dome.
No, you're dumb. You're retarded. Don't
your
lie.
Dome. I didn't say your dome. I'm saying
Oh,
your
sorry.
dome.
I'll retract what I said then. You're not dumb then. Carry on. See?
Yeah, nobody's ever measured or experienced or have any observation of any dome.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is antecedent to air pressure that you've got to have containment. So
yeah.
That's what we say. Right.
But it's not,
that's why we say that we have a dome. Right. And the only way we would really be able to find out is if it were possible for us to be able to go to
Hold on.
Antarctica.
Let me just hammer this home with you, Jin. I really want to talk to you about this. You don't have to have an omnidirectional sealed container for gas pressure.
Gas being omnidirectional, you would need one for sure.
No, it just means you obtain pressure from gas by pressing against a container. You don't have to have an omnidirectional. You can press against the side of a container.
No,
AKA...
you would need a fully circular type containment, or rectangular if you want, to contain those gases in order to have pressure. Without it, you can't have pressure. Sorry, don't go down that road.
So what is gas pressure like? Is Does it have a weight to it?
Gas, when it's contained in a hose or some kind of containment, you know, like an aerosol can, for example, it's all under pressure. The pressure is there because the container is keeping it contained.
Real quick.
It, you
If you
pressure.
fill a CO2 container with CO2, does the weight increase?
If it increases, it'll be minuscule, but yeah, minuscule.
Okay, you can have an open top container and you can fill it with a heavier than air gas, and the weight, and you put that on a
wouldn't be under
scale.
pressure. It wouldn't be under pressure, would it? It'll just be floating around. That's not under pressure.
But it creates a
Because
pressure via
there's
its
air
weight.
in a cup. You've got an empty cup. There's air in that empty cup. But we're talking about in the vacuum of space, spinning. Stop. Why do you divert and obfuscate your model? Because that's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, here. We're talking about being in the vacuum of space, supposedly traveling, spinning at 1.5 times the speed of sound on the axis of 23.4 degrees, sorry. And then you've got the yearly orbit around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, which is 90 times the speed of sound. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, but why do these numbers matter?
They matter because forces are generated, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Forces are generated. That's why they matter. And if you can, like I said, if you watch that hypersonic sled, you will understand the kind of speeds we're talking about. Okay? That sled that you never get to see at 8.6 times the speed of sound. You never actually get to see it. It goes too fast. You never see it.
Can you connect the dots here? Like, how does that matter?
It does matter because we would notice that kind of speed. The human's senses would pick up. We wouldn't be able to live on a ball traveling that fast. The speed and the yearly speed would kill us. We'd be dead. And then the vacuum of the 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum of space, as it's been described to us, would strip all the air from our Earth. We need to have a container.
Unless there was some sort of gravity keeping the gas here in some sort of gradient.
You see, the problem with the gravity thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that it's an unproven theory. Sir Isaac Newton himself disagreed with the theory that he couldn't prove of mass attracting mass, so much so that he said he didn't want his name associated or ascribed to that theory. That was absurd, he said. So 107 years later, you have Albert Einstein with the bending and the warping of space-time fabric. That is also an unproven theory. So you have two theories that are not proven. You can't write them in stone. You cannot take them to the bank. When you subject the theories to the scientific method, they fail 1,000 times. So gravity doesn't exist. And we have Michio Kaku stating categorically, gravity is not holding me down. There is no such force. We lied to you, is what he said, out of his own mouth. Michio Kaku, astrophysicist, number one, or astrotheoretical physicist. Okay? And if you want that video, I can gladly give it to you and you can hear him speak it. There's no gravity acting on me, he said.
Did Jesus make the dome?
I can't hear you.
Did Jesus make the dome?
I don't know whether Jesus lived or not, so I cannot answer that question. That's beneath my intellect. That's a retarded question. You are throwing in, it would appear that you're throwing in the towel by the line of question you're asking.
Yeah, by asking if an invisible being made this invisible dome? It's retarded.
Again, the line of questioning you're pursuing this tells me that you're throwing in the towel. I have destroyed. Yes, go ahead.
Jen is not, he's not a Christian. I'll give you that. Definitely.
Right.
I mean,
thank you.
I've known Jen, I don't know, 6 years at least.
Right.
He's not a Christian.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, really good points there, Jen, man. How about all that, man? Michio Kaku, man.
Yeah.
We lied to you. We lied to you guys. Sorry. My bad.
Hope you're enjoying the weekend. Hope you're enjoying your weekend. Starts already. And this is what I thought we'd start it with a revelation on how the call of nature totally destroys the Apollo missions the mercury missions and any other space travel, because you can't do a poo or a pee in space because of the problem of trying to keep the food in your stomach after you consumed it, and then to try to keep it in so you get some nutrition before it explodes out of your ass under some serious pressure. Yes. The vomit comet is the clue. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you, the call of nature destroys Apollo completely. Don't worry about the cosmic ray particles and the solar
Vomit
flares.
comet.
And
The vomit comet. There you go.
Vomit comet. There you go. Yeah.
That is the name of it. Ain't that something? Smoke that one. Woo!
Smoke
The
that one, ladies and
vomit comet. Right in your
Vomit
face.
comet.
You
Yeah,
gotta
right
be
in your
kidding.
face. Coming
That
out
is-
under pressure. Wow.
Wow.
Under pressure. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun,
Yeah,
dun,
that's
dun,
pretty
dun.
funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So yeah, I've got this shop here. I got like welding equipment, wood. I got tanks of gas. I got all kinds of cool stuff here, man.
There you go.
They
All of
want
it
to
under
show me.
pressure.
You want to show me some gas pressure without a container? Fuck, man.
Well, just because you can
I'll do it.
increase or decrease gas
I
pressure
just want to
with
see it here in my shop, man, because I'm a realist, man. I build stuff for a living. So if I can build this like gas pressure without a container, I want to see it. That's all. Like I can build a guitar or a piano, no problem. But gas pressure without a container, I want to see it, man, because I've tried.
you mean an omnidirectional container.
No container would be
We don't need that word. We don't need that word
gas containing
omnidirectional.
itself would be ideal. Gas containing itself would be perfect. That would be what I would be
Well, it doesn't
shooting for.
contain itself. It's pressed against the side of something, which is the surface of the Earth, which causes
Ladies and
the
gentlemen.
pressure of the gas to increase as a result of gravity pulling it.
Again, not being proven.
Gravity.
So you're
I don't know about that.
You need to prove gravity first. So that's objection, ladies and gentlemen of the live stream, YouTube live stream. The right, this honourable gentleman is misleading here because gravity hasn't been proven. Please don't forget that. And the word omnidirectional container. Can you please scratch that out of your notes? It's not necessary. Container
Guys, it's not
is good
necessary.
enough.
Yeah, container is good enough.
Container is good enough.
Because you can totally not have a singular-sided container such as a plate.
It's not a container.
But what does it do? What does it do?
That would be a wall or an obstacle.
It definitely doesn't contain, right?
Well, that's why you can't call it a container. Shut up and sit down, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention to what I tell you. And the right honourable gentleman by the name of Flat Earth Dude raised the point. How does gas contain itself? We call into question Jupiter as a gas giant because gases are omnidirectional. So how can you have a gas giant in a sphere, ladies and gentlemen?
Gas giants are fun, man. They're so fun. I love gas giants.
Yeah. We're coming at you.
My favorite.
Faster than the speed of sound.
And the gas giants are moving even faster. You know that?
Yes.
Does
lunatic speeds, ladies and gentlemen. I mean,
does 24/7 still exist?
Yeah, of course
they're still over there, man. I just left there. Came over here.
We were there yesterday. Yeah.
They were talking about personal shit, and I was like,
They're like an echo chamber, though.
No, everything's an echo chamber, man. Get over that. Whatever.
Yeah.
No, they ban people with opposing viewpoints.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be excellent at anything, repetition is the key. Repetition, repeat, repetition, repeat.
Practice makes permanent. Hey, Jen,
exactly.
Practice makes permanent, not perfect. Perfect practice makes permanent, man.
Yeah.
Perfect practice. You gotta have perfect practice makes permanent, not just practice. You got to do it perfectly.
Exactly. And get into that zone. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, your life is just one big repetition. You go to the same toilet you're living in there, you do your poo in that same toilet. You use the tissue paper that's hanging off the wall, off the bracket that you put on the wall, and there's your toilet roll holder in the same place. You load it, that's repetition. You go to the kitchen, you cook the same meal in that kitchen, using the place. Repetition all the time. Your life is one big repeat. Get with the program, ladies and gentlemen. Get over it.
Get over it, man.
Get over the program that you're somehow on. Or
you're not You're not spinning through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Get over it. Don't make it weird, man. Come on, let's do this.
Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see how, for the first time in a long while, you're being addressed as ladies and gentlemen? We're throwing these points at you for you to consider. Yeah? Jin CBO1, Flat Earth Dude, bringing you the truth. Unabated, raw, live.
I love truth, man, because, you know, like Jin teaches language, and I build stuff, and it's fascinating to see the different personalities.
It's gratifying, satisfying, and gratifying, and uplifting of the Most High, ladies and gents. We walk with integrity.
You know what's interesting?
This man,
integrity. I can't say it as good as you. Integrity.
You know what's interesting?
Integrity, ladies and gentlemen.
Integrity is everything, right, Jen?
Yes.
Integrity is everything, man.
Otherwise, the instruments.
I mean, if I say, "Hey, man, if you put your hand in that saw blade, bro, it's gonna cut it off," and you're like, "No, it's not." Well, you didn't trust me that it wasn't gonna cut your hand off, or did you have enough integrity to know better to not stick your fucking hand in the table saw? Which one is it? I know that if I stick my hand in the table saw, it's gonna fucking cut it off. I know that I go outside.
Unless you have one of those new table
I
saws.
know for a fact that I'm not spinning, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, a bunch of fucking flaming hot fucking nuclear bombs and shit that can kill us. No,
How do you know that?
It doesn't work like that. It just doesn't work like that.
It really doesn't. Yeah.
You mean what you mean to say is that it's not intuitive?
When you
No, that's not what I meant to say. It doesn't represent reality, man. Reality presents itself every day right in front of us, man. All you got to do is pay attention to it and go, "Hey, man, I don't feel like I'm spinning a millions of miles an hour shooting through space, man." I mean, it's not a complicated thing to get your head around to say, "Well, of course I don't, dumbass."
Wait, so if you don't feel like you're spinning, that means you're not spinning, right?
Correct.
Oh.
That's what your senses tell you.
Exactly.
Do you feel like you have billions of microscopic creatures crawling all over your body right now?
Absolutely not.
That's
I actually do feel
absolutely
odd because you do have
from time to time I do get an itch. I don't see anything, but I get an itch from time to time.
You know, what's interesting is the majority of your body is made up of microscopic organisms that are not
but I can look at those things right here in reality, man, and know exactly what's going on, man. It's the physiological
with like a microscope
world that we live in, man. We can check it out. I can't check out the fucking Venus or fucking Mars. Fuck off.
Wait. Hold on. So you can investigate these microscopic creatures with like an optical device called a microscope.
Correct.
But when it comes to a telescope, you become allergic to
them. I can add other elements to them. I could, throw them out. I can spit on them. I can drop some blood on them. I can put some nitric acid on it. I can do all kinds of crazy shit to those little things. I can't do anything to those beautiful lights in the sky, man. I can't do.
So when they become a little bit further away, they are no longer real.
Ladies and gentlemen, no human being can claim to know anything about what's happening up there in that night sky. Okay, regarding the planets, as we call them, wandering stars. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, anything you've heard is purely speculation, assumptions, and presumptions. You cannot write them in stone.
Evidenced observations over periods of time.
Nothing. It doesn't matter for the length of time. With today's cutting-edge technologies, we still do not know. We cannot claim to know anything.
We definitely don't know anything except for we can predict where they go and where we're going.
Theoretical. Nothing is fact. Nothing.
We can't physically touch them or manipulate them. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, of course not. Exactly. We don't know what they are.
We can feel their rays. We can measure the rays. But who knows what they are?
We still don't know what they are.
I can measure all kinds of rays right here in my shop, man. What do you want? Like arc? I got an arc welder. What do you need, man? Let's measure some rays, man. It could be anything. It could be a acetylene. I got acetylene. I got some propane. I got some. Yeah, I got all kinds of nice, cool gases around here, man. Make all kinds of lights. What do you want to make?
There you go.
Do any of those lights provide like 2,000 micromoles, miles and miles and miles and miles away?
Well, you have
Well,
to be
again, we
able
don't
to
know that. That's
prove
purely
miles and
speculation,
miles
ladies
and
and
miles
gentlemen.
away. You got
It's
to
not
be able to.
speculative. You can use a par meter to
Ladies,
measure
ladies
light.
and gentlemen in the live stream, you
How
are to
far away is
disregard
that
the
light
miles and miles and miles. You are
in
to
the sky?
disregard that. Completely disregard that miles and miles and miles statement. Scratch that from your notes.
What do you mean?
Not
You can
prudent.
measure it. You can go in an airplane, measure the par of the sun. You can go to the Earth, measure the par of the sun. That's not
Well, I did the
pseudoscience.
measurement to the sun
Yeah,
twice
yeah,
in the last 6 months. In the
yeah.
last
And it
year, I've
is
done it. Actually, I think.
right.
Yeah.
And it's not
What is it?
93 million. Ladies and
I
gentlemen, the
did for
sun is not
6.
93 million miles away.
It's not.
And the obvious
Matthew
clue is
Learns.
this.
You guys know who Matthew Learns is? Him and I did it together, man, twice.
What did you guys do?
We measured the distance to the sun.
Yeah.
On a flat Earth, by the way.
It would have to be, otherwise you wouldn't get plumb level.
Exactly. It wouldn't be plumb.
Wouldn't be plumb and horizontal. Yeah, got that 90 degree. So, ladies and gentlemen, you see how we're coming in here? We can take any professor of the highest education affiliated with the highest scientific organization and we'll shred him. Right.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It's been interesting. It's been an interesting ride, man. I'm kind of in the background rocking chair of flat Earth, but it's fascinating to listen to all the arguments and
Oh,
stuff.
yes. Those arguments will always be new for me. They're ageless, ladies and gentlemen. They're ageless because there's always somebody hearing it for the first time.
That's right.
Stuff. I love it.
You never know.
I love it.
You got to check out the Earth you live on, man. You don't believe us, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
You got to check it out yourself. Now you don't believe anybody else either. You got to check it out for yourself, man. You're not spinning, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. That's crazy thinking. It's crazy.
It is. It is. And,
And
when you find out,
anybody who want to justify that in any which way with some mathematics, man, good luck with that, bro. That's gonna be it's a hard sell. I get it.
How long do you guys think they've been lying to us about the true shape of the Earth?
well, at least 480 years, if you take it from Copernicus's 1543 date. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, Nikolai Copernicus did not want to have this model that you believe in released because it was a work in progress. But when he died, they attribute it as this is it. This is the model. This is the thing. Okay, and that's 480 years and counting now. That's from Copernicus.
So help me out. Help me understand. They discovered the true shape of the Earth, and they got together. And they got together, and they're like, "Hey guys, everybody in the world, we're just going to get together, and we're going to keep this a secret, perfectly forever."
They supposedly found the shape of the Earth, and then they used the Jesuits and the Christian religion. Remember the Big Bang Theory? That was from the Christian religion. They used the Christian religion to teach it, and then it's educated all around the world, and it's been compulsory education ever since. Because
but what I'm saying is,
deception is controlling humanity and making them a lot of money.
Right. The Catholic Church actually rolled it out, man, 480 years ago. And said, "Hey, this is it, man. We got some books and measurements and shit."
All the Islamists were really on board with that. They're like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, Catholic Church."
I mean, who knows who understood it or didn't, but it's they just all agreed on it and said, "Yeah, let's go with that. That sounds good."
So the Islamist scientists of the world that supposedly launched satellites are on board with that. They're like, "Yeah, we're just gonna keep it secret too."
There's people at the top. There's people that build shit like myself, man. I fucking know guys that built satellites, man. I mean, they're like 100%. Dude, we built a satellite. I have a go. Fuck, I bet your ass you did. Fucking thing works too, man. Where it is, I don't know, man. Can you verify where it actually is?
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Well, I mean, we can totally not send signals that command it to move.
There's signals, you can bounce shit off the ionosphere, apparently. I mean, I knew guys that were on ships in the Navy, man, that were bouncing signals. They just said, "Hey, man, bounce them off the ionosphere, and we can talk to our other ships way over here, man."
Oh, okay. They can bounce it off the moon as well, they said. They said they could bounce signals off the moon. So there was no need for any reflectors. Yeah. There was no need for NASA to put any reflectors. A further misuse of your taxpayers' money, ladies and gentlemen. So NASA put these reflectors, then they lied because they're not up there anyway.
I'm just wondering, like, this Satelloon thing, it doesn't make a lot of sense because how do Satelloons, it's a balloon, right? How do they travel?
That's correct.
How do they travel through air at 4 miles a second?
Well, that you have to verify that 4 miles a second, man.
Exactly.
You can't just say, "Oh, they're going 4 miles a second." How do you know for 100% sure that they're going 4 miles a second, man? Guarantee.
They're not.
I need something, man. Give me something.
Yeah, they're not.
Because they're the higher altitude orbiting satellite.
Well, I mean, 24 miles up, 60 miles up, still not fast.
They're higher. Yep. Keep going, man.
Satellites. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and for your information, if satellites existed up there, why is it that 10 trillion financial transactions flow through fiber optic cables that are under the ocean of bundles of 430 bundles of these cables covering 700,000 miles of the seabed, the ocean bed? 10 trillion each day. No satellites involved, and that's 95%.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
Right, 10
trillion transactions
financial communications each day operate by these fiber optic cables.
Okay.
And there are 430 bundles of these cables under the ocean that cover 700,000 miles of the ocean bed. And that's 95% of all our communications happen by these cables.
Okay.
Fiber optic cables, yeah. Right. So there's no need for satellites. The other 5%.
Yeah, that doesn't logically follow, my guy.
Of course it does.
Yeah, of course it does.
And I'm not your guy.
Bro, Starlink exists. You can get it right now in a rural area with no.
Nah, that's bullshit. That's
yeah.
bullshit,
So you can't. You're saying you can't. People don't
I'm
have
saying
it.
that Starlink is just another story. Another story.
No, my buddy lives like on the boonies. He's got a satellite internet, and I don't know if it's Starlink, but it's one of those. And it sucks. First of all, it's like he says it's fucking horrible. He can't like live stream or anything. And it works, man. But can you bounce signals off of the ionosphere? Yes or no?
You can bounce it off it, and then you can bounce it in between it. You can propagate it, but so
I used to listen to a lot of AM radio late at night, and I could get stations that were like way, way, way far away. I mean, I'm like, damn, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
like 2,000 miles away. I could hear some radio station 2,000 miles from my house. I'm like, damn. It's crazy.
Not forgetting LoRaN as well, LoRaN.
But it would only work like, at late at night, usually, and clear skies. I did notice you need clear skies.
There you go. Weather permitting.
Weather permitting. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, there's things we can do with radio signals and put them. You can launch balloons up there. They stay up there. They got planes that stay up there for like years.
Yeah.
Well, you can with
they got all
amateur
kinds of crazy stuff up there, dude. I mean, who knows? I mean,
with amateur satellite radio operators, you can track satellite for amateur radio.
Yeah, I've heard those guys track.
Yeah, again, it's rubbish. Basically, that's a signal coming from a cell tower. That's all that is. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, it's 95% of all our communications are happening under the ocean here. That's 95%.
Fiber
and
optic.
that other 5% are cell towers.
Actually, more than that, Jen. I think it's closer to 97%. Personally.
Okay, yeah. The video I watched said 95%.
I mean, you could safely say 95 because they've admitted to that for sure.
Yeah. So it could be 97%, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that's brilliant. Now, NASA are the biggest users of helium on this flat Earth.
Oh, Jen, I got to stop you, man. It just reminded me of a helium balloon. I don't know if you guys ever seen this thing. It's called the Samsung Selfie Satellite. Have you guys ever heard of that?
I've heard of it.
Samsung Selfie Satellite. It was a
There was a
big deal.
fuck up. There wasn't there as well on that one.
So they sold this thing like a big giant production, like a Hollywood movie production worth of. They're going to put this satellite up in space. It's going to have it like a TV screen. And so you send your picture up to the TV screen.
Yeah.
And it takes a picture of the TV screen and it sends it back to you from space. So you could see like your picture in space. Right?
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yeah.
Samsung Selfie Satellite. They had a big giant promotion. They rented a big giant party hall. They were serving drinks and all these celebrities up there. And they were going to do the first Samsung selfie from space, right?
Right.
And there was this really cute girl that they chose, and they had a big party, man. And well, it turns out, man, that Samsung selfie satellite was attached to some balloons, and it came crashing down in some farmer's yard, man.
Still fucking beeping.
And then they're like, and it's still going, and it says right on it, Samsung selfie satellite, man, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And it was on this big giant balloons flopping in the wind.
Yeah.
It's
There you
awesome.
go.
It's so awesome, man. To see him like get busted that fucking easy, man. It was just fantastic.
That easy and in that way. And in that way as well, ladies and gentlemen.
So check it out. Don't believe me. It's a true story. If you really want me to research it for you, I'll do it. But check it out. You could probably type it into any one of your fucking social media outlet, fucking YouTube, Google, whatever the fuck, you'll find it, man. Just go look at it.
Is that the standard route for flat Earth research?
No, man, it's just something that just caught my attention one day and said, hey, man, that is hilarious. I watched the entire presentation with the big party, like it was a big giant Apple new announcement rollout. It was, it was high tech Hollywood and high tech, and we were doing some high tech shit, and that fucking satellite's on a fucking balloon, man. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Busted, man. Busted red-handed, man. I love it, man.
So if NASA being the most consuming the most helium on this flat Earth, the question is, why are they using so much helium, ladies and gentlemen?
I don't know. Take a guess, man.
Yes. Okay. It begs the question, doesn't it? What are they doing with all that helium if we've got satellites up there? Satelloons, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Washing machines with solar panels hanging off of them, that doesn't exist. The only way we can confirm that is to go there, touch it, read the nameplate, the owner of it, take a photograph of that, send it back real time quickly, and do a selfie and then return. That'd be the only way you would know. Other than that,
yeah, that's the only way we could confirm it through first
Robert Bassano, man. Robert Bassano's last broadcast, man, he said, hey, man, the only way we're going to know for sure, man, is we got to go up there, man. That's it.
That's it.
We got to go up, man. Somebody's got to go up all the way to outer space, man.
Yeah.
And then let us know.
Try to use that.
Man, I swear to God, Jen, I went. It's fucking real, dude, man. They sent me to space, bro. I want one of us to go up there and go, yep.
Yeah, I'm ready to go up there. I'm still doing my 15 mile.
Until then, man, we're just gonna keep kicking around the same fucking stupid fucking sticks and shadows, man, forever, bro.
We gotta use that.
It's just the way it is, man. The physical realities of where we live are super limited, man. Because we live here, we can check them out.
Unless we witness it ourselves, it didn't exist. Right?
None of us are going to space. None of us have ever been to space, and that's.
How do you guys know that you're even the kids of your parents? Did you guys watch yourselves be born?
Don't go there, man. You don't have to go there, man.
That's a retarded question. You've just thrown in the towel. You are throwing in your towel.
I mean, we were talking about zetetic reasoning.
Well, you're giving. I see you're giving up with that kind of statement. You're giving up.
Yeah, it's like a dig, man. Stick it in, turn the knife.
That's a dip. That's a
You don't have
dip.
to
Well,
go
I'm
there,
trying
man.
to show the ridiculousness of zetetic reasoning.
I'm just.
No, we've got some good reasoning here. Look, it's
No,
not
we
what you
live
know,
on
it's what you
Earth, man. We can
prove.
check out Earth, dude. It's super
Robert
easy to
Pisano
check it
said,
out.
as Robert Pisano said, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
You literally just said that we need to go there and see the license
That's
plate.
the only
Absolutely
way.
correct. Absolutely correct. That is
And then you get mad at me when I tell you about the parent thing.
Because that's a retarded question. You've thrown in the towel, you've lost. Your
The only way
response
that
is one of a loser. That is a loser's response. That is not someone who's really challenging and tried to present his case. You're a loser, that's why you said that. Sorry. That is a loser's response right there.
So there's no other.
CBR1, man.
There's no other way.
Psychology on you, boy. You haven't got a clue who you're talking to.
There's no other way we could determine if something's real unless we go there and kick the tires.
Absolutely, that is the
no other way.
integrity we need to bring
We
to
got to
it.
kick some tires, man. We got to kick some tires. That's it.
Exactly.
That's definitely not preposterous at all.
Not at all. Not at all. Not given the knowledge we have, God's natural laws, the knowledge of the technologies involved, and the fantastic stories that have been told that are totally not true. We're going to go up there, of course. That is the only way.
Now, the food that you eat, how do you know that it's like what they say it is?
Well, we call a chicken. So I catch a chicken.
But did you see that chicken get killed?
And I'm eating the chicken. I cooked it. Get out of here. Silly ass. Again, another stupid, retarded statement. You're a loser, man. These are loser comments you're making. Get out of here.
I know he's just misguided. He's not a loser. I'm not going to give him that.
Well, I mean, this loser stuff is
misguided. Just doesn't have.
Try harder, boy. Try harder.
Yeah. People didn't know that germs existed until the microscope was invented, dude. Right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It was the soap. Using soap in hospital.
Right, cleaning and sanitizing, they call it.
Exactly. And that's what got rid of all the vaccines. Sorry, all the
you gotta
viruses,
sanitize.
polio and smallpox.
I just have a problem with the zetetic reasoning.
Stuff. That's all physical reality that we can deal with right here on Earth, man. It's not like outer space.
Zetetic cosmogony.
Shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Okay, that's cool. I'll go. I'm down with that, bro. What do you think? You guys good? Okay, you guys.
That's wild, man.
That's wild, bro. I'm down. Count me in, bro. I'm good.
Ooh,
sign me up.
Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
Did you guys have that gathering a while back?
I was back the last was it the equinox or no? Yeah, equinox.
That sounded cool.
It was great, man. It was fantastic. We got another one coming up here on the solstice here next Saturday, a week from tomorrow.
Nice.
Kicking it out of the ballpark, man.
Yeah, I like hanging out with people. Just want to talk about objective reality. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Man. Over an IPA, you know? Yeah.
Be honest with yourself and be objective to reality and go, hey, man, I don't feel like I'm shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Just be that honest and just like admit to that. You know,
yeah, I can admit to that.
That's like step one, man. Okay.
But
all right, cool.
But you have to admit also simultaneously, while you admit that your intuitive reasoning will not lead you to the truth.
Well, dude, do you think we're living in a simulation or do you think we're living in reality?
No. What I'm saying is like we don't intuitively feel like we're spinning through outer space, right? We don't feel that movement, right?
Well, that's all I want you to admit.
Yeah, I agree. But we also, at the same breath, we didn't feel like there was billions of tiny microscopic bacteria, crawling on our skin either, right?
But we can figure out that there actually is.
Yeah,
those
I know, but that's a separate issue. What I'm saying is,
hold
on, please hold on. Please let me finish.
Can't manipulate this to fucking lights in the sky, bro.
Please let me finish. The point that I'm making is the intuitive feeling. we didn't intuitively feel that these creatures were on us. And if you asked us if they were on us, you would say no if you had no microscope or no way to improve it, or to prove it like 1,000 years ago. Similarly to where we don't feel like we're traveling through outer space, we tell you no, you're nuts. Right? So we
Right.
can't use, this is what's called intuitive reasoning. It's not intuitive. It's not painfully obvious to us that that's the case. If you're asked about it, you'd say no. So we can't use intuitive
But I
reasoning
disagree.
to determine the truth.
Because it is. We do notice it when you get an itch or a little bit of a sting now and again. Okay, they
Touch
do let
yourself.
us know they're there.
You can notice it right away, man.
No, you can't. You don't. You have billions
Yeah, it
of
doesn't matter. But
microorganisms.
from time to time, one of them from them billions lets us know they're there. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's not a result of a bacteria that you get an itch on your skin. Bacteria don't allow you to.
You know
Hey,
what?
all those things we can look at and manipulate underneath the microscope.
I agree. I totally agree. But that's a separate.
We
That's
can't
not my
manipulate
point.
the lights in the sky, man. I mean, we can look at them through different optics and stuff. That's cool.
But do
we
you
can't,
see
like,
what I'm
say,
saying?
hey, man, I want to touch that and add some, sulfuric acid to it and see what happens.
Yeah, I want to put my photograph up there.
We don't get to do that. We can do that right here. We can add sulfuric acid to whatever, man.
But do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what my point is?
Or a fucking ant or whatever. We can watch. Hey, sulfuric
No,
acid.
it's a non sequitur. It's a non sequitur. What you're proposing. It's a non sequitur.
How so?
It's not analogous.
It's not the equivalence of both sides of the experiment, because one we can touch and maneuver and look at, and yeah, of course, there's trillions of little shit cells running around our body. Yeah, we get that, man. We can look at those, man. That's not like we can like kill them. We can do whatever. We can fry them. We can burn them. We can't do any of that shit to those lights in the sky, man. We can't do
Yeah, but
anything to other than look at them.
Here's another example of how inductive reasoning went wrong. We used to determine who was guilty of killing people by throwing them in a lake and seeing if they drowned. And if they drowned, they were guilty of killing somebody. And if they didn't drown, clearly they were innocent.
Well,
that used to be our yeah, I know, exactly. That used to be the way we determined guilt. If we would set people on fire, they would set people on fire, and if they burned, they were clearly guilty. And if they didn't burn, they were innocent.
They did. I don't know how you would validate that story. I don't think anybody actually. I mean, there are some sick fucking weirdos out there, but
that was the method determining innocence and guilt until reductionism came along.
Yeah, but you've got to rely on your senses no matter what. You've got to rely on your senses no matter what. And your senses always help you out. Even when they're failing you, you're still trying to work it out. And other senses kick in to support the one.
I agree. But you got to look at what the context of your senses are. What are your senses designed to do?
What my senses are and what they do.
Reality, right in front of me. I can guarantee my senses right in front of me.
Are you designed to go to outer space?
Are you designed to see the stars?
What is outer space, man? Right, Snack? What the fuck?
Are you designed to see the stars? Answer me. Please.
Yeah. You are. But what I'm saying is your intuition.
No.
Let's say you believe it.
You don't get to keep talking. I'm saying, can we see the stars? Right? Can you tell me why it's important for people to have developed sensory capabilities to observe something that is, well, infinitely far away?
Survival.
No.
That's the only reason you have senses.
Do fish see the stars?
Fish have vision. They also have.
They don't need it for survival. Listen,
they don't need vision for survival.
It would be like you being able to see bacteria on your skin. Do you think it's useful to see stars?
I think it's a byproduct of the vision that we have.
Oh, you think it's some kind of adaptation?
I think the vision that we have is an adaptation, and our ability to see stars is part of that adaptation.
That's absurd. And so, like, the same thing would be like to have the ability to feel spin would be akin to, like, it doesn't make any sense to develop the ability to see like stars. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we barely have evolved enough vision to not have glasses.
The argument wouldn't be that you evolved to specifically see stars. They serve no purpose. They emit light. Light is what you detect.
To just evolve to where we don't need glasses. Like, do you think that would be more beneficial? Would it be more beneficial for people to have just evolved with better fucking vision were to be able to see stars? Which do you think is better?
But that you're not making a coherent argument, my friend.
Oh, so talking about evolution and sensory development. You can go argue with these guys. You don't have any point against what I'm saying.
What I just don't.
Go ahead, Paradolia. Go talk to them.
Hey, man. So our senses definitely work, and we checked it out, and it turns out they work really well. And damn, that's interesting. That's all I'm saying. And I trust them 100%. Like, you come out with some millions of miles an hour shooting through space, man, it's going to be a really fun time with that one. That's all. Yeah, millions of miles an hour is pretty fast. Last time I checked.
I apologize if I'm a dick.
No, you're fine. It can be, just objective reality in my book. It's like, hey, we look at things, we see things, are we moving? We're not moving, And we got sold a big thing that we're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. I'm like, wow, man, that's kind of crazy. Okay, I gotta re-examine that for a minute, man. What evidence do I have to back that up? And that, I got some mathematics, I got some sticks and shadows, I got NASA, I got satellites, I looked at all this stuff and said, wait a minute, man. Something ain't right, man. Why they?
Yeah, but like,
why are you doing such a shitty job on the ISS talking to people? Why do you talk to us like we're all like 2 years old? They don't ever go, hey man, I was mixing the sulfuric acid with the oxygen and CO2. We brought it down to like minus 360, and then we added this mercury to it, and and spun it around a little bit, and kind of saw what was doing. There's like, they're like, hey, we're up in space, how do you poop? That's about it. How do you poop in space? Well, okay, let me do like a half an hour thing on how do I poop in space, instead of some actual real science where they're really kicking ass and saying, man, this is pretty bitching in 0G, man, check it out, but it's just too cuckery, man. It's just like a sideshow. It's like a Saturday Night Live skit talking to like fifth graders.
Well, that's like they try and inspire imagination in the youth as well. Like they have to communicate.
But that's all they do. They don't inspire imagination in us guys that really want to know what the fuck we would do with Mercury in space, or whatever.
Well, if you want to know that stuff, there's an appropriate place to look, and that would be not on YouTube streams from the ISS to like.
Hey, dude, we look at all the college. We're on the universities. We're looking everywhere, man. We're not just on YouTube, man. Yeah.
What like specifically what areas?
I don't know. San Diego University. Refraction.
San Diego.
Yeah, I mean that.
Because they have like a large amount of experiments that are done in the ISS that are available.
Sure, I seen some, but they're mostly the crap I've seen, man. Most of it's like they're just. It's not what you would probably even learn in a college level class. Most of it's like high school or below. It's like really weak, man. It's not super intense, man. This place is super intense, man. There's some smart motherfuckers coming here, man, talking shit. It's like, whoa, man. They don't talk about that shit on the ISS, at least not at this level. It's better in here than it is up there for sure. I mean, I could shout out a lot of people in here that are super smart, man, and know a lot about more shit than I know. But you want to talk about buildings, stringed instruments, man. I'm your man. I'm your man.
The dude obliges.
The dude abides. Anyway, so yeah, reality will present itself to you. That's all I can say, man. And you want to check it out for what it is, whether it's cell, mutations or cancer cells, whatever they are, man. there's a lot of crazy shit out there to look at that's right here. And apparently radiating, cancer cells, it's a good thing. Apparently they do it a lot. So, but that's all checked out science, man. It definitely kills that shit sometimes, not every time. But yeah, lights in the sky though, man. Seasons, spinning, tilts, yeah. Radius, pick your diameter, whatever it is. We talk about all that stuff, but on the ISS, man, they don't cover the depths that this place does. That's for sure. They seem to kind of just make it a little kind of Hollywoodish and Saturday Night Live-ish almost, and a lot of times.
Are you religious, flat Earth dude?
There's no doubt there's a creator, 100%.
Okay. Do you believe in evolution?
Definitely not. That's
Pass.
Cock of shit, man.
Okay. I was just my line of questioning has a point to it. I was gonna go on the same line of the intuitive, reasoning on what your senses can provide you and what your gut tells you. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so if the evolution line is true, then basically, all that intuition is basically to survive on Earth. And it won't really provide you with a lot of accurate information as to things that are not within like survival on Earth.
Well, talking about like afterlife. We all live and die, man. We're all gonna die. What's your
but
point?
like spinning on a globe, like it
What
might be
about it?
difficult to detect or
It
reason.
might be. It might be really easy to detect if I was really on one, man.
Well, I mean, using your intuition, right?
Yeah,
That'd
my
be a difficult
intuition,
thing.
man, 100% is like flat level, stationary.
Yeah,
not
for sure.
100%. Not like 99%. It's 100%.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
That's what I observe.
Which is why the intuition way of determining the truth would be flawed.
Well, that's pretty fucking backwards thinking in my book, but go ahead.
I would have to agree. That sounds very faulty.
Yeah. It's not only backwards, it's upside down as well.
I think you missed
Are you a Freemason? Are you a Freemason by chance?
Yeah, I'm a Freemason.
You are?
I actually looked into that at joining one of those, but I never did.
Because they always bring in the upside down backwards shit, man. They could flip everything.
Inverted and perverted.
Inverted and perverted.
Just thought of those two words together. That's tough.
That's pretty good.
But you may have missed it, Gio. Like, you don't sense like very small organisms covering your body right now, do you?
Do you feel the blood rushing through your body, and there's trillions of fucking cells in there, and there's trillions of cells, holding your skin together, and there's trillions of cells in your brain, and do you feel any of that, Gio? I don't think so. Of course we don't feel that shit, but we can check it out. Because it's here on Earth.
Yeah, we
It's
have the
here on
technology currently
we can
to
put it under
check it
the
out.
microscope. We can X-ray that shit. Yeah, we can do all kinds of crazy.
But that's not
Like I'm aware there's bacteria on my body. Yes, I am. I can't see it with my eyeballs, but yes, I'm aware that it's present, and it's definitely if like in food or water or whatever. Like, I'm not like directly observing it though. If that's your point.
Yeah.
No, my point is that like let's say like 1,000 years ago, I was like, hey man, you're covered in bacteria all in you, around you, on you, and you're like, what are you talking about? I'm like tiny microorganisms.
It depends on who you're talking about. I mean, the shamans, they absolutely knew that, man. That's why they have specific plants that kill specific parasites, and they have plants that save you from a snake bite. All these kinds of things.
Yeah, but they didn't know like the specifics. They thought like spirits and like they knew the plants.
There are spirits involved with bacteria, by the way. So that's correct. But Are you
But
saying that they didn't have the same equipment to label it? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is your intuition doesn't necessarily lead you to the truth. Like experimentation would be something that would lead you to the truth. And so if you tried to rationalize like what the truth is, just via your intuition, you're gonna end up in some pretty weird, nonsensical places, I would argue. And so like if I tried,
Is that how your intuition works? Is your intuition nonsensical? No, I don't know what you mean by intuition, by the way. You'd have to describe what your definition of that is.
Well, like I guess it's a pretty broad term. Like your gut feeling, like your senses combined with your gut feeling, like your combined knowledge to this point. I guess it's a pretty broad definition. Like someone was saying, like they wouldn't feel the spin of the earth, or you know what I mean. But if I told you that you were covered in microorganisms, you probably wouldn't believe me if it was a long time ago. But that still would be the case that you are, even though your intuition didn't tell you that was, I don't know, weird line of thought, I guess. But he said that you can't really feel the spin of the earth, and I don't think your intuition or your current abilities is really going to allow you to.
It's your spin tuition.
Okay, so wait, what is your definition of intuition again? Like if you just had to summarize it, because that was kind of a lot. Like what?
Yeah, it was.
What is your because there's certain forms of the word intuition could be used to where you're saying how good is it to acquire truth? Well, if that intuition is very highly skilled and or discerning and or capable, then it can actually be profound how truth can be acquired that way. And is actually in some ways, I would even say the quickest, most direct channel directly to it as well.
Yeah, I'd agree. In specific instances.
Did you hear about like Malcolm Gladwell, that book Blink that he wrote? It was like a New York Times bestseller and all that. Malcolm Gladwell.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like where they had like fake sculptures, like remakes that were faked, of a famous sculpture, and then they had the original one. And they had like these people were like, they had a sheet over it, these people were standing like 20 feet away. They'd pull the sheet off and the people had to have a blink intuition as to whether it was real or fake. Just literally right there, just seeing it from 15, 20 feet away, just literally glancing at it, not even getting up to it, looking at magnifying glass, none of that, just blink real or fake. And then they had the guys on the back end that were actually doing the analysis, the actual physical analysis. And he found statistically that it was statistically in favor that people's intuition was actually more accurate than the ones that were doing all the scientific tests on it.
I believe it.
Well, I didn't quite say that right. Well, it was that I sort of said that right, but but maybe I should re-say it to where the people's intuition that it was real or fake. Yeah, I said it incorrectly in a way. The people's flash blink intuition of whether it was real or fake statistically was like quite a bit in the favor that it was statistically accurate. And they had the actual scientific guys doing the testing on the background to validate whether it was true or false. So the people, they knew whether it was fake or real. They knew whether it was, and they had the blink results of everybody. So there you go. That's one example, but I don't know if that's the type of intuition you maybe were even referring to, like that level of like almost like a psychic flash or like a direct channel of knowledge.
Yeah, I kind of muddied it up. I think I was mixing intuition and intuitive thinking.
Okay. Well, I mean, those words could be used in different contexts, of course, but I mean, dude, let me say, how about this? Look, okay. Let's say if, I'll just say the word if, just to be neutral, because I know you're saying, you believe in the globe and all that. If it isn't the globe, and actually we are in a stationary Earth that's not moving and is planar, water's level and all that, and the sky's above, and whatever it is beyond that, is what it is. But I'm just saying on that basic level. And if you currently are deceived by all of the quote unquote proofs or the pictures or whatever they're claiming about the globe, but that's all wrong. One instant way out of that is if you were able to tap into your own ability to discern truth and just literally be able to understand understand it on a deep level within your being. Whether that's connected to tests you do in the world yourself, or whether it's connected to your own sense of it, your own spirituality. I'm just saying from that perspective, just the if, as it were, if it is the case, do you see how you could solve, in that example, that you would be able to solve that problem for yourself instantly if you were able to?
Yeah, I could see how that would happen. Yep.
Because yeah, I mean the fundamental, dude, when you go to bed and you fall asleep, when you wake up, do you think you've traveled 500,000 miles through space?
No, but our construct of traveling a mile on Earth would be way different than any sort of travel in space. Sorry, I didn't mean to go to that. No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't either. Feels like when I go to bed, I wake up in the exact same space. It's the same. Yeah, it's like different air because the different air has blown through. But I'm not in a different. Yeah, I agree. I don't think I'm in a different place at all.
Well, what do you mean when you say that?
Well, whatever this space is, ether, whatever terminology that has coordinates in it. It's like a stationary coordinate system within the whole system, meaning actual whatever we call space, like the air, and it's an actual coordinate system. How you have letters and numbers, and you can have D17. You know what I mean? You can have a little like a chart, like battleship or whatever. Well, yeah. What if each coordinate is on a massive level of the whole thing? The whole plane of existence, essentially, where every region of it has its own coordinate. So instead of D17, who knows what the numbers would be? It'd be in the millions, of all the coordinates. And when I go to sleep, I realize my brain, DMT is being released and I'm dreaming, all of that is happening. But when I wake back up, I think I'm in these same coordinate systems of this realm. I haven't traveled millions of miles in some different coordinate system.
How are you making that assessment?
Foundational spatial awareness.
You're saying you can sense speed.
No, he said he can't. In that sense.
Then how can you possibly make that assessment then?
No, he's saying he doesn't feel like he's traveled that far.
No, I didn't say anything about feeling. No, I didn't say anything about feeling.
No one feels like they're traveling
the
really much.
visceral direct connection with the spatial components of this reality. Direct validation and verification of the coordinates and the space and time dimensions, essentially, that are constellating to create that moment. I mean, it's all light. It's all light and vibration anyway. So there isn't really even a physical world. It's all just creations of our consciousness, ultimately, in my viewpoint. So it's not even really a space coordinate in that way. It's all one and it's all part of that. But with that being said, as much as we can define it, there are certain coordinates within the ether that are foundational. The ether is stationary, but then there's part of the ether that's the magnetic field that's drifting. So you have the whole ether drift, and then you have the stationary foundation. So there's coordinates in the ether, and any physical matter that moves through the ether, it's essentially transducing through the medium and changing its coordinates. And there's absolutely no indication that those coordinates have changed in any way, shape, or form. They're the same as they were in that sense.
Yeah, which is why I think, in my opinion, it's deceiving. We're not equipped to sense that stuff. As far as if you believe in evolution or whatever. Do you believe in souls, Gio?
What kind of souls? Foot souls? Dancing souls?
Yeah, Dr. Souls soul.
Dr. Souls? Dr. Souls.
Because you're into the more spiritual side and the psychedelics. I used to believe in souls. Don't currently believe in them.
You desouled?
Yeah, I'm not in the soul club anymore.
You unsold?
Yep.
Wow.
I think souls are a historic way to describe the mind or the brain. And it's comforting.
Well,
to
there's a
think that
concept where a soul is like an individuated unit of spirit.
Yeah.
Like a soul is like a fractal holographic mirror image, but also a separated type of consciousness, or like a unit of consciousness that is separate. In a way, it's experienced as separate, at least in that way. But it's created from that larger spirit, that larger like creative intelligence. Yeah, I mean that's what I would say. Ultimately, I am. Yeah, I would say I am a soul. Like I'm not like I am a soul in this body, and I would use the term soul. I mean, we have to have some word for it if we're going to be in a human
Yeah.
body talking. So I mean, yeah, and so yeah, absolutely. I would say it's like our core energy structure. I mean, I think like the creator is ultimately light and love and sound. It's ultimately light and love, but it uses sound vibrations and electromagnetic and electrostatic fields to then manifest all of these different worlds and realities.
Can I just ask how many drugs you've had tonight? Yeah. No, I can't. Okay.
-5 apples.
How do you? What's the deal?
Negatory on your random hopes of drugs, whatever you.
How many cans of Foster's Lager have you had? Cans of Foster's Shitty Lager have you had then, mate?
Ruhev, how many drugs haven't you had? What's going on?
I've had 0 drugs today, except.
And that's the problem.
Yeah,
I'm
there
just
you,
kidding, dude.
there you go.
He's
Too
too
much
rigid.
Foster's.
He's too rigid. He's too rigid, Jin. He's got to crack out of his shell.
Yep.
As Jin would say, come to the truth and let go of all of these falsities.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
Just come to Colorado. You can do DMT. You can do that anywhere, but
What do souls have to do with drugs, Riv? Why'd you bring up drugs? What does that have to do with anything? We're talking about souls.
Oh, just the colourful language coming from you this evening. You're on all the good shit.
What about the holes of acids, eh? Souls.
I'm tripping on life, Ruhev.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm tripping on the old flat earth, man. Natural high. I'm doing 15 miles a day. Enjoying that ecstasy and the euphoria of the feeling of the sweat, the heat, the shortness of breath. Yeah. Flat earth. See that? I train to do this stuff. That's where you're in deficit, Ruhev. You don't do any kind of training. I'll destroy you everywhere.
Pareidolia,
you are.
Yeah.
Like I would say our souls exist in the spirit world, and that's where like our actual core energy is. And then like I could say this for myself, like, and when I like incarnate in a body, it's like only a part of my soul that is even incarnated. Like I don't even think the whole soul is even fully incarnated. So like we exist on many, many transcendent levels, far beyond and above any one human life. So I think when we die, it's actually an expansion, like a profound expansion. Because we become more of who we are, more of the wholeness. And being in a human body is quite limiting, considering. It's amazing how many things we do bring through from the other side, which is amazing. But at the same time, overall, humans are quite limited, in a way. I mean, we're unlimited with creativity and beauty and love, all those things. I'm just saying, we're like, compared to the totality, we have to be, restricted down to a very limited part of it. Otherwise, like, it would be overwhelming to even if you just had, yeah, like we're all experiencing one part of it.
But a lot of people are sleepwalking at the moment. They don't even realize that level of consciousness you're talking about. Man, we're in trouble. Humanity, we're miles away from there. They're not on your level. Yeah? People are dying, they don't even know the up's flat, and they're dying. Passing on.
Well, they know when they know after they die.
Do you feel that?
Yeah.
After they die, they're like, Jin was right all that time.
Was right.
Jin was right.
It was the us that was right.
That's what's happening right after they die. They're just going, Jin was right.
Have you ever found that people that do a lot of psychedelics believe in aliens?
No, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I don't really get a sense that there's probably that many, in those. But maybe to some degree. Depends on what you're defining as an alien, though. Like, I mean, within like the ayahuasca work, I'm talking like real deal working in ceremony with ayahuasca. There can be deep connections with interdimensional beings, but either purging very dark ones or demonic ones, or tapping into very high octave and high level types of entities. But if it's properly run ceremony, then it's always towards the direction of healing and cleansing and purging. So, I mean, depends on how you define an alien, but it is part of like, well, yeah, I guess it depends on how you define alien. Like, are you talking like from some other, like a physical one? Are you talking about like an interdimensional being? Like, yeah, you'd have to, because my mind was thinking about several different things.
Well, I just was curious because people that I've known that have done it believe strongly in aliens, and I felt like there was a connection between psychedelics and a belief in aliens, and I guess I don't really know the distinct difference on it.
I think there kind of is with mushrooms, actually, in a particular way. They are kind of interdimensional entities in a way, but I don't know. I wouldn't. I'm not sure, man. Actually, I don't. I mean, hard to say whether like there's more people that are into aliens that also are. And it depends on what you're referring to. Like, are they just using it like recreationally, or are they using it like spiritually or therapeutically or with intention? Yeah, a lot of factors. But yeah, dude, I mean, they hype up aliens and
That's interesting.
Hey, Gio.
Yo.
The interesting question when someone asks, like, do you think you have a soul? It's like, whoa, yes and no. It's both at exactly the same time. Neither's empirically provable. You have to give it a name, you have to give it something, but it's kind of more the question, do you believe there's any point to any of this, or is there some meaning somewhere to be found? And again, it's completely in your hands. Like, that part of that question is, do you want there to be any meaning, or do you want it all to mean nothing? Like, that's entirely the question for you and whatever you want to call yourself, the soul or your body. It's like, do you want it to have meaning? Yes. or create some meaning? Or do you want it to be nothing and meaningless? Then just go down that road and just try and absorb all that nothing, the meaninglessness of it, which is absolutely fine. It means no difference to the meaning. But it's more like, as for just a bad analogy, like it's when you look at an abstract painting, you can say, oh, that means nothing. That's just useless stuff just painted on a canvas. Or it could mean everything to you. For some reason, it just taps directly into your energy as a person and you as an entity, and it completely means everything. So if there is such thing as God, who could say? But whatever this is that we're on is kind of like a massive painting that we have to interpret, and it could have no meaning whatsoever, or it could have plenty of meaning for you. It's what you construct. It's definitely a two-way thing. It's not just God on its own. It's definitely a two-way thing. And yeah, that might sound sort of a bit psychobabble mumbo jumbo, but it sort of has a bit more resonance than, it's got to be a personal question. What are your thoughts? No, 0 drugs as well. Sober for 2 months.
Yeah, well, no, it was well said. Yeah, I appreciated everything you shared. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I kind of stepped away for a second. Would you mind actually repeating that last part? Because I was a bit distracted for a second. If I was gonna respond, if you could, would you mind just like summarizing it real quick?
I guess I'm never always looking for a response. It's more in a feeling when Ruhif comes in and there's sort of like this negative energy sort of comes over the conversation, which is totally fine. And we definitely need Ruhifs in our lives. They're very important people. It's just that I don't know which part I got up to, whether life either has meaning or it has no meaning. So you're either in this construct of the billiard ball space where atoms are just random and they hit up against each other. And they don't mean anything essentially. It's all just like this weird play of matter that's evolved over millions of years from this huge explosion, which everyone sort of thinks, oh yeah, that sounds great. But obviously it seems ridiculous as well when you talk about it like that. But whether life has meaning or it doesn't have meaning, like the guy said, do you have a soul? It's like, do you want to have a soul? Would you like there to be any meaning to this life? And you can make that decision, whether you do or not, I guess. But then it becomes about interpretation of your existence, whether you have meaning or not. That you choose whether to have meaning, or you choose whether to not have any meaning.
Yeah. Well, it's a deep question, and it's connected to like the entire modern materialistic Newtonian Cartesian worldview, like materialism, this materialistic paradigm, and then Newton Cartesian is essentially, Isaac Newton and Descartes in terms of that, the entire paradigm, which pretty much this entire modern system is built upon, like this quote unquote sciences, the school system, a lot of it is built upon this like materialism. And yes, like as deep what you're saying, like the concept of like the Big Bang, atheism, this isolation, evolution, the dinosaurs, all of these components that go with the globe, of course, are centered in this way to where, at least on the extreme side of the spectrum, it has created this almost like a disassociation, like a dissociative state. Where that level, like being disassociated from nature and from like, it's like the concept between like an enchanted world versus a disenchanted world. like they kind of, with the materialism, they there's like this fracture where there's like this disenchanted worldview based upon just physicality, manipulating the physical world to your benefit. And we all just evolve, so we're just kind of on this wild kind of evolution thing, and just, and also just all the competition and that energy of survival of the fittest, perhaps even, but that whole isolating energy that we're all just kind of on this like planet, like kind of having to compete with each other, and I want to get the job, and no, don't take the job from me, or whatever, all this kind of stuff that's gone on, and all these like schisms. And it's like, it's all in a way, it could be seen as being based upon this materialistic Newtonian Cartesian worldview with the globe and with the kind of the way the science is and all of this, and the isolation of the emotion, the spiritual, the religious, and trying to remove all of that. And so, and then that is another word that could be used for that is disillusionment, like a disillusioned worldview where there's a lack of like, inspiration and sparkle and all of that, because it's just a physical world that just evolved. Anyways, so that whole materialistic worldview in juxtaposition with a more like enchanted, integrated, holistic worldview that incorporates like like more of an integration of being and an understanding of like the interconnectedness and so on, that actually has enchantment. So like if there's a baby born, and right when the baby's born, a hawk flies across the sky, like there's meaning to that. Like there's actual a timing and a meaning, and there's a way in which like the baby being born and nature are actually connected. It's not just some isolated, like evolved being on a random planet flying through a random void, but it's actually like there's a relation between nature and humans that has a meaningful and an enchanted and a could even be said like a divine dance, like with the creator in a sense, on that level where there's a more like integration and of like totality of being with others, and that those kind of synergies that can come from that, and that enchanted where there's meaning in the world, there's purpose, like that word meaning, like there's meaning, all the meaning is there. And the thing is, in the heliocentric paradigm, and even a lot of the colleagues that I've worked with in these fields, like they're actually in that trap because they're advanced, but they haven't, they're still in the heliocentric model, and they're trying to like re-enchant that, but it like can't be done because by nature it's like a disenchanting worldview. So that's why I think the actual cosmology is the piece, because and sorry for being so long-winded, it's way longer than I normally go, but it just links back to the way meaning is either there or lacking in comparison with these enchantment or disenchanted, and then how the materialism fits into that. So it's a lot of layers. Thanks for listening. And sorry I went on for so long.
No, it's a really good not rebuttal, like the whole, when you sum something, a summary, great summary of my thought patterns. What's incredible, like, could you imagine if some people thought, like, if that is a creative apologies, if there is a creative collaboration between us and the creator, then surely if enough of us believed in the globe, the creator would go like, okay, yeah, it can be a globe. Like we could enchant this new feeling of like, well, we want more space. We want this feeling of space. We want these lizards to have existed a long time ago. If enough of us believe it, like if we all, we really believe it, then it will become that, because that's how creative this space is. Like if we want a different flower, you can have a different flower. If you want a different animal, you can have a different animal. If we want a whole history that never existed, yeah, you can have that. Like if enough of us believed in it, okay, it kind of brings me back to if you believe in fairies, then you just have to clap and they'll come back to life. Whether there's that disillusionment, I mean, not wanting to convolute it, but could you imagine though if some people thought that way in terms of a religion? Like the guy who invented the Big Bang, he was a religious man. It makes sense. Kind of like there's a singularity which then exploded into all of what reality we perceive. It kind of makes sense even on a theological level. Obviously not on a physical level, and obviously not in measurable reality. But in terms of like a thought game, whatever the word you call a thought game is, it's kind of interesting. Like, let's really see if we can change the fabric of reality through human belief, if our human belief has as much importance as we hold it to have.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of deep ways that can be the case, because in the materialistic paradigm, there is no like way to actually impact each other outside of something physical. So it's like they're closing down that whole component. And have you ever heard the concept that like humans are actually naturally telepathic?
Yeah, I guess like back to that intuition word. But yeah, I've you can read someone's thoughts. Yeah, totally.
As you get older, man, you realize more like you see something before it happens, like bad shit, like, and you react to it. You try to, you're like, oh, wait a minute, if I don't do this, and later on you didn't do it, and then something bad happens. It doesn't have to be crazy bad, but something bad happens. And you just remember, like, damn, I knew I should have did this. You start reacting to that, which you could call somewhat intuition, but I think it's more than that.
Get that a lot. Like the older I got, the better I was at catching things that were about to fall. Like, instead of thinking about it, just caught it. You're like, wow, that was a great catch. But like it's only happened recently, in like the last 5 years, where, like you say, that happens in real life, where you think, if I don't do that one thing, something shit's going to happen. You can catch that problem. It's just great feeling.
Yeah. I try to feelings, man, because it only takes 1 out of 10, and you avoid anything bad. But I'll tell you what, man, when I was younger, I got into karma. I heard about it, and I started paying like sharp attention to it, like real close attention to it, and it just amazed me how balanced it was. Like I could tell you stories, but I'm not gonna, because they're long. But man, I've just some crazy karma stories where something little happened, and it got me back the same way or for the same value, or it's just amazing how balanced it is when you pay attention to karma. It's real, in my opinion.
I also agree that karma is real, but I don't believe that it's like a force. I think it's a phenomenon, like a combination of phenomena.
Well, it's live action, isn't it? It's live action. So if you're paying enough attention to the live action, you're integral into the action, and it reflects straight back into you. So whatever that energy is that your action creates or your intention creates, it definitely reverts straight back to you. And when you're in that flow, and everything is kind of working as it should, and then when you've made a slightly wrong turn and you sort of moved away from that energy of action. And it's not always easy to stay in it, and it's not always easy to find it, but something Taoistic about that, where there's a flow or a way of that energy, and how receptive you are to it. It seems to be the crux of that, how much you're looking for that. I think a lot of drug states can put you in that flow straight away, and everything seems to have loads of coincidences, and everything seems to work, and you sort of have better connections with people. And then the next morning you wake up and you're miles from that flow, as if like you've lost your reserve of whatever that flow was, or energy. But I not.
I was like, man, I can't, even little shit. I ain't talking about big shit. I ain't never been like that. But like, just a quick example, like I borrowed a gas can, and I was supposed to give it back, but man, I had to turn around. I had a lot going on, and I'm like, fuck, dude, I know I should have brought this damn thing back, and eventually I will, whatever. And just wind up needing it later that night. Like later that day, I wind up needing it, and it cost me about as much as the gas can got, and the time. But and like the damn water at the grocery store, they had this water machine, and I brought in a few gallons. I thought it was like $1 or $2 a gallon, and it wound up being like where you're supposed to use their jug, but they didn't have any. And I didn't know that. So when I went to pay, they're like, no, you got to have our jug and all that. And I wasn't going to dump the water out. I took like a couple gallons, and and instead of dumping it out, and I get home and a freaking coupling breaks on the water main. And it cost me like the exact amount. The exact amount. I mean, I got so many stories like that. It's just amazing, dude. That's when I was like, dude, this is ridiculous. This is like crazy, man. It's a pile of stories like that, man.
Some people are far more natural at listening to those cues, like that intuition, that gut feeling, because usually it's like you're weighing up the effort of something. So you're weighing up whether it's worth having that argument at the time or whether you just have to let it go. And half the time it's like you're balancing other people's expectations of you, say like your family or a child or a dog or whatever, and that you're like, oh, I wanna help that person do that thing, but like you're pulled in another direction that you don't want to do it. And you listen to that. And like so many times when you let things go, and all of a sudden it's like, that was the right decision, even though it felt like, well, maybe that shouldn't have been the right decision. But yeah, I love it when it all works out, and you, like you say, in the flow.
Yeah, dude, like a bunch of I had a bag like with a couple of receipts, and I forgot what it was. There was a few things, and it blew out the window in the neighborhood too. So I could have stopped. I was right by the house, and I knew it was wrong. But it was like, fuck, man, I'm going home. Screw this. And usually I'd pick it up, or sometimes I might. It just depends. I didn't do it on purpose, so I'll get away with it, right? And later on, dude, that night I wake up the next morning, dude, and raccoons strode my trash. It ain't happened in like a year, dude. It's like, of course he fucking strode my trash. Excuse my language. But so now I'll stop and pick stuff up, man, because I just know I'm gonna pay it either way.
Sorry, I'm on mobile. I pressed the wrong button. Is it? Shit, I forgot my thought. Oh, fuck it. It's a good story. I think one of the keys to that is that you've got to be out and about in life for it to happen. Like you've got to be moving stuff around and like doing things. Like it doesn't happen when you're just sitting down at a desk job, which is obviously what a lot of people have to do. But none of those interactions with life happen when you're interacting with a screen. It's like it does. That's such a more mechanical way of interacting with life. It's like unless you are moving things around or building something, or you need tools in your life, or you have to create food for lots of people, or you have tables and chairs and events to get to and children's classes to sit through. Like you don't have those interactions. I think there's a weird numbing of life where that game or that roulette or that chance where one thing might go one way or might go another. You might get disappointment or you might get a feeling of success. It doesn't happen when you have to spend most of your life either asleep or sat down staring at a screen, which is tough, really tough, because that's how a lot of life is set up these days.
Yeah, it's so inevitable. In my experience, it's so inevitable that it's you almost have to be just totally ignoring it and just totally accepting coincidence after coincidence. I'm 100% sure in my own mind that stuff balances, man. Stuff balances. God's way. I feel like I'm gonna be, I feel like my conscience, my spirit, my soul, I feel like it's gonna be around forever. I think there's something wrong with people's brains, fundamentally. Like there's certain things we have no comprehension of, like eternity or even nothingness. Like why can't we comprehend things, simple things like that? It's like we weren't meant to, and it just seems like something that simple, like where's the end of this place? Hey, even if you're on a globe, they've just pushed the problem further out in the universe, but there's still got to be an end. And how could it possibly end? A wall, what's on the other side of the wall? Just stops. Okay, there's still something on the other side, even if it's empty space. It can't just be nothing. And I feel like
I think it's the rest of consciousness, which is huge, way bigger than this. Yeah.
That's the point. I feel like my consciousness is gonna, or my spirit, my soul, is gonna just continue on. That's why I like listening to you, man. That's really why I joined. I was just listening to you. Like, I like it when you start philosophizing. You got some interesting points, and for somebody who doesn't dwell into thinking like that, it's almost a waste, because it's fun to speculate or try to learn more and more about what people think and come up with your own thoughts, because if we just die and it's over with, then it was pointless anyway, so you might as well try and figure it out, the best you can for the next ride, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. You've got to make the most of it. Either way, regardless, even if you have to spend a lot of time of it in pain and hurting and whatever, like making the most of and trying to at least try and work some of it out. But what's interesting is that if you pull that all together, then you're kind of saying that each moment is important, right down to this sort of like where you find yourself in this moment right now, like where you are right now, doing what you're doing right now, which is often where decent philosophical conversation at a party will get to is like, right now you're in the moment. There's only now. There isn't a future. There isn't a past. It's just now. Well, there is, but only in your consciousness. So, like you say, if Gio is saying consciousness is everything else, it would have to be a huge pile of information if you had to take in every thought. But it's definitely about making the most of whatever is here, if you can. If you can't, it's okay.
And
Some
like
people
what I
have got to pick
mean
up.
by the end, like it's just, I feel this. I meant to say this and I veered off a little bit, but it's like with my soul. I can't comprehend it ending. Like, how can I don't personally feel like my soul is part of my flesh. It's obviously, sometimes I think or have feelings from the heart, from the stomach, even like, and from the mind, the brain, but it's more than that. So I can't anything just ending and being nothingness. I don't think there really is such a thing. And the same thing with our souls. If that holds true, then our soul won't. There is no end for it. There can't be.
For me, I think you've also got to be happy that it does end. Like, if it does happen to end, to be at peace with that as well. Like, you can always pass the torch on to something else. You can impart some of yourself into someone else, or you can even make another person and they can carry on. But it's okay that it does finish, because the beauty is in the fact that it's finite, that it is flesh, that it does have weaknesses. Nothing's beautiful without weakness and some subtlety. So it's okay if it does end. But yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm more than happy if it just carries on forever. But you've got to
Yeah, I
be the
don't
right
think it
sort
can
of
be
soul
finite.
for that.
I don't see how it could be finite. Like, let's just say, like I've had vivid dreams over the years, just here and there. Like the most vivid of my dreams are like involved like me, real small in a lake, like, and seeing big things, man. And it made me think, maybe that was one of my past lives. And I was thinking, like, if we explore every realm, even out on this place, how could it be finite? Because things are always adapting. I don't believe in evolution and all that, but still, things are adapting continually. And there's like, new things, and there's so many species of plants, insects, animals, just different. And then that's not even talking about dimensions and stuff, man. To me, I think it can't be finite the way I think.
Well, physically, it is infinite. Like, in your entire lifetime, you could never walk down every road in your county. I presume you're American, you live in a county. In your entire life, you couldn't walk down every road in your county. There's just too many. Like, I live in England, so we have footpaths. I couldn't walk down every footpath in my county. It's the tiniest little cube of space on the size of the plane. Like, physically, it's infinite. We feel like we can travel from one place to the next, like we can't really take in the enormity. Like our brains definitely can't cope with scale. Like we don't understand the size of this place in any respect
at all. You know, and I don't know if maybe I'm different, but from what I've heard from everybody else, nothingness is impossible to imagine. I was thinking about that, like the chickens went. I let them out the cage, when they got a little bit bigger, let them wander around the yard after a couple of weeks of getting them, and then and then they started exploring out just a little bit further each day, and now they go like to the neighbor's house on each side, and they come back, But I got them trained. They're pretty stupid, but you could. But anyway, they. So I was thinking that how they think. So no matter where they go, a box, and then they wind up in a hen house, and then now they got a yard, and then no matter where they go, there's always something there. And that's why I don't like the idea of a globe and circling around, because it still makes you think about other places like outer space and shit. And when you think about other lands and stuff, and I just think it's a cheesy thought. I just don't like it, But I mean, if somebody proved it, but without beyond a shadow of a doubt, it'd have to be, because I don't think I like just walking around and coming right back on myself,
Yeah, it's cruel, the idea of space. The nothingness, the total pointless emptiness of space is so cruel, considering how much beauty and life is here. Like seeing people get excited about going to Mars, it's like, oh man, it's the most dead, ugly, pointless rock. There's not, there's a certain beauty to an empty landscape completely, but it's got nothing on England or the world that we live in. It's such a cruel thing. Such a cruel idea.
Dude, when I had a series of questions that I was asking Glober, and a lot of them were interesting, man. I still think I have the answers. Yeah, I don't know if Ruip's here, but he answered them. Charles Flatter's Matt, Don. Quite. My questions was like, how does your entire world end or stop? Like your entire world, how does it stop? And every one of them said, like if you ask a flat earther that, they'd be like, I don't know, maybe I think there's more land or something like that. I don't know, but every Glober said, Dutton, you just circle around. And I was like, no, I'm talking about your entire, whatever however you view your entire world, like outer space. How does that end? None of them thought about, when I said world, even in its entirety, none of them thought like that. They never thought about. They just thought about the globe and circumnavigating and shit. None of them thought about the actual ending of their world in their mind. Thought it was interesting. Another question I asked was, since nobody responded, I'll make it quick, was like, does buoyancy increase if gravity increases? They all thought about it, and they're like, that's interesting, right? Yeah, everybody answered yes, they have to, because it's buoyancy in your world, is a direct result. I think everybody realizes it's tied together, no matter what your belief, buoyancy and density with gravity in your world specifically. And so that gets you thinking, like if you take things to their natural ending, whatever you call that, like you take it all the way down to all the consequences, and like, so it's Jupiter, it wouldn't suck us on it. That's, we couldn't get in Jupiter if it's a gas giant, even with a little core or something. Like if it rains diamonds, then to get lower than the diamonds, we would have to literally be denser than diamond, or else we would just float in the damn clouds of the evaporated, whatever it is, in that state. We'd literally bounce off of Jupiter if the buoyancy increases with the density. It's not natural. I mean, with gravity, I meant.
What does Negator think?
Sorry, what about?
I was just giving you a shout out. What's up,
thanks.
Negator? Party on, Wayne.
Yeah, man.
Dude, you're gonna
Would
be
you
along.
agree?
You're gonna be along the journey, bro. I think you're gonna help wake the people up.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I know I was born for greatness.
You do have a good voice, a good radio show voice.
I appreciate it.
Have you ever done any show, anything like that, or like in
No. I'm not quick enough on the draw to be really interesting.
What do you think? Buoyancy, man. Like, it does rain diamonds on Jupiter, so the diamonds have to solidify to come down. We'd have to battle our way in there, right? Or we'd pretty much float.
It feels like being in the weeds of a fabricated planet world.
I would agree that, yeah, it's all wild speculation.
Swimming through wild speculation. It is absolutely unbridled, uncontained speculation that there's diamonds raining on a light in the sky. But let's go with it. And Brian's saying, would we swim through the diamonds? What would the density and buoyancy ratios be? Come on, guys. We got to get to the bottom of this.
And what kind of shovel would we need if we were to dig our way down to Jupiter?
And could we get any of those diamonds like over to Earth, or is it only good for Jupiter? Like, because what if like diamonds are not worth anything there, and you have a bunch of them, but it's just like having sand, like it doesn't do much.
Diamonds aren't worth anything on another planet. That's what she said.
Yeah, dude. On Jupiter, because they're raining, it's raining diamonds apparently, so they'd have no value.
Is that the sky Lucy's in?
I know. Oh my gosh. Well, what's funny about that is that Jupiter is like in astrology, it's the principle of wealth, expansion, growth. Like the principle of Jupiter has to do with, largeness, bigness, things that are big, things that are expanded, expanding your horizons, even in that kind of way. Everything to do with bigness and growth on all those levels. So diamonds are a thing of wealth, which, Jupiter is connected to wealth and great wealth. People that have a lot of something, a lot of it, because the lot of it being Jupiter, in this case, money, in that sense. So yeah, it's like they're trying to say that it's raining diamonds on Jupiter, and I don't think it's a coincidence that diamonds are connected to the Jupiter archetype astrologically. They know that, and they're actually like linking it to that for that reason. They're linking the diamonds to Jupiter because it actually is representative of diamonds. Why they're doing that, I don't know. It's kind of like a black magic thing. They're trying to like convince people of some material, actual thing that's happening as like a black magic trick, in the way of like hijacking the symbol of Jupiter representing wealth with the diamond part of it, and then like contrasting that with like this physical claim that it's happening on a planet far, far away.
Yep.
So that would be our ground, though. Like, say if we Jupiter, we couldn't get no lower than the diamond clouds because we're not nearly as dense. Nowhere near as dense. It's like trying to sink a anvil in liquid mercury. Like it's literally very difficult to do. It's hard to watch. You're like, what? It's counterintuitive, but it's difficult. And but here's the thing. So that would kind of be our ground. So right there at that point, we'd weigh nothing if we actually had a scale. I'm not talking about that's the problem with gravity. There's so many. There's no counterbalance to it. So there's just dead ends everywhere you think. If you continue things out to their logical conclusion, there with gravity.
You're breaking up a little, Brian.
If you follow gravity to equal opposite or counterpart to gravity, it's its own little thing in the world. And if you follow gravity to all of its logical conclusions, they're all dead ends, man. like getting crushed in the center of Earth, like by weight mass. It's like it's just weird to think about, or being weightless and incapable of making it to the surface of Jupiter with all that gravity. It's counterintuitive.
Brian, what do you think the speed of gravity is?
I'm sorry?
What do you think the speed of gravity is?
Dark refraction minus a black hole expansion.
Ah, you knew the answer.
Is that with or without the wobble?
with the side of wibble wobbles.
Dark wobble.
Yeah. Dark. Oh yeah, you
Plus
haven't
or
heard
minus.
Brian, you haven't heard of dark wobble, dude. You gotta get with it, man. You gotta get caught up. It's a new form.
I speculate it's out by the exo wobble.
Snacks, we got to get that out there. Stat. Let everyone know about the dark wobble.
People have to know.
People have to. You have to know right now. I mean,
I'll email Nick deGrasse.
Where's extremists when you need them, man? I wanted to copyright another word, man. Exo wobble.
There you go.
He'd be like, "Oh, that's already a thing, dude. Everybody knows exo wobble, bro."
Dark. How about dark exo wobble?
This is the transgender metal band.
Sounds like it. Did you see that meme that someone was oh my god, it's
is it in the live text now?
Well, I could post it. It was just one that I was thinking of. I was just it basically says something like, remember when LGBTQAI were like the letters that you picked in Scrabble?
Or Wheel of Fortune.
They're terrible letters in Scrabble. You can't make any words with those letters.
I know. It's tough. It's a tough combo. No, I mean, I respect people's, I mean, I don't know, not that we're going to go into that topic, but I mean, I respect people's, but it does seem like a lot of like additional labels in that way. It seems like people could just be themselves. I don't know if there needs to be labels for it all.
Do you see that they're sponsored by Lockheed Martin? Like the latest Pride March, sponsored by Lockheed Martin.
L before G except, or L before B except after G.
I feel sorry for like, real homosexuals. Like, man, like it was all going fine, and then it's all got really screwed up.
I know, right? Yeah, because they're like more. It's like more problematic now. I know exactly. Yeah,
it's got a whole another fight, dude. After they got a win, really, and now they got a whole nother fight. Maybe that's just how it is. There's always going to be a fight. That they're just rebels at heart.
Well, some people may not agree with this for sure, and this could be controversial. But since we are somewhat talking about it, I'll just share my viewpoint on it. And some people may very much be, have a different opinion. I respect other people's opinions. I'm not trying to say anyone else has to agree with me or anything like that. Just sharing my viewpoint on the soul level and in terms of all of that as well. Because in my viewpoint, like we incarnate into this body and like we choose to come here and to take on the different tasks that we're going to take on here. And I do think that being gay, being a homosexual is actual. It's like thing. Like it's one of the rides on the earth realm. It's a thing. Like there are people who are blind. There are people who are handicapped. There are people that are very intelligent, people that are not intelligent, people that are attractive, people that are not attractive, people that have musical talent, people that are non-musical, etc. All these different things.
Yeah, I just live and let live, man.
And in the same way, like I think like that idea of are people born gay? I would say actually yes. That there are some, because I think it's a soul thing. Like their soul, that's that. Like if they are going to be gay for this whole life, and that is their like base nature in that sense, then and that's what their soul is. Essentially, in my viewpoint, like choosing to experience, to incarnate into, to go through all of the things that entails that life path and everything. And same with being incarnated as a blind person or handicapped or any of these different things. So from that perspective, like they are born, that in that way. Now, I also think sexual abuse can play a role in that obviously has already been proven to be the case for some individuals, or that could at least be some additional factor, whatever it may be. So maybe not everyone is born gay. You know what I'm saying? There could be some that are not and whatnot, and that kind of like were turned gay because of something that happened to them, and then at some point they, heal that trauma, as it were, and then they're not gay anymore. But then there's other people that are gay, and some of them even have traumas like that, and they heal it, but they're still gay even after that. So it's like, it's interesting.
I'll tell you what, if I wanted to be hateful, like I could tell, if I wanted to be hateful toward gay people, I could be like, yeah, man, it's a choice, it's not natural. You weren't born that way. You're a man. But dude, that's not really right, to me. I mean, I don't really want people's sex life shoved down my throat, but at the same time, I don't know you. So if you say that that you've always been gay and you were born gay, then who am I to tell somebody that they're wrong? I just I could start thinking, maybe it's something chemically.
What are you there? Yeah, what are you their gay lord? You're not lord. You're not the lord over whether they're gay or not. Yeah, it's their thing. Yeah, that's funny though. I was just trying to make a funny joke. I like trying to play on words, but no, dude, I deeply respect people's own expressions and who they are.
But like you ever meet like a really like a big guy with like a tiny voice or something like that, and you're like, huh. That's interesting. Or like you meet somebody that you're sure that they represent as straight, but you're like, with the way you talk or your mannerisms and stuff like that, you could. But anyway, we don't try to call out people that are having the straight life, but seem to like be kind of effeminate. Which is like we don't try to make them rationalize that, you know what I mean? Like, hey, you might really be gay, you know what I mean?
Definitely, man. Because look, if every man was like me, then there wouldn't be no gay men. Because I don't find men attractive. Like I can tell a good-looking man from an ugly man, but I don't find them sexually attractive. Like I find really good-looking women, like the prettier, the better, But so I know that they're definitely different than me, and so I'm not going to tell them.
You're protesting too much, Brian.
I'm not going to tell them about themselves. They know better not to tell them.
Ruhif kind of comes from the other side of the fence, especially on the weekends. Is what the word on the street is. That's when he really lets loose.
Yeah.
I wonder if I chop my balls off, would I then be gay?
No. Well,
it would be asexual, actually.
Yeah, but see that thing that you have though, Brian, like that natural attraction, that's just your makeup. Because I'm the same way. Like, I can see another man and be like, oh, that man is attractive. I can certainly, see that in a sense. But I have no sexual attraction in that sense, exact same way. Whereas women, but I mean that's obviously kind of the norm in the sense. And of course, men and women reproduce to create more humans, so there is something to that. However, there's the question of, I guess, ultimately the way I would maybe put it. Because in my viewpoint, the creator is creating all these different experiences. So does the creator want to experience, gayness, essentially? And clearly it does, because it seems to be a lot of it's been created and continues to be. So it's part of the creation in that sense. May not be the way we reproduce and all of that, but I think people can love each other in all kinds of ways if they choose to.
Granted, in the past, okay, I know the population wasn't as big, let's say 50 years ago or something, and there's probably more people in the closet, but even still, percentage-wise, they're just I mean, it gets me thinking about like of the Bible and stuff, man. It's just one of them things that when I think, man, that's a pretty good evidence. Like if you add it up with a lot of other predictions, like it almost seems like we're repeating ourselves, like Sodom and Gomorrah, like in all the gay, like I don't know, man, like the cities that were destroyed from sodomy. That's what I think. Like we're almost heading down that road again, and I would have never thought that like 50 years ago or something. I wasn't alive 50 years ago, but still, just thinking about the way things were. But it could be chemical, like they said, them frogs. There's chemicals and stuff that.
Oh, the freaking frogs gay.
But I don't want to say that disrespectfully because they are who they are. They are who they are, and I'm not trying to. Like I said, I'm live and let live, so I'm not trying to say anything disrespectful.
I mean,
I just disagree with you. Oh, sorry.
Well, you could ask Kosho or Ruhif because they both shared their journeys in the gay escapades. I just made that word up. Did it work? Like an escapade, but a gay escapade?
No, Gaylord overwhelmed that one.
There's two aspects, right? The act and then the enjoyment of the act. Kind of like if you steal something, there's the act of stealing it, and then if you enjoy it, then you're a kleptomaniac. It's kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like it's wrong, even if you do it.
But Brian, I disagree. Like I can't tell if a man's attractive. All I can do is approximate and say.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and fit. This is really important.
You can't tell an attractive man?
I can't, but all I could do is say like maybe a woman would find that guy attractive, maybe more than me, but who's to say?
Yeah, you shouldn't use the word attractive, Gio.
I don't know.
No, I would say
looking for flamboyant.
Okay, you're saying for them to be attractive, you like in a very strict sense, you have to be attracted to them to find them attractive. Is that what you're saying?
Find a different word.
Yeah, but the way I meant it is like a handsome, as it were. Because I think we would all agree with no judgment involved. Like that old like scale. Is this person a 7? Are you a 5? Are you a 9? In terms of looks. And as much as that's kind of judgmental and like, much love to everybody and there's no judgment, but when we all agree there is kind of a scale of very attractive humans versus medium attractive versus the lesser on the scale in some ways, just whatever we're given. And it's not like, whatever.
Yeah, and guys guys know what a good looking guy looks like. That's fine.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That they are attractive on that scale of like, yeah.
If I was gay and there was another man who was gay, like, and I was gay, which I'm not. But if I was like, dude, I wouldn't.
You're protesting too much, Brian.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Let's get deeper into this.
I wouldn't torture myself, bro, and just be celibate my whole life, bro. But I think when God said like be fruitful, and multiply, dude, I don't think he meant like.
He meant be a fruit and make more of yourself.
I don't think he meant for gay people to multiply, but they are who they are.
Yeah, a friend of mine. I got my daughter in the room. Hold on. A friend of mine was going downtown on someone when he was 16 of the opposite gender, and he actually expelled stuff from his stomach.
Oh my god!
And it was that when he realized. Yeah.
When was
it?
it?
He realized when he was about 16, I think. Yeah.
You finished, or did you get mad?
Funny. Yeah, so he was clearly not attracted to women. Anyway.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. So he knew gay, or wait, elaborate on that. Is that when he found out he was gay, or he knew he was gay before that?
He'd been. Yeah, he knew before that, but he was kind of. He went to a Christian school, and they were pretty anti-gay. So he kind of felt pressured to have a girlfriend and have sex with a girlfriend, whatever, and it just didn't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, bro. That's what I'm like. enough. In a perfect world, to me, I'd be just ridiculing enough to where you keep your personal business in the bedroom. Like there would be no punishment, and there'd be no dogging you out and shit. But keep your business to yourself. I don't care. Your sex life, bro, is your business. If you're gay, then do what you do. But I don't need to necessarily know and hear about that.
Just go gay it up on your own private time.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think there's any I mean, can anyone ever really force someone to listen to? You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess at the end of the day, I mean, somebody is free to, in theory, speak whatever they want. But I know what you mean. Like, if you're not, I mean, anyways, I got kind of lost in what I was saying. I think I was just saying that, would it be right to demand that someone else can't say something? You know what I'm saying? Or would you just be like, hey, I don't prefer to hear that, in some way?
Right.
Yeah,
And I'll hang out with you, I'll work with you, play basketball on your same team, whatever, man. Just whoever you fuck, then that's you, bro. That's you. I don't need to know about that. And
there's even people that say that too. You've even heard though, there's people with their buddies, like guys, who with their friends, some guys do probably talk about sex, in that way, with their friends or whatever. But you know how there's other guys that are like, dude, keep that with you and your girl, in some cases, I'm just saying, it's in movies, it's in kind of popular culture. There's kind of that thing as well,
in the room.
There's both of them where guys do kind of do that, and then there's ones where it's sort of not really socially the thing to do. It's kind of yeah, you just, and that's with a guy and a girl, let alone like you were saying, a gay situation because a gay thing is something different than what could be considered normal sexuality. So it is different, not judging it in a negative way in that way, but I'm just saying it is different. So,
like this, man. Like if they wanted rights, because people who get married have incentive tax write-offs and stuff, so they wanted the right to be married and stuff. So you march for that, fight for that. And I can get behind that. I can understand that at the very least. But once it gets past that and you have all the rights that everybody else has, then that's why I say sometimes it seems like they're just rebels at heart. Like they want to fight. Now it's something else that they got to march for and fight for. Even now that they have all the rights that everybody has. But I'm not one to get too overboard with the. I ain't hating. I just have a hard time understanding it. That's all.
I don't know how we got on this topic, but
yeah, who brought this shit up?
Yeah, we're stuck here now.
We were on diamonds in Jupiter, and then somebody
pulled us out of Jupiter.
Need a strong headwind to get us out of here.
We need
a motorboat. So you're really saying, Brian, you look into someone like a man's eyes and you don't feel something?
Not at all, man.
All right, I'm just joking.
I'm not grossed out. I'm just fucking around. Don't touch me. I'm not homophobic or nothing like that, man. I've got friends,
All right, you can touch them if you want to.
You know what I've even thought about though? I can see that I use the term attractive. There's definitely men that are very attractive men that I can look at and be like, that is an attractive man or whatever it may be. Facial features, chiseled chin, all those kind of features in a man. And I guess there's the whole muscle thing. If a man has all that going on as well, that is depending on if it's overboard or whether it's kind of done in a healthy way, of course, there's that whole thing as well. So I can kind of see that, the beauty of the design of the male in the sense. Although when I think about women actually finding men attractive, that still kind of blows my mind. How do they find men attractive? Even though I know that's kind of contrary, it's kind of contrary because I just said that I can find them attractive and then I'm using that same word, but how can they be attracted to them is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Actually, that part, it's just wow, because men just seem to me kind of just bland. There's just nothing. I don't. Yeah, it's just not
Must
the
be
same.
it must be the sexy, sweaty ball sacks, man.
I know, right? It's like, oh man, it's funny. Even the big like muscle man or whatever, like I don't know. Yeah, I just can't see that women actually find us attractive at the end of the day.
I can look at a man or not. No, I don't find him, even though I don't think of him sexually, I could tell, what men are fucking, like, it's obvious, dude. Pretty obvious. I mean, there's probably a fine line, dude, where I don't even think about it. But when you see people on TV like Chris Hemsworth and shit like that, like The Rock and all them people, you could look at them and girls are gonna fucking, even if they were ugly, they're already rich and famous. But dude, that's the type of men who your wife would leave you, no matter what you think, she wouldn't. Them are the type of men that shit your wife might even leave you for in an instant. And I would understand. But yeah, I'm gonna try and think of a subject change, man, because I don't know why we dove down this path. We have the funniest conversations sometimes, man. It depends on the chemistry of the room. Never heard anything about the because sayings, and they're supposed to be like where Ryan's belt, it wasn't visible, man, from anywhere on Earth. Did you find out about that one yet, Riv? In fact, I got Bacon down to 3 months, like where he's like, I was giving him 4, but he got greedy and took 3 when we were arguing. But in fact, you could see Orion's belt somewhere on Earth every month, and even the astronomy places say that you can't, which is weird.
Brian, what percentage of the globe do you think has gone through complete wreckage at this point? Like what percentage are we at, do you think?
Has gone through what?
Wreckage. It's just been wrecked. Meaning it's like,
yeah.
Like what percentage of it do you think? Like where are we at in the timeline?
I'd say we're probably at about, we just tipped. I'd say we're 52%.
Just over 50?
Yeah, because now comes the technical shit,
Yeah.
I would say, as far as all the subjects go, yeah, we pretty much covered probably 80 or 90% of them. But there might be a couple we haven't explained yet. But most of them they kill themselves if you take them to their natural conclusion. But now comes the technical shit. But I think it's downhill from here. I hope.
I was gonna say NASA is completely and utterly destroyed as far as credibility. The history of the heliocentric model and all of that is just, the credibility is just completely destroyed historically.
Agree with that.
So I'm just like, those things are definitely destroyed, but yeah, I guess there's other things.
Let me back that up. So it's an exciting time to live, because think about this. Even if it wound up being a globe, like, putting it in question due to the lies that we have been told, no matter what, like I can't unsee a lot of the shit that I've seen. So we've definitely snuffed out, and I believe it to be stationary and not a globe. But even if it wound up being a globe, like I think exciting times are coming up, because once it hits enough people, then we might get some. It might be 10 years from now, but I think we'll get some disclosure, some closure on what's actually up there, how we can actually go, and they probably got some cool shit up there, probably platforms, and also, man, if it gets big enough, then there'll be some and shit, and even if I'm too old to take part in them, like there'll be some discoveries made. I just think, because men like to explore shit, dude, and now. people realize that it's in our own backyard, and it's going to wake up the beast, man. Young men are going to want to go adventure, man, explore and shit. Who knows what's out there? Break the monotony.
Definitely, dude. It's about to be lit. Like, I've mentioned this alignment we're moving into, which is a Jupiter-Uranus. Jupiter and Uranus are going into a conjunction, which is the most potent part of the cycle. That's basically yeah, like when there's an eclipse, when there's like a solar eclipse, that's a conjunction. You know how like there's these bodies that are coming right in the same position? I'm not even saying it is the moon, though, by the way. I'm not even saying it is the moon that caused that. I'm just saying like a conjunction, kind of like when it's 12, you know, like when it's 12 noon, like the hour hand and the minute hand are right on top of each other. Like they're in the same position. They're right next to each other. So yeah, Jupiter and Uranus are making that conjunction. We're just in the first phases of it right around now. We're within about 20 degrees, and then it's going to be going for like the next 14 months. And Jupiter, Uranus together, dude, like it's a very expansive like energy. It's very there's many components to it. Like I could describe more, but I don't want to go on too long. But it's like lightning in a bottle. You know, it's like lightning in a bottle is one way to describe it. It's just this energy. Like Jupiter is that principle of expansion and growth, and then Uranus is the principle of like breakthroughs and change and new beginnings, and even like revolution, rebellion. Can also represent technology. It's like lightning bolt. It's like that lightning bolt of like insight or genius. And technology as well. Like Uranus is connected to all of those. It's connected to electricity in that way. So you have this like electrical, rebellious, you know, need for change and kind of breaking up the status quo of Uranus with the Jupiter of the expansion and growth and like even wealth, you know, new beginnings, like, you know, a lot of different potentials. Also just like birth of like projects, like expansion of certain projects, you know, the truth getting out there, like that could be connected to this. Absolutely. And it's a pretty nice thing to have coming because we just went through the whole pandemic one, which was a totally different alignment. And now we're headed into this one. So I think there could be like that concept of a breakthrough, like a big breakthrough. Big is Jupiter, breakthrough is Uranus. So like, yeah, that whole field of energies and themes and events will be more charged for the next 14 months.
I hope it's freaking peaceful. I mean, it's really hard to fight over the shape of the earth. Like you can get mad and passionate, but I'm gonna I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna shoot you, bro. The earth is not a globe or something. You know, it never gets quite to that level. But it seems like, dude, in mainstream, like whatever issues are going on, they always like steal the real issues with they steal the headlines like they did with flattening, like we got to flatten the what you call it, and you know what I'm saying. That's just one example, but for people who want to like predict you know, future events like bad ones, because it may help exposing them before they happen. Like hopefully that's what we're doing with the alien invasion, is preventing it, you know, hopefully. But we got to look at what's going on and think of how what's going on parallel to that they could steal the headline. You know what I'm saying? How they were talking about flattening the graphs and shit with wearing masks and stuff. You know how they just like stole the headline. You could go to Google something and you get bullshit on all the actual topics. You get the fucking stolen headline stories. You feel me?
I hear you. Yeah, I was listening. Yeah, dude, it could be an exciting time of innovation, breakthrough.
What were they saying? Like flatten the globe to stop the curve, the spread.
Flatten the curve.
When knowing the real issue, what's going on, you know. Like,
well, I think, have you heard the idea that they actually like did all of that to stop the truth from spreading? Like the truth was already getting out like way too quickly about the earth and about several things. So they did the internet. They went hard on the internet censorship, And then they did the scamdemic where they tried to shut everything down and just try to do a whole takeover where they were going to demand the injections and everything else. But I think like we actually put up a resistance, and I think they had to pull back. Like they could see that we were not going to go for it.
Yeah, but we let them go too far because of, no offense, Riff, but because of you clowns, man. If we didn't have so many of you against us, bro, at least give us credit for not being, for giving us some intuition, intuitive type of people with and can at least detect bullshit, and at least calling out potential bullshit if nothing else. And
yeah, Ruhiv, come to the light side, dude. Stop working for the demons.
Hindsight is
no
2020.
Sophia, Brian.
Let's say this: hindsight is 2020, and now that it's over with, it's the same thing as like 9/11. Like looking back, it's easy to see, bro. It's fucking the Patriot Act, and like to say it with this, it's just the censorship and freaking, they're just trying to maintain control. It's so freaking obvious, dude. Like even with the Gulf Wars and all that stuff, they're talking about nukes in Iraq, and even back then I was like, dude, there ain't no nukes in Iraq. Like I don't believe that, man.
I think like the next year is when they're gonna start really losing traction. I do think they have some events planned though. Like this show's not over for sure. Like they're gonna do some shit. Which is concerning. But I mean, they've already been doing shit. I mean, what did they just do in Canada with the fires? I mean, it's already happening. So, and they've already done world wars and shit in the past. So, but yeah, it is a little bit of a race at this point because like we don't want to be around for what they're going to roll out. So
yeah, we don't. And here's the thing, Joe, is like if you think about God dang it, man. Man, I had something so good to say. I'll think of it in just a second. I hate it when I have something good to say and somebody that's talking also says something good. Like if they're saying dumb shit, which happens sometimes, then I'll just be waiting to say my good shit. If somebody says good shit, I'll forget my good shit.
That's funny, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Wait. I remember now. So they they're trying to maintain control, and it's like, oh my God, I fucking did it again. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think they're gonna definitely roll out some events that could be problematic. I mean, this is like a very real parasite in my viewpoint, like on a spiritual level, like it's like an actual demonic entity, like an interdimensional entity. This thing's not fucking around. Like it's demonic, it's very dark, and it has a whole agenda. And it's just possessing all of these other beings that are playing it out, lying about the globe and NASA and all this other stuff. So
here's this, bro. I remembered, bro, and that was good. I almost forgot again, dude. But no, I remember now. So the channels like this are so important, man, and the dialogue between like having friends like Ruif and Charles and other people, it's so important because like if you're in a position like Ruif, like it's dangerous. Like if you have you don't want to be rich, right? Somebody's hot micing, but you don't have to be. You don't have to be filthy rich, but man, if you worked your ass off and you have a bird's nest, man, it's going to be hard to speak out, because man, you don't want to risk losing what you've worked so hard for, and so the people with money who can actually do more to prove this shit are kind of handcuffed mentally a little bit, even though they're being paranoid and we're all going to die anyway, We're trying to get them to man up, but it's important to keep this dialogue because we don't want the hate. We don't want any of that because, we want a smooth transition, man. We show how to have dialogue without all the hate and shit, man. Even if it ain't a transition toward flat Earth, like a transition toward age of exploration or age of just whatever's coming, man.
Well, yeah, I think like okay, Ruif, are you there?
Yeah.
All right. Do you think on just a core foundational level, whatever you think the world is, your whole opinion, do you think there is, let's say, a group of entities out there that are running specific deceptions? Doesn't even matter what the scope of it is. I'm not even talking about the Earth, nothing. Just in general, are there groups out there, as it were, entities out there running deceptions?
Sure, but then you're going to ask, where am I on that spectrum?
Well,
the opposite end to you guys.
I know, but I'm trying to think where I was going to go with that, though. The thing is that like, so do you agree that is a thing?
Yeah, like I see it in the right-wing politics over there all the time. Yeah.
All right, and do you feel comfortable that you have a solid grasp in terms of the totality of being able to discern that?
I think I'm pretty good at it. I have conversations with my kids occasionally where we talk about US politics, and I say things like, check your thinking when you are certain of who's the good guys and who's the bad guys, right? Because at the moment, to me, it seems like the right-wing Republicans are the bad guys at the moment and the Democrats are the good guys. That's a dangerous headspace to be in, where you're going, I'm on the good guys and they're the bad guys. That's bad. Yeah, I know. It is a dangerous mentality to have, but it's hard not to have that when you see so much bullshit and misinformation on the right. The end.
We've called out so much, man. I mean, bro, you can't be happy with the way we've been silenced and shit, and PayPal's and channels, bro, where a lot of people were getting somewhere with it, man, and the way they just shut us down. You can't be happy with us getting silenced, bro, because I promise you might not realize it, but it's happening in front of your eyes. The grip. Okay, the grip, and it's worse in Australia, bro. You're talking about what's going on over here, bro. What I've seen in Australia is way worse, bro. You know, in my opinion, and you eventually will be on the other end of that. I think you already were and just didn't realize it. And I pray for you, and I think you're going to be okay, man.
We're talking about lockdowns and everything, right?
Yeah, with the lockdowns, all that stuff, and be careful what you do,
Yeah.
I mean, Rui, all right, let me just put it this way. Do you think it would be, what do you think if I said this? That humanity, us humans, we're here, chilling, and we just want to kind of live on the earth and just enjoy life and all of that. That we are essentially being preyed on by like an actual entity that is attacking us in that way. Like, we're not really the apex species in a sense, because we're actually being preyed on.
I think it was 2 nights ago where you were kind of saying there's an actual other species who's in charge.
I do think ultimately, yes, at the top of it, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I don't. Like, yeah, lizard people, right? That's exactly what I thought.
Do you mean non-human, Geo, or like a different like type, like a bloodline kind of? I could definitely.
I think both. I think both. Like there's the bloodlines, and there's the whole, like, all the way up there kind of whole hierarchy. So yeah, there are the bloodlines, but then I do ultimately think there is another group of entities. I'll say entities.
I think that's rubbish, obviously.
But actually, that wasn't even really where I was going with it. I mean, that is a whole separate thing. But more, what I was asking you is, okay, like this. If there is a group of entities that are preying on humans in the way I'm describing, in terms of this current situation, the deception, the control in the world, the military, the police, the politics all around the world, the whole thing, that and if that's the case, my ultimate question was going to be like, okay, if that's the case, wouldn't you want to know about that now and actually know what's going on? If there's like literal, like criminals amongst, in that way, like, wouldn't you want to actually do what's right and actually get to the root of that?
Sure, but just not happening like that.
Bro, you say it ain't okay. Let me just give you a couple examples. Like say
But isn't it? Well, sorry. Okay, but isn't it the deception that keeps you in it? Like, if you're being deceived, it's the deception that holds the authority in your mind. Whereas if that thing is false, then that authority would go with it, right? Like the whole thing would be invalid. And wouldn't that then motivate you to want to get to the bottom of it more? Because these criminals are getting away with it because people are believing it and going with it. Now, I'm not saying I'm trying to convince you, because you obviously have come to your own conclusion. So I'm not trying to just say, in that way, but I'm just offering it to you to consider in terms of what actually is true and what actually is.
If I can speak in code again, so the V from the last couple of years, I know that they work. I also know they are companies trying to make money. Right? I'm aware of that, but they work,
bro.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
well, I mean, that's a whole topic. But I mean,
yeah,
I understand you believe that, but I mean, right? No, I mean, I hear you, but that's a yeah. Series of beliefs, but I mean,
how about like you don't think we realized, bro, that we literally watched Trump have to step down from his authority. He's literally mumbling in the background as he's giving up power due to the declared emergency. Like he literally lost his authority when the emergency was declared. I mean, hindsight is 2020, bro. This shit's already happened, and you still see the bullshit. Like, this is weird. Like tennis player. There's people like you who wouldn't even let a motherfucker come play tennis, bro. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, some of the rules here got out of hand. Yeah.
I was just talking about this. I was talking about this with someone. Yeah, it's really fascinating. The whole COVID, just the whole thing. Yeah, the whole deal. Yeah, we can talk about it, but let's just use codes, I guess, as much as we can or whatever. But dude, so let me ask this. All right. Does anyone know anyone? It's just an open question in general. Does anyone actually know a real person, not a news article or some claim by some news or anything like that? Anyone in real life who didn't get the juice, okay? They didn't get the juice and they regretted not getting it. Because there's been some memes that are like, none of us are regretting not getting it. Like, no, like, do we get sick? Yeah, humans get sick. Sometimes you get sick for a week and you're kind of in bed for a few days, whatever it may be. People go through things. It's been happening for our whole lives, and etc. Yeah, but it's like no one. I'm talking about someone you actually know that's like, oh, I'm really mad I didn't get it. You know what I mean? Because like, people that get sick just go through it. They have the sniffles, whatever it may be, and most people survive those things fine. Can those things kill people? Yes, they can. Some of them can, like flus and pneumonias, if they're really compromised, true. Now, was there something else out there? Did they add something to the mix? Well, I think they're making all those things. So, yeah, of course, there's new ones. There's always the new one. But there's nothing really any different. It's not even as bad as some of the bad pneumonias, to be honest. Those are the worst. Those kill like a huge percentage of people, and they spread in hospitals. That's a whole thing in and of itself. Yeah. But anyways, I'm just saying. But like, no, my whole main point is: does anyone know anyone that regretted not getting it? Like, because we're all happy. Those of us that didn't get it seem all completely happy that we didn't get it. That's my point.
Of course, bro.
The people that regretted not getting it then went and got it here. Like, I only know one person that's not vaxxed, not juiced.
I know two people that are.
Sorry, you only know two people that are?
They had to.
You guys,
what?
You guys are funny.
You only know? Holy shit.
Well, it's true that I know. How many do I know that actually like? That is true. That would actually be a good rebuttal to what I said. To be like, well, how many do we even know that didn't? Because I know there's a bit of a.
Don't do that to your kids, man. It's not, dude. If they're healthy, it's not worth, bro. It's just Nature, bro, you gotta quit fucking with nature. Them people do. But here's what I was gonna say earlier, like Seth Curry, like made a comment on social media about the moon landing and shit because he actually looked into it, you know. And they've done a good enough job where most people haven't looked in it, so most people, or a good percentage of people, still believe it. You know, if you're one of the unfortunate ones to look in it and you have common sense, like I know you say whatever you want. I know you can't stand defending that crud. But so he had to quickly retract that shit. Like, and we watch all these other athletes, like these are the role models, and they're filthy rich in my eyes. But you know, who are the people demanding that they retract the shit? And or
sponsors,
freaking,
obviously.
Yeah, but no, there's never a name, dude. It's the sponsors' bosses, man. It's the sponsors' bosses and the people who you never find out about. The people who, when you have that much money, bro, you're only worried about one thing, and that's keeping your money and keeping it in the family. That's your whole life, and then you get the God complex because you start feeling like the world's closing in on you, and people are gonna make you sick, and fucking and you know, everybody's out to get what you got, you know, and you feel responsible for everybody, and it's a sickness, man, and it takes a special kind of person to probably be normal with all that, you know, with say $1 trillion or something like that. It's probably just a natural consequence. Man, ain't no men or no families meant to have that much, bro. It's ridiculous. But them people are we never hear about them, but they're calling the shots, bro. Who cares if he didn't believe in the fucking moon landing? It's not like he was going out preaching and all that shit. No, it's like they're crushing on the thought police, bro. You got to realize that. Much less telling me what I
more
can put in my
commerce than
body.
thought police.
That's
Yeah. Money drives everything, right?
Anyways, yeah, you might have a Bluetooth MAC address, but you know,
I'll do a search for 1 second.
Yeah, dude, log in, fucking. I wish you the best, man. I wish everyone the best. Honestly, I think that there was a lot of different things in those, so it depends on which one you got, and everyone got. So you seem all right so far. So far, so good. Let's keep hoping for the best.
Probably worn off by now, actually. We get another one, eh?
I mean, what?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want nanotech biofilm in my bloodstream. That's for sure.
yeah. So the doctor, they wouldn't let the doctors say anything. You know, the people who we should be listening to, they weren't allowed to have an opinion. So what they did is at all the hospitals, you know, like Matt Parhar was crazy, and he just went up in there, and more power to him. That was ballsy to show. But we've seen them doing dance skits, you know. And my daughter got laid off. She was a nurse, you know. She got literally laid off because they laid off a lot of their staff, and so they just started doing dance skits. That was their way of showing, I guess, since the doctors weren't getting to talk. That was just their way of just trying to show people what's going on. And Roof, if you don't, I mean, bro, hindsight's 2020, bro. You don't see what happened. Then come on, man. Look what's going on now, bro. Shit's never been like this. All of a sudden, things are happening. Things are changing, bro.
Yeah, Rue, if you didn't think twice when the whole world was locked down like simultaneously together, you didn't that didn't make you consider like that level of coordination?
I don't think it was all that coordinated.
I mean, dude, within a week,
it was planned.
2 weeks tops. They had everybody muzzling their face, staying in their houses, not going places, freaking out, doing like all this like touchless delivery and like all the shenanigans, and then
I love touchless everybody.
The whole thing was nuts, dude. Like where I lived, like, dude, I lived by like at the time, like, oh my, dude, they were shutting down like the beaches, the parks, the pathways.
Yeah, that was silly, right?
It was always just the whole world was just. It was they did that in like a week.
Yeah, shutting down like outside exercise was silly. There was some arrest here, which caused a pretty big stir, and the police backed off a little bit.
My point is this: how about this? It's a militaristic thing to do a lockdown. That all those terms come from the military. Shelter in place is also a militaristic thing. You know, if you're being bombed or whatever, shelter in place. There's all these kinds of terminologies. They literally enacted a worldwide shelter-in-place throwdown, and it was all coordinated. So I'm not saying that I'm telling you that this proves that they are coordinated, but it is very, very, very strong evidence and indicates very strongly that there is a level of coordination going on that by far transcends the idea that these are all different countries with different people going,
Like
running.
what was it, Agenda 30 or Agenda the cooperative video? Like a year before it happened, they literally said they were gonna. I mean, I couldn't believe it when I seen that, bro. I think it was called Agenda 21 or something, Agenda 30 or one. I forgot the word, but yeah, they literally they had the video and showed all the people on the news. It's crazy, man. What's even weirder than that, bro, is I got a book up in my top closet where I literally about 6 months before it happened. I write books sometimes, like I never hardly finish them, but I literally have a story where I told it to a couple of my daughters actually and my wife, and it was where I'd seen the last ship and all that, and I've come up with a story where it was just a drill, but it got out to people, and people thought it was real in this story, and they by that time all the damage was done. I'm giving you the real quick version, and it wasn't even real. It wasn't like people thought it was. They thought they had a week to live, and they were. And literally all the damage had been done. That was the breakdown of the story. And then all of a sudden this shit's happening in the real world, bro. And I'm like, dude, this is like a living nightmare. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So do you have a response, Brian? You didn't really let Ruhif respond to it because I was asking him something as well. That's all right though. But Ruhif, do you have an extra response to what I was saying? Like, do you consider that level of coordination was a militaristic order that seemed to sweep across the entire world? Is that?
Yeah.
Are you? Yeah.
I don't think it was that coordinated.
Well, dude, it was happening in every country, in every part of the world. In some way, simultaneously.
Yeah, look at the United States, right? How many governors held out, like fucking DeSantis and all these guys held out putting in any sort of lockdowns?
Handful.
Yeah, New York was the first. Yeah,
a couple.
It's also just bullshit, dude. Like that, there are these little diseases that float around, and I do think they were using some other bioweapons. So I think there was some real things going on. People were dying in a way. I don't think nearly the numbers they say, but yeah, people were, but not for the reasons they say it was. But
okay, but then you're just saying that people aren't dying of the loogie, right?
Bro, they went into Whole Foods.
Well,
everybody. That was just bro.
Exactly. Not very many from those. Well, actually, a lot of those went down. I mean, I don't know about you, but I was never sick during COVID or anything.
No, but I looked at the states, basically the red states versus the blue states, and the correlation was incredibly clear. The red states that didn't lock down soon enough just had these ridiculous bad stats.
Bro, no, I don't know anybody personally that died, and since then, the couple people, my list was a little bit bigger, but there was actually 5 people I knew, and 3 of them are gone, bro.
Yeah.
Not sure what it was, but I got a pretty good idea. I just try and pay attention to what's going on around me, dude. And so just pay attention to what's going on around you. Read the articles and do a little research, man. Just doubt yourself for a minute and look at what's going on in the world, and then look back and see if that was going on before that shit. It's scary what's going on now. It's scary that people, in my opinion.
Even though what I'm about to say does link precisely to what you were saying, but it is in a slightly different interpretation. But I wanted to say this as well with that.
Go.
You're talking about control, like the military. He might have had to step away, but if he's trying to think like what happened to me earlier, but you're talking about the control and the military, it being a possible military thing. And how did you actually respond to that, Ruif?
I don't think it was coordinated. It just wasn't. Like there were so many different states doing different things.
You didn't see the Bill Gates where he said when and what was coming, and you didn't see the
He's been warning for years that there'll be a pandemic, and we're not prepared for it.
A drill.
I don't see it as a drill.
Hello. It was coordinated, Ruth. I cannot believe you're saying it wasn't. The whole world follows one plan. That's never happened before.
Yeah,
not in your life, not in anyone's life.
Scary. Right, Don?
And within a month, they're all saying the same fear on the TV to all their people and changing laws and rights, taking people's rights away, convincing people not to see their own family, to wear masks indoors so they can't breathe or smile, saying you can't kiss each other, all in lockstep for the whole world. So to say it's not organized, you're trying to shit.
It's scary, Don. I was talking about like hindsight's usually 20/20. Man, I never really considered that there's people with bad vision even after hindsight, dude. It's
he's either lying or he's very, very in denial socially about anything real. I mean, what else could explain not seeing it how we see it?
He's got a lot to lose, and I don't think he wants to be in
but that was my first reaction.
I don't think he wants to be
Where is your
disingenuous.
brain, bro?
He's a smart, prideful guy, man. So he's probably his brain is gonna make him agree with it just because he don't want to risk what he's worked his ass off for, and his family. And but
what would I risk? What would I risk by agreeing?
Whatever it is you're scared of, bro.
That's why you should be now.
What happened? Whatever it is you're scared of, bro.
Yeah.
Do you think you'd risk anything? Are you scared of anything looking into it?
I don't think I'll be able to come to 100% conclusions. Like I said, these companies make the V. It works, but they're also making money. Like I know, I keep these things in tension.
How does it work, Ruth? Which bit works?
Yeah. By the way, I think
which bit, Ruth? Does it stop you getting the virus?
No, but you've got antibodies, right?
Well, so you get that naturally too, mate. I've got that from getting the virus without taking
from
V.
getting the virus, right? But your body's got a head start with the V.
Yes. So I got it naturally, had a flu, and now I've got the same antibodies you have. So,
right.
So you're saying you just beat nature by like pumping them into yourself, and that's good, and that's it. That's working.
Oh, for me, it does absolutely, yeah.
I don't know how like coded we can be here, but by the way, I think I cut out before. You did. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. I'm not necessarily convinced that there was an actual thing that was even different in terms of like any actual illness.
Oh, that definitely
was the same as any
they're
other
like
bad.
they're like variations because they have new ones now too. Like, have you heard of like RSV? There's that. There's several
That's
others.
not new. How was that new?
Well, hold on. It's not new, but there's new strains of it that are very virulent, and especially like. Well, it's kind of interesting. So, like during the whole thing, the main kind of 2 years or whatever, it seemed like some people were having a bit of a more intense flu for sure, like 3 times or 4 times more intense or whatever, those types of symptoms and so on. But like the thing is, even coming out of the main thing, the main kind of event, 2 years or whatever, some people were still getting hit with like essentially like an RSV strain. So that definitely
it was a real virus going around the world. That's why it convinced people like Ruth to take 5 to 7.
No, but I'm questioning
only 5, Dawn. Only 5 so far.
Okay, antivirus weapons.
All right. Well, you know that the word, like, I don't want to say the word, but like the beer, the type of beer.
Yep. The beer.
the C word with a beer, like the type of beer. Yeah, those types of things, those V's, as it were, they like those already exist in terms of being categorized as like a lot of these, like the common colds and things like that, like these different, many common colds. And then you have like influenzas, that whole category. Then you have the pneumonia categories, several different types of those. Hold on. Well, there's several different types of those. There's viral, there's bacterial, there's fungal, there's all of those. Okay. Now, the C word I said before, the type of beer, those, common colds, things like that, coughs and different little sinus things, that people have had over the years and so on. But the thing about this, the 19 one is they're trying to claim it's in that family. And then it's all this spooky dooky thing that they've made about it, But the thing is like, is that actually a thing? Is there a C, the type of beer V that actually is a thing? Now, because a lot of what people got during the whole thing was really mild as well, like just literally a very weak little kind of thing that a lot of people had. So there is stuff going on, but it's I'm actually just posing the question, like, is the actual thing they claim, does that exist at all? Or is it just like a coverall for, a bunch of other covert operations? Like, first of all, people just getting sick from actual flus and actual whatevers, and then calling it that, calling every little mild symptom that is linked to it. And then I think they actually do have bioweapons that they're putting in the environment as well. So, but that's not what they're describing it is, but that's another factor.
Didn't we all see
all of
how
that's
they,
good, yeah.
how they
Different
lied?
ways, all of that.
Yeah, Don, party on, bro.
Hey, check it out. We couldn't talk about it, but so I'll just be real careful. I think they've lightened up. You just don't. They don't. But didn't we all see the thing that where they lined up the like the new frequencies, like in the past with alignments with certain events, like. And with the new rollout, like it's a frequency change, like with radar in World War II, like there was some things, and then with the I mean, and in fact, I ain't gonna say anything. Just look into it. Like it's pretty damn coincidental the way things lined up with events in the past. Like it's like a planet-wide frequency change. Almost.
I think that the crown V, sorry, is a normal flu. It's a normal flu that they spread around the world on purpose, but it's a new flu. So the original shots don't work, and then they have the excuse to make a new antivenom. But also, it is just lied about and conflated with every flu in the winter seasons. And also, there could be like a super weird, deadly biovirus that completely interrupts your breathing and fucks you up and kills you, like in China, like to make the original dramatic impact.
Or the Chinese stuff could have been also, I don't know, they could have just been working in some kind of crazy factory with crazy chemicals, and then that happens. Because that does happen. You know what I mean? People are exposed to certain types of things, and then they don't feel.
I'm just allowing for a few new weapons and a few new psyops, because this is obviously a new psyop that's happened. In our parents' history and their parents' history, this didn't happen. So it's a new big worldwide thing that happened. So I'm allowing them to have used new tools.
What you think about polio?
John, what do you think about the idea that that these different illnesses are fabricated? They are synthetically in certain ways. And what do you think about the idea of them being like a black goo nanotech that's channeled from that's channeled from like interdimensionally into this realm, and it has like a program to it? In a way, it's like alien. But what do you think of that as like, like about the black goo, and then like combining that with nanotech is what a V actually is? Like, what do you think of that idea in terms of what a V actually is? Because what is a V? You know what I mean? It's like And I'm not talking about the juice thing. I'm talking about, the actual pathogen or whatever that they try
natural thing that hurts you in nature.
No, but what actually are they? Because bacteria, fungus, molds, like there's certain things like that we know. But like the whole V's, the whole category of those pathogens or whatever, it's just like what really are they? Are they little nanobots that like have a program, or they show us those pictures of them or whatever, those little funky things, but like do they have, because I have I could share my own experiences, but I have had I've only had the flu once, but I did have it once. And it was brutal. And it's like a program. Like, I don't know how you guys have experienced those, but
yeah, exactly.
It's like a program. It's unbelievable. Like, it really is kind of like they describe, but what is
it interrupted my brainwaves, and I had it 3 times. The third time was quite weak, but the first 2 times was full interruption. I don't know about the black goo, but I do think it's black magic. But I also think it's a real virus that you can make in a lab, and then they've got different levels. They've got different levels of it. But I do think nanotech could be included in some of the extreme tests, but not for everyone.
Could be a new poison, bro. That they're, and then the new combatants to that poison, But I think it has to do with the frequency myself, because it's just the old people. It's the same as every other year, unless you're counting the old people. That seemed kind of.
It gets old people get it a lot worse.
What happened to some of them?
Body system can't handle it. Old people.
Yeah, but it almost got me, bro. Back about it was about 22, 23 years ago. Like I almost went to the emergency room, bro, and I was not the doctor type back then. Like I still kind of ain't, but I'll go. But I laid in bed for like 2.5, 3 weeks, and then I finally felt better, bro, and like enough to go to work and do it. I started doing a tiny bit of a sidewalk, bro, and I got knocked right back down for like about another week. And I was just about to break down and go to the emergency room, bro. I lost all my weight, bro. I couldn't breathe for shit.
Just thinking, Gio, on the tech of the V.
I was saying,
you know how bad a real bad V is when you get a real bad flu and you call it the man flu, and it like knocks you down for 2 weeks. If you had increased that by 15%, that could interrupt the brain. So they could have just tweaked a natural one to be worse and then spread it around.
Well, yeah, I mean, what even are they? They're so weird. Like, I've basically had 3 total in my life. I had one that seemed like so I had never had the flu, never had a pneumonia, anything like that my whole life. But it was like in 2018, I believe, I got like a flu. And it was bad, but I mean, it wasn't like that bad. I was just sort of, knocked out for a few days or whatever. But I mean, I was fine, but it was brutal though. It was really unpleasant though. Like it was not fun. And it seemed like, I mean, I didn't like get like an actual test for it, but it seemed very much like it fit an influenza. So anyways, I had that. And then I did have another one later that year that was like a pneumonia. And that was brutal. That like literally almost killed me. It was the worst thing ever. I was gasping for air. It was absolutely horrible. I felt like I was suffocating for like 2 weeks straight. Couldn't get any oxygen into my body. Every breath I took was like hard to even. It was like through all the fluid in my lungs. And the whole time, even though I was breathing in and out, I felt on the inside like I was suffocating. You know how like when you hold your breath, that suffocation feeling?
Exactly.
Oh my God, it was absolutely brutal.
I was literally in epic good shape, bro. Literally in epic good shape when it happened to me, man. And strangely enough, let me see. Other people live in that house. There was 2 children, 1, 2, 3, and 5 adults, and just me laid up, man. But yeah, dude, it got me good, bro. I was in epic shape before that, dude, and that's how I realized, dude, that shit's every few years or so, maybe even a decade, there's a bad season, and maybe it's just, who knows what it is, but it's always been around and it probably always will be.
What do you think of this? What do you think of this idea that in the V's that we get when we're born, in those, like when we're babies and all that, like when we're infants, we get all those V's, that in those V's they implant a program into your immune system that essentially allows for one of those diseases to take hold in your body.
Yeah, maybe testing, but yeah, I think you might be
realize-
giving them too much credit. But they might have tried shit like that. I think they've admitted to trying some
Definitely.
crazy shit. In fact, they did it in my city. But I think I was a year. I missed it by 1 year where they did some tests back then. They revealed it.
Yeah, I realized I was using the same code word V's for both. Before, when I was saying V's, I meant.
I know. Then just say juice or in V or whatever.
Juice,
Yeah.
juice is good. Juice and beer. Juice and beer.
The juice can open you up to the V's in later life. Definitely. Yeah, I agree with this.
The what? The juice?
I'm confused
The
now.
juice can open you up to V's later in life.
When you beat something naturally like that, you feel good, man. Coming out.
Yeah. Well, so that was the whole point I was going to say. Okay, so the idea is that in the V's that they give, in the juices, I should say, that they give us, I know because I said V, in the juices that they give us when we're infants, okay, when we get those, boom, all of those, that those actually implant a like immune system weakness basically for these diseases that they also concoct, influenzas and all that. So that when you get in contact with it, it could take hold of your system, But the thing is that in my viewpoint on it, if you don't take any juices or anything like that, you just let your body naturally go through it, you will build immunity. And you can build immunity to like an entire category of these things. So like if you build immunity to influenza, you'll never get it again in this idea. Maybe those RSV, like if that's one of its own category, same thing. Like that pneumonia that I mentioned I had, like I never got technically tested for that either, but it probably was a viral pneumonia is what it seemed like. And it was brutal, but I've never gotten it again. I don't think I ever will. I think that I've permanently built immunity to that entire category. So it's actually good to get it when you're like 40 or whatever versus when you're 85 and you're, 90, you know what I mean? So build the immunity now is what I think. And
I feel like
the problem with that though, Gio, real
now
quick,
I'm immune to the first two strains. That's what I feel like.
Well, I think you can.
If everybody thought like you did, bro, and me, then that would be true. But bro, they went shit, man, and they're fucking with nature, bro, and so yeah, we still stand the risk. They're acting like we're the ones putting them at risk. No, they're putting us at risk. We're doing it the way God intended, I believe. However you want to look at it, and what you just said is true, and I think everybody deep down knows that to be a fact, that you build up immunity to every fucking thing. That's my opinion. So they're fucking with nature, in my opinion, or fucking with
at this point. At
Yeah,
that point, they've scared enough people at that point that taking these is a precaution, logical precaution for some people.
See, you mean the juice, as it were?
Yeah, sorry, juice.
I mean, the thing is, dude, like, oh man, I guess. You know what's crazy about it though? What if the juices that they're giving people do kind of modulate that effect of how but the thing I see happening though is that people that are getting the the current one or whatever with all the extras and all that, the extra sauce that people are getting now, it seems to me like what's happening is that they're becoming like immune system dependent on these illnesses. And it's like a weird way in which they're going to get more of them, as well. And they're not going to be building immunity to them. And then they're going to think they need to keep getting them. They're going to become like their immune system is becoming dependent on these things.
It's like any pill. I'm dependent on paracetamol because it worked 1 or 2 nights. I kept taking it when I was in pain. Now I take it as part of the evening routine when I don't necessarily have a headache. Because I think it's going to prevent evening headaches. So, yeah, you just build up this logical idea. This is protecting me.
You just reminded me of my headache, bro. But no, see, everybody around me has beat it naturally in the past. Okay, whatever we did beat something, and so yeah, so we didn't buy any of that bullshit because everybody around us is fine, and I pray for the people who were around people that weren't, and I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but I'm just saying around me and mine, we're all good, and so we all did get it, and it wasn't shit. Wasn't shit, dude.
I don't know why that was funny. The way you worded that, dude. Just like Sorry, it was too fun. I don't know why I found that so funny.
Right, bro. It's
shit. You said it so dramatically. Yeah, because that was the case for a lot of people. If anything, like they got less sick during that time, and if they did get sick, it was not much. Although I did hear some people of having, some stuff. But I'll just share the end of my story. The third one I got, this was like a year ago. I don't know if you guys remember, but my voice was out for like a week. I wasn't really on the live stream as much, but I did get a thing then too. It's maybe like a year and a half ago or whenever that was. No, maybe a year ago. But I did get, and I think that was an RSV. It definitely seemed like it. Because one of the things about RSV, have you ever had one of these things where like you feel like you're getting better and you're like, oh, cool, I'm getting better. And then you all of a sudden get worse again. And then, yeah. So it has a weird like pacing at the end of it. That's a sign that of RSV, which stands for like, you can look up. It's like a respiratory V, as it were.
I can't breathe. I'm hacking up shit and freaking can't eat and losing weight and hoping and worrying and might go to the emergency room tomorrow if it ain't any better.
So what I'm going with is that I never had any of these diseases my whole life. Within the last few years, in 2018 and then about a year ago is when I had those three things I mentioned. Pretty sure one was an influenza, pretty sure one was a pneumonia, and one was an RSV. And I've obviously gotten other of the like the beer, the C beer things. I've gotten those obviously. I don't even know if that word's even a problem to say. I guess it's fine. Corona.
I don't think it is. We just got to be careful on it if we're claiming to heal.
We're saying a lot of shit. So see the way to do it. See, I think if you say the word, anyways, yeah, it's just better not to. And then we can be more wild. We can be more wild with what we're saying if the actual words are not said, because they don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. Really, it's just like they'd have to really. Their algorithms can't pick up this level of nuance.
I had things that you describe as RSV that I had similar. I described that as the crowning V.
Well, hold on.
New types of V that affect breathing, and I had that 3 times. But with it was the man flu underneath the breathing issue, but it was much worse and unnatural compared to any other natural thing I've had before.
And this is the C you're saying?
The crown V, yeah.
Yeah, that you're saying you had that what you felt like was 3 times and it was really wicked.
Yeah, and I'm happy to call that, whatever anyone researches it as actually is, I'm still calling it the crown V because it's a new type of V that they spread.
I mean, dude, I don't, whatever that, yeah, I mean, like through this whole thing, I literally felt zero threat for what they were claiming.
Me neither, bro.
So,
I gotta
I
say
also
this.
want to talk on that because you both feel strongly about that, and I agree. On top of this thing that I'm saying is real, they exaggerated it another 90%. Making the 100% fear program, right? So I agree with you both on that too.
But if you say you got some wicked shit, yeah, I mean, I don't know though. Like, how did you know what it was? Like, how about that? Because so when I like I said, I never had a flu or anything, and in 2018 I got a flu, and it was terrible. But it was really like just a lot of like fatigue, extreme like fatigue. Actually, it was like brutal, and I was like hard to even get up and make food and stuff. Like it was a couple days there. It was absolutely abysmal. Anyway, so that kind of knocked me out, and it was bad, but whatever. And then that other like pneumonia one I got now, that was intense, dude. It's like the fluid in the lungs, the whole thing. So anyways, like I'm just saying those things already exist and can be brutal. Like people have had those and whatnot. So what did you have that really made you feel like it would fit like the actual, crown kind of thing?
I had pneumonia, bro. When I got it, I definitely had pneumonia. But this is so important, dude, because this goes to what you asked Ruhif earlier when I cut you off, and then he did have to eventually answer. But I felt like what I said was good. But yeah, you did ask him a question, and he did eventually answer it. But look, this is so important, Gio, because we are grown men discussing what happened to us in the past, and there might be things we could help each other with, but we're just discussing what happened, and we're having to be fucking like secretive and talking in code, and nobody agrees with that. Like even the people like Ruhif who have no hindsight and are totally against us, they don't agree with not being able to discuss it. They literally shut doctors down. So Ruhif, for you to think that there's no people that are like the military, whatever it is, calling shots, bro, that who people we don't know, bro. You rethink that, bro, because we literally know. Who do you know agrees with us not being able to have this fucking conversation? We're grown men. Some of us are grandparents, for God's sake, bro, and we're having to tippy toe.
Yeah, it's a totalitarian takeover. Right out of the book.
You got to recognize that, Rua, bro. It's a definite possibility, bro. At least acknowledge what's happening. It's for goddamn ridiculous, bro.
They're attacking the macro and the micro. The macro cosmology of this entire realm, and then the micro cosmology within our own bodies. Microcosm. Macrocosm and microcosm. You know that, Don. You're done.
I know. I think Einstein's a load of shit lying about the macro.
Dude, Don, if in my opinion, dude, if you just had the Earth truth, you would be fucking on fire, bro.
Well, I know I do. I include all that knowledge. I just don't see it as the truth. But I also know the whole knowledge, so I am on fire. But what was I going to say? I can't say this. Oh, Brian, hang on one sec. It doesn't. I can't say this proves it's the Crown V. I'm just using the Crown V as a catch-all term for these new things, and that I seem to have got 3 times. And the thing that was different, it was unnatural in the way that all man flus before have just been cloggy, but I've still had the brain function. But this one interrupted my brain, where I would have weird dreams and weird moments of black and white and like programming, like something was trying to come in.
It's a
I literally felt that probably all 3 times I had it.
That is eerie, dude. Well, see what I was saying before about like the black goo nanotech, like the concept with that is that essentially like from the spirit world, they can like incarnate into these like materials. And then so it's like even in the extreme sense, like certain like even like what they call parasites. Well, there's different types of parasites, but or even like, you know, cancer, like all these different things, like how are they actually related? Like in the spirit worlds and stuff, because like I guess what I'm saying is like a disease could be actually connected to an actual spirit world through through whatever that substance is that you either consumed or whatever it is that you got in your body, and then it has like a program to it based upon that. Because dude, I do think that's the case. Like in my experience, like that one flu that I had, it had like a whole energy to it. Like it was like it was wicked. It was just.
I think it made me hallucinate as I was drifting into the dream state, and I would see Facebook. I'd see Facebook, but instead of blue and white, it was blue and black, like a dark info program. But I only saw little visions of it.
That's weird.
I quit trying to eat, bro, after a couple of days, and the pain went away. The hunger pain went away, like because it was so much puking and stuff and hard to breathe. But dude, I just remember laying there, dude, and I couldn't move for like about a week. I was totally fucking helpless, bro. I mean, they had to make me drink water, and but this was like over 20 years ago, bro. But luckily I was in epic shape. But dude, Don is otherwise a epic true a solar system on his crib, bro. You know, if it wasn't for that fucking mobile that he had over his crib with the planets and shit, bro, he'd be an epic truther, man, because he otherwise is, right?
Can you remember what this seems like the baddest illness you ever had, and maybe a V. Can you remember what it was called, what the doctors called it, Brian, 20 years ago?
I didn't go to the doctor, man. It was like pneumonia.
Yeah, you thought you had a type of pneumonia, like a big breathing problem.
Yeah, I absolutely did.
Definitely, this new thing that people have got is definitely related to breathing, isn't it? And it's like the flu, but it concentrates on your lungs and breathing.
Not necessarily, though. A lot of people, that was not the case. It seemed like a lot of people, there were other things going on. Yeah, it wasn't really like...
We lost our taste buds, bro, and we just had the sniffles for 3 or 4 days. It was just wasn't shit. Yeah. But my dad luckily got sick like the year before, man, and he's like almost 80, and he like almost didn't make it. But luckily he got hit with it before all that bullshit, and he so yeah, I think he strengthened. I do agree with natural. I mean, ain't that been proven, bro? Natural immunity, if you're gonna risk it and beat it naturally, obviously It's the way bodies work. I hope that's
still a risk.
proven.
It's still a risk to say I'll beat it next time. My body will beat it next time. That's still a risk, but so is anyone.
Well, how about this? I'll throw this in the mix. So there is a medicine that comes from a frog, a tree frog in the Amazon, and it's very, very potent in these peptides. And these peptides are very good for the immune system. They like rebuild the immune system on the cellular level, and they have very powerful like anti-inflammatory and cleansing effects in this substance that comes from this frog. And it's applied to the skin, and it's a very intense experience that lasts about 20 minutes. And it's very cleansing. And they often call it like the vaccine of the forest. And so in a sense, it has that kind of vaccine component of protecting from disease. But it's like natural in the sense. So it's like a natural protection and a natural boosting of the immune system to actually make the immune system more like full and more intact to be able to build immunity to things in the future as well. And this medicine is very intense to experience. It's
I find myself
very intense, but what I'm saying is that like there could be connections with that medicine being able to like give the like fuel to your immune system of these peptides that are very powerful, and then the ability to build immunity to these things. And with a combination like that, I think it's absolutely possible to fully build immunity to all of these categories of these ones that they're making, these disease things, and basically just be immune to it naturally without any, synthetic juice.
Bro, I was probably the most healthy person there in the damn house. I'm the only one who got it, and I was around everybody, at one time or another. But yeah, every day there for a week, maybe 2 weeks or a week and a half at least. Around that, I was a day away from going to the emergency room. But I just, I was like, man, if I don't get any better, but if I don't get any worse, I think I could. Kept going forever and ever and ever. And I finally thought I was better. I worked for 10 minutes and I wound up laying in this truck, bro, and puking. And like I said, it knocked me back down for another maybe week, I think. Yeah. And I felt epic afterwards, bro. I felt accomplished, man, because I was so close to going and getting help. And knock on wood, I've everything's been a breeze since then. But like I said, knock on wood, because do we really know for sure? Does anybody really know for sure? We're all different. And but I find myself wanting with what you just described, Gio. Like, that's I wish I could find some frogs like that, bro.
Yeah, it's a very, very powerful medicine. So yeah, it's applied to the skin and it enters the bloodstream, and it's like one of the it's called like an ordeal medicine. That's one term that's been used, because basically like it is an ordeal. Like you go through a whole process for about 20 to 30 minutes, and people experience different things, but there's certain commonalities that a lot of people go through. So like when the medicine starts coming on, you might kind of feel your heart race a little bit. You might feel like you're sweating a little bit. You might even feel nauseous a little bit. Generally, you're kind of turned inside on yourself. Like you're kind of just meditating. Like you're in kind of a nice, peaceful mind state. It's kind of just a relaxed mind state, considering what you're kind of going through. And then you have to drink a lot of water beforehand, because there is the purging that occurs. Most people purge, almost everyone. If you work with the medicine a lot, you can have experiences of not purging, but in general, like it's really a part of it. So you drink you want to like drink a good amount of water before, so you have a lot of liquid in your stomach.
Great idea.
And when the purge comes, like you might kind of feel like nauseous, whatever it is. And not everyone feels negative though. Some people feel certain positive as well. And different ways, but it's not really like tripping though. Like you're not necessarily having visions or anything like that. It's more physical. So it's like what it feels like is it's scanning through your body. It's like it's going through your bloodstream, your gallbladder, your stomach, your intestines. It's like scanning your body, and like you can even kind of feel it almost kind of moving around and working in different ways. And then if there is a purge that's going to come, it seems as though it kind of like collects all those toxins in your stomach, like, who knows what it's doing with the gallbladder and these different things. And then it's like since you've drank a lot of water, boom, you just release it, in purging, and it's like it comes out like water. It's like it's like colored a little bit green, which is pretty interesting because the medicine does have a little green color to it. It's like this foamy, kind of frothy green, but it's very like liquidy and it's not unpleasant. I will say, like, it's not like nasty bile, whatever. It actually is. It's very cathartic. It's different than any other type like this. It's like turning on a water faucet, and it's like, whew, it's incredible. Actually, the level of expulsion, I got to be honest, since I'm talking about, like, dude, it's incredible. Like what it will do with your body. It's amazing. So it's like literally cleansing you on those deep levels. And since you drank a lot of water, it just flows right out. And then there's other things people can experience too. But in general, it's a whole process that lasts about 20, 30 minutes. And then when you're done, like you just feel in bliss. You feel absolutely blissful. And then the benefits afterwards, like even though it was 20 or 30 minutes, and for many people, it can be unpleasant. After that 20, 30 minutes is over, it's like you went through a rite of passage. And the gifts just never stop giving. Like your immune system's stronger, you have better energy, people feel younger, people are more have more like energy. There's like certain diseases have been cleansed from their body, like parasites or certain toxins or certain things like that. Like women who couldn't give birth after using combo, they can be fertile again. There's all, and then the other thing that happens with it is people, they call it being kissed by the frog because people often have like good luck that happens to them. So they do this medicine, lasts for 20, 30 minutes, then they, et cetera. But in the coming like days and weeks and even months, they literally have like good luck things happen, like literal good luck where they'll like come into money or they'll meet a new romantic partner or like they'll have a success in their business or they'll, whatever it may be. It's like, it's amazing. It like actually has like a metaphysical thing of like bringing you good luck. So it's just.
Wait, I need a recommendation from you because I mean I would love to do that, but I don't think that's in the realm of possibility for me. And if it is, then by all means help me with that. But how can I purge like a thorough fucking purge? Like I literally don't care if it makes me fast for a day. Like I literally could use a little help with the willpower to fast for a day or two and just purge, puke, shit, everything. Do you know anything that'll do that for me? That's I could get my hands on. Like I should know, literally don't. I've never done it, but dude, I do need to do something like that, man. I feel like I do. I need to purge.
There's a place called Combo Medicine Miami. I don't know if that's in Miami or they deal with combo or medicine.
Yeah, I just posted in the chat. In terms of the frog medicine, that's the IAKP. It's the International Association of Combo Practitioners. So they actually do like certifications, and then people can get certified, and they have a whole training course and everything. And there are facilitators, all around the world that do facilitate this medicine because it's actually not illegal. Like there's no legality at all with it. So I'm not like recommending you do or don't do it. I'm just linking it to you in that way. Like I'm not, of course, do all your own research, decide all what you want to do. I'm not outwardly, in that sense, but I'm just linking it to let you know they exist. And you can click on there. It says search for a practitioner. You can actually click there and then put in your city and your state or whatever, and they'll show you if there's someone nearby that is, that is a combo practitioner that, offers the medicine is just a possible route. If
nothing like that, man, is there something over the counter?
Well, the thing I'm just saying, if one wanted to pursue that, since I mentioned that the frog medicine, but well, think about purging, dude. Okay, combo, ayahuasca, iboga, which is a root bark from Africa, and peyote. Those four, in my understanding, are at the highest level octave of being able to cleanse the physical body, the highest level of plant medicines that can, where basically they're able to see like something like diarrhea, as it were, like through the back door, or vomiting, all of that, whatever terminologies to use, like those are natural ways that the body cleanses itself. So that's why if you are sick or whatever, that might happen, or if you drink too much or whatever it might be, and your body wants to get that out. But it is a natural way that the body detoxifies. And with those four that I mentioned, and they seem to be able to activate that in a very, very natural way that is purgative on very powerful and even like spiritual levels that can be, in terms of that, in terms of purging. Now there are other plants that can bring about purging that are used in the Amazon and in Africa as well. So there's different kinds of plants that can as well. But in terms of what you were saying, like I don't know, because it's a pretty special process to be able to actually put your body through something where it's cleansing like that, and it's like giving yourself like an internal shower.
Yeah, what would it be called? Like I'm sure there is something they sell, but like I don't want just like a laxative. Like I want like something to purge like completely, like thoroughly. And I can't believe I don't know anything, but I know I've heard some people mention some things, but I just can't remember like of what does that. But there's probably something I just can't remember. I just literally can't remember. I definitely need to purge, bro.
Hey,
Definitely.
Gio, have you heard anything about like what white sage does or how it acts like in the body and stuff? It's supposed to be like it's very like it's how it's like a really strong smell. Like apparently it's a strong smell to like microorganisms too and parasites and stuff. So if you're ingesting it like a white sage like a tea or something like that, over time it's going to purify like your body from things that can't stand it. Like they'll just die off or leave you or something. That's the idea.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Sage is a medicine. Absolutely. I mean, in the shamanic traditions, like when they do like ayahuasca ceremonies and also the combo, there's always sage involved, to cleanse. Sage is like, it cleanses the space. It like in terms of the ether, this is going to go a little bit like heady in terms of that, but like when they set up these ceremonies, like these different plants and different, like the smoke from burning sage, for example, has actual effects on the ether, like protective effects in particular. So when they work with the combo medicine and with ayahuasca, there's, always sage involved to like, as it's called, smudging, to kind of cleanse the whole space. And then you can do it on each other where you kind of, have, you kind of waft it near someone's body on their arms and legs and all that. So but that's with the smoke. But even as a plant, like you were saying, making a tea of it or consuming it, it does have medicinal qualities there as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's like stories like where that's all like the Indians would do, just like drink a couple glasses of like sage tea, and then it somehow like changes how you sweat too. So they were able to like in Arizona or something like really hot like climate to go like a great distance without like becoming dehydrated or something like that. So yeah, there's just some interesting shit with what that could do as a therapy. That's not like extreme or purging, but it probably will cleanse you out after a while. And I guess the other thing I wanted to mention was just like, well, with the combo, sort of like it's almost like it's reinitializing your system to some degree. Is that fair to say?
Oh yeah.
And I read some stuff about just the herb thyme and how that like like I don't like put it on stuff, but like it's almost like hard to find a reason to eat it. But it's medicinal in the way that it sort of like becomes the basic building block that tells a lot of others. It signals to a lot of other things in you that they should behave in a certain way. And I think maybe the combo is initializing this kind of same setup. But yeah, so that's all. Thyme and sage.
Yeah, dude, I absolutely love thyme. Yeah, I eat the herb. I eat thyme. I cook with it. I eat direct like fresh thyme, and then I also take thyme oil, oregano and thyme oil. Potent combination for like a natural antibiotic, antibacterial, antifungal.
I think it's good to have like a range of it. I used to just think colloidal silver was the end all be all of it, but I don't think it's good for everything. I don't like internal stuff. I don't think it's as good as I mean, some people just go with it and just will just chug a glass of it, but I'm not really sure if that's good.
Yeah, the one that's a reset in terms of the plants, like even the most, I would say would be Iboga. That's the one from Africa. It's one of the longest lasting ones. It's like a 20 to 30 hour experience at a high dose. And that one is, I would say, like in terms of the concept of like a total reinitialization of like your entire body, your entire life, essentially. That one really fits that, because it's also used as like a rite of passage, in their actual tribal, the original, when in terms of their traditions, like it's given to everyone as like a coming of age in their tribe, has a very high dose of it. And when they have this high dose, it's like one person does the experience, or sometimes two or three at once, but only like a few actually take a high dose, like one, sometimes one, or if they're doing like a double or something like that, they might have two going at once. For the most part, like everyone is in the ceremony is on a low dose of iboga, which just kind of gives a nice little stimulation, a little energy, and kind of just puts you in the vibe. And it's really just beautiful on a low dose like that. So most of the people in the tribe are in the low dose, but then the one person or maybe two that are doing the high dose are doing like the full high dose. And they like reconnect with their ancestors, and they get like messages for their life as to how to live their best life. It's incredible. And but it has that like rite of passage quality to it that can be very, very transformative.
Yeah, kind of like, well, I don't know. Some of your health is definitely controlled by like the thoughts you think and what kind of frequency that those things have in your thoughts. Like how often you're thinking of something happy or stressful or whatever the case may be. And so, like resetting your mental is pretty good. Good thing to do if you're resetting your body. Cool stuff. Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit scared of like some of the things that you mentioned, like the ayahuasca. It's like not it's a little too adventurous for me. But about the lungs and stuff. Boy, I find those cordyceps mushrooms in a capsule to be amazing for repairing the lungs. And I'm somebody that's like smoked way too many cigarettes, and it's like I don't know. Sometimes you do that, like you're just like, oh, I'm just going to smoke a pack of cigarettes and go to the bar or something like that, or 2 packs of cigarettes for the whole day or something. I've had those kind of. I don't do that anymore. But yeah, like the cordyceps mushrooms really clean out your lungs, and they help like regenerate them too. So I don't know. I haven't had that happen when I've had pneumonia. I've had pneumonia like a few times, but last time I can remember having it is like I was breathing through like a drinking straw, and I had to go to the hospital, and they gave me a breathing treatment.
Oh yeah, dude. That was what it was like when I had it. It was absolutely brutal. Like every breath was like breathing through like what felt like a spider web of fluid. Every breath was like breathing through a thick spider web fluid kind of thing. And it was hard to even bring that breath in and out, even though I had to like try to do it. And even with that, I felt like I was suffocating. It was absolutely.
I'm super happy I didn't die from that.
Yeah. Like honestly, for me, it was really just complete torture. Yeah, same here. I feel like I could have died. Yeah, exactly. It was that.
My oxygen level is so low, and I'm probably still trying to smoke a cigarette here and there. And my oxygen level is so low. Like, there's a hospital like 2 blocks from me, and I drive like 30 minutes to a different hospital to go to their ER. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just happy I survived all that. I was not thinking correctly.
See, I remember I almost went to a hospital, but I decided not to, and I'm ultimately glad I didn't in that case. But because what I just wanted was oxygen. I just wanted to go there and be like, just give me the oxygen. You know what I mean? Just give me a drip, not a drip through the vein, but one of those oxygen masks. Like,
yeah, that's what they gave me. They hooked that up and some kind of like breathing treatment to help me clear my lungs out.
That's what I wanted, because I could tell my body was not getting oxygen, because that's what pneumonia does. It blocks your, ability to actually take oxygen into the bloodstream. Even though you're breathing the air, it's insane what it does. It really is. Like it's just a freak show. Like how that can do that to your body. And yeah, if you're 80 years old or whatever, that's why it can kill people. Because I felt like I almost died, and I don't know, I forget what age I was. I'd have to do the math. I was 38 or whatever it was, and it's still, oh man. I mean, I'm not saying it really almost killed me. It killed me, because I don't think it did almost kill me, but I know what you mean, dude. Like it feels like it could be imminent, or it felt like that was like one time in my life that it did, like probably the only time I'm getting sick like that actually got to that peak. So it sounds like you and I might have had a similar one.
Yeah, it's just whack, because like you might take some medicine, you go to sleep, you think you're going to wake up better, you wake up worse. You know what I mean? It's just like, you know, and then there's like what Brian was saying, which just like it lingers on, and you're just trying to like get it out of your system, but it's like still in your body. You know what I mean? There is that need to kind of like somehow get in there and purge it, or I don't know, like go work out until you fall down or something like that, and then maybe it's kind of getting out of your body, you know. But yeah,
There's some really simple ways to cure pneumonia or any viral or bacterial lung infections. For whatever reason, the doctors don't do it. But like, I've never had pneumonia myself, but for people that have pneumonia or get pneumonia routinely or periodically, there's if you get a nebulizer, just like a child nebulizer, the one for asthma, they sell a special oregano oil that's been emulsified, or it's been it's been there's something that they do to it to make it water soluble, right? And you put a couple drops into your neb, you breathe it in, and I'm telling you, this is like an instant cure, bro. Like, you do a couple treatments of that, you'll be cured in 1 day. No bullshit. It's But for whatever reason, we got people dying all over the world from this when it's such an easy cure, bro. Like, it's ridiculously, like, I don't understand, bro. I honestly don't. Another thing is like, Brian was talking about how to detox or how to flush your system. There's something called the saltwater flush. You ever done that, Brian?
No, no, but tell me.
A saltwater flush, you basically, the best way to do it is to fast for at least 24 hours. Or if you can't, if you've never fasted for 24 hours or you choose not to, then don't eat like around 8 p.m. the night before. Stop eating, right? And then when you wake up the next day, you know, at like 8 or 10 or whatever, try to hold it out to noontime. That'll be more than 12 hours. Then you okay, so they'll tell you to drink a liter of salt water, bro. I can't drink a liter of salt water, bro. I'll puke, right? I'll gag. I can't. So what I do is you need 2 teaspoons of non-iodized salt. You can use sea salt. It has to be non-iodized. Mostly all salts, they put iodine in it. The reason it has to be non-iodized because something about the osmosis effect, right? If it has iodine in it, the body can absorb some of it, and you don't want
I've got sea salt, bro.
you don't want the body to absorb any of this salt. And when you mix the solution, when you put 2 teaspoons into a liter of water and you mix it up, it basically goes right through you, bro, and it doesn't get absorbed into your body, so you don't have to worry about getting high blood pressure, sodium consumption, nothing like that. Anyways, so what you do is you put 2 teaspoons into like a quarter of a cup or a shot glass, right? And you fill it with distilled water. And then you drink it. You drink the shot glass one at a time, whatever you want to do with the salt in it. And then you follow it right away with a liter of distilled water. You drink it within a couple minutes, you know, just chug it. Like you chug beers, except just chug the water so that it's in your stomach within a minute or two. That way you don't have to drink a liter of salt water. And then you just walk up the stairs, do a couple jumping jacks, make sure it mixes up in your stomach, and you've just accomplished the same thing without having to drink a liter of it. And then within 30 minutes, you start feeling your stomach grumbling and rumbling, and you're like, what's going on? And just keep holding it. And you're going to feel like you're going to shit yourself. But just hold it for as much as you can, and then release it in the bathroom, bro. And that is one of the best, easiest, most effective ways to cleanse your intestinal tract, including, I think it's your kidneys. I think it's your kidneys. Yeah, or your liver. Whichever one is connected to your intestinal tract, I forget. So yeah, and bro, people are cleansed of all kind of parasites because the salt immediately destroys. It's like putting salt on a snail or a slug, right? Like they can't take it, bro. They instantly start getting affected by it, and then you'll see it in the toilet, bro. If you inspect your bowels, you'll see like people see all kinds of like shit that they've never seen before. That's got intestinal stuff like the fungus, like what's that one fungus? The candida, right? But you also have like a lot of times people, because we eat a lot of sugar in the modern American diet, and sugar feeds this fungus, and it causes like a imbalance in the intestine. So not only do you have like a biofilm that's stuck to your intestinal wall that's been causing havoc, preventing your body from absorbing nutrients and doing all kinds of ruckus, literally it sheds that biofilm out of you and any parasites and any problems, bro. Like that is one of the best ways to cleanse. And then real quick, and then you got shilajit or fulvic acid, which is popular amongst the Buddhists in Nepal, right? This is where
That
it
shit
comes from.
is some of the most amazing stuff for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
Go on,
is
Snacks.
cooler than it?
Take over.
I don't know. Shilajit is just dope. I don't know. Like it's just the nutrients just like hit you, and you're just like, wow. I don't know. Gives you like a wave of a different kind of energy. It's not like speedy energy. It's not like Red Bull energy. It's like just like wellness energy. Like it feels pretty good. But yeah, they got all types of like ionic, like trace minerals and stuff you could add to your drinking water. But I think what that does is that's increasing your electrical conductivity, and then that means probably some little critters are going to get zapped, and you just generally have better health. That's my understanding of it.
Yeah, shilajit has something. It has so many good things in it, like tons of things, a myriad of things. But there's a specific active ingredient, I would say, called fulvic acid that's part of the shilajit complex, right? And the fulvic acid is like a really small molecule, bro. It's like one of the smallest molecules. It can actually pass the blood-brain barrier, and this molecule somehow through a polarity, it can attract all kinds of toxins, metal toxins. So a lot of people, they have lead in their system and mercury in their system. The fulvic acid is able to extract and chelate all kinds of metals. It's not just metals, but all kinds of toxins, and it can carry like 10 times its weight, right? And extract it out of the body, even from the brain. There's no other thing that I know that can do that. At least scientifically proven. I don't know about oregano or maybe other plant substances that are able to extract toxins from the body, but the fulvic acid is a fact.
Yeah, and it's say it's like from the Himalayan mountains or the Alti mountains or whatever. There's like different descriptions of what shilajit is, but effectively it's really just the fulvic acid. And the fulvic acid, it can be found anywhere in the world, like about I think something like 15 meters under the ground is like usually where that layer is. It's it's called something different. Is it called morganite? Maybe morganite layer. But that exists in the U.S. So there's U.S. shilajit, if you will. But they used to take that shit to cross the Himalayas. Like they'd find it. They would see animals eating it, and they would try it too. And that's how they would cross these mountain trips. You know what I mean? Like high altitudes. Trying to breathe. Got so much food. It's a lot of endurance and stuff like that. But yeah, shilajit, the conqueror of mountains.
Yeah, it's an Ayurvedic medicine. They describe it like thousands of years old. They talk about its magical effects, how it can cure like anything. I believe shilajit is hands down one of the best known substances right now It's on the top of the list when it comes to nutrition for me. Like I don't take any vitamins. I don't take supplements. The only thing I take is Shilajit, vitamin D, and K2. That's all I take, bro. I don't take nothing else.
Good stuff. Yeah, I like the mushroom kingdom these days. I take like an immune blend sometimes. Reishi mushroom almost every day, and I go off with the cordyceps mushroom here and there. But yeah, that's my health plan.
Yeah, mushrooms are cool too. I've taken that stuff.
Yeah, they're just like
yeah.
they don't like have a pronounced physical effect, but I know that like I feel healthy taking them. So that's good. Like I don't notice that they're really doing anything. Sometimes you want that too, you know. I don't know. Some things like I don't know are just too harsh for me. I'm like I don't like this. Ashwagandha is one of those that just like it hurts my stomach or something. I don't know. It makes me agitated. You know, I stay away from that shit. But yeah, anyway.
But Shilajit will literally reverse aging, bro, and keep you younger. Like I don't know if it's just me, bro, but I apply it topically to my skin too. Like when I make
you
a
know
tea
why
out of it.
that works is because the topical application of Shilajit promotes collagen rebuilding in the skin and epidermis and stuff like that. So,
Dude, it's
like if you just rub
you
it in
know
your
about
skin.
that stuff too. So yeah,
I know
it's
about that.
crazy.
It's true though.
It is very true.
And people are like, "Man, what are you doing? You look so young." And I'm like, "I don't know, taking these pills,
Drugs. Nah.
stuff. I'm taking these drugs."
Nah, but listen, like it's not. I don't do it all the time, bro. Like don't get it twisted. I might apply it like once every 2 months, once a month. Like it's not something I do every day. I just don't have the dedication to do it. But if I did, I probably have even better skin. But I don't drink it every day either. I only drink it a couple times a month because I don't know how. Like I don't want to overdo it, and I don't know what's too much. So I'd rather be safe than sorry. So I just take like I'll take when I do drink it though. I'll take a decent amount. Like I'll take like probably like a gram or half a
Oh, do you
gram.
like the powder?
No, it's a tar, bro. It's a black tar.
Oh, yeah, that's something. Yeah.
What do you? Why? Oh, I mean, I'm
tried
trying to
that
get the pills next though. I'm trying to get the
I've only
because I'm sick of making the tea.
I just get the capsules.
But inside the capsules, it's the tar, right? You want the tar is what you want. You don't want the powder.
I'll take it anywhere I can get it.
But I feel you. But I've done this because the powder basically is just inferior to the tar.
I've had different grades of it. You know, like the stuff you can get like at the GNC is Shilajit, but it's not as good as like the I don't know. I think if
you can't get it at the GNC or at the vitamin
got some
shop.
designer shit. When I was in California, I was like in some vitamin shop, and I was like, man, this is like some Highline Shilajit right here, and that stuff was amazing for sure. Like I think you get what you pay for the most part. But still, it's good. Like even the cheap shit's all right. You know what I mean? It's still doing its job. But if you prefer it, the ionic fulvic acid drops are pretty good too. I don't think it's quite the same, but similar. Yeah.
Yeah, fulvic acid by itself is amazing too.
It just makes you feel all right. I don't know. It doesn't really do anything other than that to me. It just kind of balances you out. But like you have a little more energy because you're. I don't know. I think it's important to keep your bioconductivity kind of high. You know, like we've got so much like just shitty bottled waters and all kinds of crap to eat. You know what I mean? It just like depletes the sharpness of what your system can do. So like I think this stuff helps out. Get an advantage over this bullshit diet that we're kind of cursed with here. Anyway.
Yeah, I was reading some medical literature on both fulvic acid and Shilajit. I found some of it on Onnit Labs, which I found them through Joe Rogan. But I already knew about Shilajit before then, for like growing weed and stuff. At first, that's how I started. because I was such a nerd that I wanted to grow the best weed in the world. That I would look at I would take care of the weed more than I would take care of my own body, and I would give the weed all these crazy supplements and stuff, and that's how I was actually given the plant Shilajit at one point in fulvic acid before I started taking it myself.
Yeah. I used to use that as like a foliar, just like ionic trace minerals and
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. You already know.
Somebody else told me that was a good idea, and I was like, oh, I don't know. I'm just stupid, and I try stupid shit.
It is a good idea. No, foliar feeding is legit.
Yeah, it's a good molecule. It's just weird nobody knows about it. You know what I mean? It's completely like not like I remember going somewhere asking for it. I was like at Whole Foods, you know, and I'm in the vitamin department. I'm like, do you guys have Shilajit? And the Indian guy looks at me and he goes, they don't have it. You know what I mean? It's like, they don't know this shit.
They don't, man. I tried, man. I can't get it at any vitamin shop. Like, doesn't matter, GMC, whatever. They don't have that shit. You got to go online. You can't. There's no store nearby that has it, bro.
I think the only places that carry it around me are places I went and asked them, and they're like, "No, we don't have that." And then went back again, and they had it. So I don't know if it's because of me, but I'm glad
they'll have like the powder one. Like sometimes you might come, but that's what I'm saying. The powder one is really a gimmick, dude.
You don't
Once
like
you
it?
study it, it doesn't. Well, when you study the potency, bro, it's shit.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I need like high strength potency on that, you know, necessarily.
And it's not easy. It's not as easily guaranteed to have like a certain amount per dose. It's not standardized.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like really trying to like fix your health up and stuff like that, you know, get like high quality stuff. But if it's just like a I don't know, daily kind of thing or whatever, it's like it's kind of, it could be an expensive habit almost, you know, almost. But
Well, I
you
guess
get really good stuff.
$50 of the Shilajit that I have, you get 50 grams, dude. Oh no, $50 you get. I mean, I forget. No, yeah, it was $50 for 50 grams, and but it's it's Russian source, but it comes from their mountaintops, and dude, it's lasted me months. Like I only use a pea-sized amount.
Yeah. Well, then that's good. Yeah,
couple times a month.
That's good.
I'm gonna post the link to where I get mine, and then the water soluble oregano oil too. That's literally life saving. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how. I've never really tried it, so I don't really personally know what its effect is. But
what?
Yeah, it's a powerful antioxidant and everything.
What? The Shilajit?
No, oregano oil.
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah, but reading on.
I'm sorry, I don't like the taste of oregano as much as I could, so maybe that's somewhat of my aversion.
I don't either. I'm not a fan. Or if you're gonna use oregano, just very little. You can overdo it really easily.
Yep. Yeah, what did I have too much of one time? Was that oh, I forget what it's like parsley, but it's like Mexican. It's not Mexican. Fuck, what is it called? It's, cilantro? Not cilantro. Fuck, is it? Wait. Anyway, too much of that. I can't eat it anymore.
This is good even for the you know what. If another pandemic happens, and you're
Well, I'm saying
you're
like
worried.
I take like an immune complex of mushrooms. You know, it's got like chaga and like all kinds of rishis and whatever mushrooms in it, and you know, I don't know. I haven't been sick in like so long, dude. Thank goodness. Yeah, since I kind of switched over to, I don't know, just thinking about it more, a little bit about like vitamins and things. Yeah, getting a little bit hip to that Ayurveda and yeah, that type of stuff. It's been very helpful.
So yeah, North American Urban Spice sells it. It's pretty expensive, $50 for the bottle. But the thing is, you don't need a couple drops in your nebulizer. And what's crazy is during the pandemic, there was a doctor that was speaking out, saying like all you had to do is put a neb on these people, but make sure that you put this into the neb. And it was like a certain steroid or something that he was curing people that were dying of it. And like he went on the media, like he was just like very vocal about curing people with this stuff. And why isn't more hospitals administering this protocol? Like, what's the problem here, right? People are dying needlessly, and I don't know. It just kind of went unheard. Like people just, I don't know.
Oh man.
And then people in the Hebrew community were administering oregano oil through nebulizers, bro. But yeah, man, it works for any lung infections. Somebody in the chat said, "Who wants to live forever?" Don't we all?
Well, it's not a question of living forever. It's just like living as forever in the greatest health you can is the thing. Because like, no one want to live forever if you're bound to a wheelchair. If you know, fucking can't do the things you might like to do. Then living forever would be kind of like a curse. But
it depends. Yeah, it depends if like you can choose, you know, if you want to die or if you just gotta have to live forever. Because that'd suck if it wasn't a choice. Like if after, I don't know, 100,000 years you could just, you know, stop.
Yeah, 100,000 years would be enough. I don't think you wouldn't remain the same consciousness if you would be alive that long. Your brain would have to adapt to it.
We can't even imagine that, bro.
Don't try. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think about that. I don't know. I pretty much try to avoid thinking about mortality. Kind of not too helpful.
Real quick, before we move on to that topic, I'm reading here because it took me a while to find this. So this is the medical literature that I read on fulvic acid a while back. There's more to it than this, but just for those that like, you know, testosterone production. I know a lot of guys that are into weight lifting and this and that. Testosterone production, you have good reason to be suspicious of any supplement that claims to improve testosterone. Most have little backing scientifically, but there is research supporting fulvic acid's potential to help T levels. In 2010, Indian researchers gave 35 infertile test subjects 200 milligrams a day of shilajit extract for 90 consecutive days. When the hormone sperm parameters were compared from day 1 to day 90, the research noted the following improvements. Total sperm count rose by 61%. Sperm quality increased by 37%. Serum testosterone levels increased by 23%. And FSH rose by 9%. I forget what FS is. Something I forget which one that is. Free testosterone, probably. Anyways, markers of oxidative damage also went down, whereas hemoglobin slightly increased. So you have more blood circulation. One more recent study from 2015 showed that in healthy volunteers ages between 45 and 55 years, 250 milligrams a day of Shilajit extract for 90 days was able to increase total testosterone levels by 20%, increase free testosterone levels by 19%, and boost DHEA levels by 31% while maintaining normal LH and FSH levels. Incredible stuff.
What was that DHEA number? 20%.
I gotta go back. There's another. I'm looking for the cartilage repair and stuff, muscle tissue repair. It's pretty crazy too. But
Yeah, well, with the
31%.
31.
Oh no,
Wow.
the DHEA.
Yeah.
Yeah, 31.
So I don't know if that might be contributing to some kind of like hair growth or something like that. Something with that much percentage might make you grow hairs somewhere.
Yeah, this stuff's supposed to reverse aging, bro. Like, it's the only thing that I know of that does that.
Well, like, why do you think like a tree can live for so long? You know, like I think it's because they're hitting that mineral layer, and that layer is that nutritious to it.
Yeah, my bet is just, it's not doing much. So there's not much, damage accumulating. Like, plants like moss and shit, they can live pretty much forever, but like take an ant that's just getting abused constantly and it dies after a week. And like trees, they're just, not much happening, they're just kind of sitting there.
If you well, I mean, if you're like in a forest, it's one thing because you would assume that there's a humic soil around you and stuff. But in somewhere with like sandy rock regions and things like that, like that, I think that's what these plants are actually hitting. That and water, which I think is moving. Like it's probably like where a lot of this underground water is moving is where this nutrient layer is. I just believe in it. I just think that it's almost like when the trees hit that layer that they start to really grow, but I think it's also like keeping them alive. You could say trees don't do very much, but I don't know. I just think it's like some kind of organic balance that it achieves. Really is more what it's capable of doing is just like striking the right balance to stay alive rather than, go hunting food or whatever. Anyway.
So here's some more stuff on this, bro. Like, there's a ton of stuff. I'm not trying to overwhelm the chat or hog the mic, but hear me out though, real quick. What else can you say about what Shilajit can do for athletes? He's asking a doctor. It says here in another clinical study on healthy subjects done at Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center, Primovi was found to upregulate the genes responsible for the synthesis of collagen and several other related proteins, a total of 17 proteins. All of these were relevant to our body's extracellular matrix, ECM, molecules that provide structural and biochemical support to cells in the body by several fold, and in the same cases, several hundredfold, improving both health as a result. Based on this finding, a skin health study at OSU WMC and a sports nutrition pilot study at the Center of Applied Health Sciences in Ohio are in progress. Since collagen comprises 30% of bones, a bone health study is also planned, along with a joint health study, as collagen is a major component of cartilage in the joints. Of course, the result of these studies are not in yet. What else?
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
what it's. So it's stimulating the collagen, switching on your genes to collagenized, which is good for all your joints. It's good for making you feel like you're less old, really. Because that's what you stop producing when you're in your 30s. About is collagen. You start to dramatically produce less of it. So, that's why our faces start to get like a little whatever. It's like not as firm as it was when you're 18 or whatever. But yeah, I think this stuff helps maintain youth.
It definitely, yeah. It's the only thing that I know of, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. We have Jeremy coming up on here and being like, "Yo, guys, it's cool. I like you guys talking about Shilajit, but this isn't the Shilajit channel. So, if you guys want to
Yeah,
take this
next.
room,
That's it. I'm done.
we're good. Okay, we've covered it all.
I'm not a salesman. I'm just trying to help you guys. Not getting commission.
I mean, this is one of the few things that's easy to speak about. It's pretty non-controversial and can actually help a lot of people in their daily pursuit of happiness or whatever. So
Yeah.
I don't think there's too much crime to talk about it. Anyway, how are you Aussies doing here? What's going on? I see there's two of you. That's too many. They're gonna remain silent.
Someone said you can get lead poisoning from Shilajit. No, you can't.
All right.
Yeah, you can, bro. I'm not talking shit. Like, that's the thing I'm worried about because I got
Is that
some
what you said?
Shilajit.
Is he the guy who said it?
No, I've read it. Look it up, man. Look up lead poisoning from Shilajit. Like, I think it's if you have a shit source, obviously, if you get cheap shit, but they obviously test the good stuff. So you just got to be careful what you get.
All right. Yeah. If you get it from like the backyard of your house in New York City, then yeah, maybe. But if you get it, from, like from a.
Yeah, there's some shit sellers,
No,
If
I
you
see
don't believe
that.
me,
I see
look
that.
it up. It's a
No, I
thing.
believe you. I believe you. In that case, yes, definitely.
Lead poisoning. The thing that's interesting is like bentonite clay is pretty interesting. Some people take that for detoxing.
Is Dodo here in here still? Oh no.
He hasn't been
I
here.
I tend to kill the chat, bro. I come in here and people start dropping out. Dang.
I mean, it's yeah, but it's the time yeah. I mean, it's late on the West Coast. It's time for this is a tough time. Oh, we lost the other. No, we still got that guy. Everybody leave.
Oh, this guy must be. He says he's circumcised.
I got
Word.
you. That's a clever joke. Oh.
People talk about Meso Blue. Go ahead.
You know what else is good too is it's called Essiac, ESSIAC. It's like a blend of like 3 different herbs, but it's really interesting. It's like sheep sorrel. What else? But it's really good for like your digestion. It's an anti-cancer medication made in the 1800s. But what interestingly, and I just take it for fun. but it fixes a lot of the squeakiness. Like if I get in joints or something like that, like sometimes I don't know, I need oil or something. I'm not really sure what it is. My neck gets squeaky, I just hear it. But yeah, that stuff takes it away. Really interesting stuff. I think the tincture is better than the tea. Some people do the tea, but
You seen
Some
Witz's last 2 streams?
No, what's up?
Well, I haven't watched his last one, and I typically don't watch Witz like at all. Just once in a while, I tune in. I felt like tuning in his last stream before the last one, and yeah, he was talking about like one of the only things that I'm like I would say not qualified to talk on, but I have experience on, and it's the obliquity of the ecliptic and like stuff like that, like the eccentricity of the sun and stuff. Like he's actually been. I don't know if it's because I brought it up a couple weeks ago, and that's maybe it's a coincidence, but I'm glad that he's learning about it and actually teaching on it. It's very profound, bro. That's another way to debunk the globe. A very easy way to debunk the globe.
Sorry, I was just gone for a moment. What were you saying? Sorry.
Well, we were kind of just jumping around, bro. Incoherent thought. We're talking about supplements, and I just talked about what's its new upload. But if you haven't seen it, then I'll just wait till later.
he might be a globalist. I'm not certain.
Who? Oh, the guy that just talked?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a little defensive, right?
I'm like only 70% sure he's a globalist. That's still a big 70.
What's that old English term? Globalist? Yeah. Is that what you said? How you say it?
What is it?
You just say it again. That word. Not globalist. Now there's another one.
Yeah.
Gobularless, something like that. No,
globulous?
For real. Globulous. Nah, there's like an old English term that amongst the scientific community, it was like a word that they called their other scientific opposers, like people that believe that the Earth was a globe. But back in the day, like hundreds of years ago, they would call them globalists. I think that's it, globalist. Anyways. Globular. Let me see. Globularist.
I didn't think there were any globularists still around. You'd imagine anyone with any bit of
basic intelligence, understanding the controversy as well, would soon revert back to where we're at, which is a stationary, enclosed, extended, flat Earth surface. I mean, strange, isn't it? Strange. It's like actually, it's like the idea of people going back from flat Earth, station flat Earth surface, right? Live dweller back to spinning ball Earth. I say it's an impossibility. Yet we have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 prominent characters who beat the odds. You know what I mean? Very strange.
Yeah, well, on that, I would be a flat earther, except about 10 minutes ago, I just got a. Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta go. Someone is screaming at my door.
Oh, that was a timely interruption. He was getting into difficult waters. I'd like to hear it was. Well, he would be a flat earther until he heard something 10 minutes ago from someone. So I'd like to hear what he has to say about that one. But otherwise, it is an impossibility, isn't it? And anyone who is a serious stationary flat earther, of course, we don't know what's beyond, but we do know what isn't. We have to know for certain what isn't, because every single aspect of ball earth convincing is problematic. Probabilities soon amass, and yeah, there's no going back. There's no going back. It can only be ruled out. It can only be ruled out. What actually is, what can be ruled in, well, that therein lies the rub, doesn't it? And greetings, by the way. It's a great conversation I was listening to on YouTube. Whoever was speaking there with Snack, so excellent. Very good.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody liked it.
Yeah, no worries, but excellent. It's very good. Piche here, just be Dodo, and yeah, don't be apologizing for anything. This is some great information for people to cling to. I wrote in the chat there, the medical industry has really screwed us over. I mean, all these little simple remedies, isn't it, for good, strong, healthy living, and yeah, we don't hear any of these things.
Yeah, health is a big factor, and people are unhealthy, and because of it, they're easily depressed, and they live with under a cloud, because they're dealing with pain.
Yeah, especially on top of all the other troubles that life brings, you know what I mean? If you have a constant niggling health issue, you can't sort of think beyond it. I know myself from, I do have health problems, one health problem in particular, but yeah, it does overtake everything. And as your mindset, it's closed loop, then your mindset is brought down, so your metabolism is brought down, your energy is brought down, and it sort of, feeds off itself in that way. I guess there has to be a purpose to it, though. You know what I mean? You try to reconcile if there is a creator, and of course, there's no atheist flat earthers. If there's a creator, what is the greater purpose in all of this suffering? What needless suffering, and to that degree. But there has to be some sort of greater purpose, and I guess that's the conundrum. Then we have to come to terms. In a way, it's far more confusing and bewildering to be a flat earther. You know what I mean? A stationary earther, because now at least some certainties are, I'll speak for myself, some certainties are definitely in play. There's a higher power in play, but yet we see so much lies, so many lies, so much pain, unnecessary hurt in this world. That could be easily solved. Just talked about some of the easy remedies for even severe health problems, just roots and tinctures from plants, natural trees or whatever. And yet there's so much suffering, and it's allowed, has to be allowed to whatever degree. So yeah, these become the greater sort of considerations, which can almost drive you mad, more mad. I was actually, when I was a spinning ball earther, more assured. I was more assured in a certain way, I would say, about that, because everything had been worked out. The great minds of man had worked out everything about life, the universe, and all encompassing circumstance, etc. And it was a sort of a cold comfort, you know what I mean? There was a certainty that I didn't exist before, and I won't exist afterwards. So we just make what we will of this, and I guess do your best to be kind. But yeah, that's the problem coming to flat Earth. Then so many more possibilities open up, even though there is some certainty there. But yeah, so many other possibilities open up that you sort of, I don't know, you can end up spinning your wheels.
What's up, Dodo?
Oh,
how you doing?
I'm not too bad, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
How you doing?
All right. Making round 2 of cafe.
Are you a late nighter or an early morninger snack? I think you have your own times, do you?
I think it's both, actually. But I'm probably not a late nighter anymore because I think I go to sleep. But then I wake up like in the middle of the night. So I guess that means maybe I'm probably just an early riser.
Same. I woke up way too early, dude. I went to sleep at like 12:31 and woke up at 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I did the same, but 2 hours earlier or something. I woke up at like 3 o'clock. But I'm like, 3 o'clock? That's fine. If it's 2 o'clock, I'll go back to sleep. If it's 1 o'clock, I'll be like, I'm just going to be up for an hour and then I'll go back to sleep. But 3 o'clock, I'm down. Make it. I'm going to do this.
What is it like? I mean, you're on the West Coast, so it must be 4 o'clock now. Then,
I'm on the East Coast now.
Oh, you're on the East Coast, bud. Sorry, I thought
Me
you were on
too.
the West Coast.
East side.
Okay, so you're like 5 hours. So it was 6 o'clock there, or something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Eastern
that's your
Standard
day.
Time represent. Stand up. Eastern Standard Time.
But that's your day. So you're up for the day then, are you? You're not like going back to sleep, or do you just?
We're at 7 o'clock. We're past the point of no return now.
Okay. Good idea to take naps. I mean, everything is too strict and controlled, I think. But
You work
go
today, bro?
according to your own body cycle, I think, your own feelings.
Yeah. I'll work a little bit.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's like personal work.
Yeah. No. Well, whatever. Just do some app gig stuff and some other stuff and list some stuff. Just do stuff. Try and make that money. But
yeah.
I don't know. My clock's just broken now. That's all. I have to be like working all day like a dog in order to like go to sleep at the right time and wake up at the right time. You know, that's pretty much the only way I can do it. But like, for how many days can I do that? Not that many. You know, like, I'm too tired. I can't go work. That's why I take that Shilajit. You know what I mean? Stay able-bodied. I'm just kidding. I'm falling apart. I don't know what the fuck's wrong. My back's been
drugs
out.
you use, dude.
Oh, my fucking. Yeah, I hate back problems. They're ridiculous. I hate all kinds of physical problems, actually. I'll go like that. Fine. They all suck. Anything that makes me not walk right. Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, well, so more severe problems like that, you can't escape from them. I know it's like to have back problems or ribs are desperate as well. You can't. I fucking excuse my language. I busted my rib. Just falling off a chair, just ended on the side of the chair, and Jesus Christ, I couldn't even breathe. Anytime you're trying to cough,
Yeah.
you just could lay down. That's even the slightest of movements, and you're in agony. But there's no escaping that sort of restriction because there's no time in this, or there's no future in the sense. You know what I mean? You can't escape or look forward to escaping into 10 minutes time or 10 hours time is going to be exactly the same as it is in this perpetual painful now. Yeah.
Yeah. I've fucked myself up like I'll fuck my ribs up like twice a year just like sleeping wrong, and it'll just bother me for like 2 weeks. You know, I hate that shit. I don't know what that is.
Did you break them before a snack? Is it sort of
No.
an ongoing issue?
Maybe in another life. I've never broken a bone.
Really?
Me neither.
They're too strong.
I used to skateboard too and play football and snowboard. I never broken a bone.
You know what? I was active. That just reminds me. I always said about myself, I never broke a bone. My brother